Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit. Chapter 292. A storm of change is about to hit, of course. Futian knew that Qin Li's utterance was meant to instigate more problems for him. He knew that it was impossible that Futian would apologize. Qin Li's ultimate goal was to put Futian in a bad light with the members of the Moon Clan. Otherwise, what qualifications did Qin Li have to tell Futian what to do? Qin Li was not a member of the Moon Clan. The royal Qin grandson was definitely not an ordinary identity, but with the cottage's status in the Eastern Baron territory, a disciple of the cottage wouldn't care about a royal grandson. Qin Li stared at Futian and chuckled. It didn't seem like he was bothered. I was simply concerned. I only want the best for the Moon Clan. Looks like I have overspoken. Futian stared right back. He's a sly one. He always tried to turn people against Futian, but never confronted him directly. On top of the ancient peak in the ancient barren world, many other Moon Clan members heard what Chu Lian said and saw what she did. Do I need her permission to come and see Jieyu? And to use an excuse like dating can affect cultivation? If so, then what is the royal grandson doing here in the Moon Clan? Don't tell me you came to play. Futian's cold eyes swept over everyone in front of him. When his gaze fell on Chu Lian, he said, "It looks to me like you guys have a pretty good relationship. So, why is it a distraction to cultivation when it comes to me? In your heart, you know well whether or not you were purposely being difficult with me. Do you think that everyone is an idiot?" If this was the way Chu Lian and the others wanted to do things, then Futian was going to let them. Didn't she feel like a despicable person? Futian didn't care about his relations with these people. So, what if some people in the Moon Clan didn't like him? Was he supposed to simply let Chu Lian stop him from entering and just go back to the college? Simply because of what they thought? Or was he supposed to apologize and admit that he was in the wrong? Chu Lian and the others didn't look too good. Futian continued, "What Yunro said is right. You are welcome to pick a fight with me. But don't claim that I disrespected the Moon Clan as an excuse. Who does Chu Lian think she is? Can she represent the entire Moon Clan? I will take my leave now." Futian said his goodbyes and stepped forward with Hua Jieyu by his side. The crowd in front of them very naturally parted to make way for them and watched Futian and the others leave. The black winged eagle followed behind them, flapping its wings. Its sharp eyes swept over everyone. One could feel its disdain with just one look. This dumb creature. Chu Lian was pissed. How dare it look down on them? The disciples of the cottage are domineering as usual. Qin Li chuckled. Everyone around him did not seem like they were in the best of moods. Let's go. Naturally, they were going to have to report this incident to the elders. Chu Yaoyao watched Futian's departing figure and felt a mix of emotions. Even though Futian didn't know her, every time she saw him, her impression of him deepened. Futian obviously didn't care about what Chu Yaoyao and her friends thought of him. Sometimes, when someone came from a different standpoint right from the beginning, it wasn't worth the hassle because it wouldn't change anything. Yunro sent them off the Moon Clan territory, and the couple mounted the Black Wind Eagle to return to the college. In the skies of the ancient barren world, the Black Wind Eagle soared with Futian and Hua Jieyu on its back. "It's nice when it's just the two of us." Futian looked to the beauty beside him. Standing there, her long hair fluttering in the wind. She looked like a fallen angel, her beauty incomparable to any worldly things. "There's also a demon beast." Hua Jieyu smiled lightly. "Should we roast it for dinner?" Futian said jokingly. The Black Wind Eagle jolted in shock. "Please don't joke like that. It would scare an eagle to death." Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at him. Futian walked forward until he was standing behind her, and wrapped his arms around her slim waist. Holding the beauty tightly in his arms, he placed his head on her shoulder. Tilting his head downward, his nose was in her hair, inches away from her neck. Her sweet scent was an attack on his senses. Hua Jieyu's face flushed red immediately. His actions were so flirtatious. "Jieyu, I missed you so much," Futian said softly. "I missed you too," she replied. The Black Wind Eagle blinked a couple of times. Oh gosh, this was too much even for an eagle. "Jieyu, do you know what my greatest wish is every day?" Futian asked. His soft voice was warm and affectionate. Hua Jieyu shook her head. My greatest wish is for you to be the first person I see when I open my eyes in the morning, he said gently. Hua Jieyu blinked, and when she registered what he had said, she blushed even harder. The color reached her eyes and she stomped down on Yi Futian's foot. In what sounded like a whining tone, she said, "How shameless. Fox, when do you plan on fulfilling my wish?" Yi Futian teased her with a smile on his face. "In your dreams," she said. "I do often see you in my dreams." He sighed. "I'm not talking to you anymore." Hua Jieyu couldn't stand him anymore. She wanted to move forward but could not escape the tight embrace of Yi Futian. Her body relaxed and leaned into him. It was a scene right out of a storybook. When they got back to the college, Yi Futian explained why Lulan Shui had come. This made Hua Jieyu question whether all his words on the way here were paving the way for this. Arriving at the cottage, Yi Futian brought Hua Jieyu to the second senior sister. The first thing the second senior sister and Beiteng Xinger thought when they saw Hua Jieyu was that she was beautiful. The second thing that came to mind was still that she was beautiful. "So beautiful," Zhuge Hui complimented. Smiling at Yi Futian, she said, "Little brother, how come I feel like everything you told me before was a lie?" This rascal complimented her every day. He told her she looked like a goddess and that there was no one who could compare to her beauty. It turned out he was hiding such a beautiful girlfriend. It was suspicious indeed. How could that be? In my heart, the second senior sister and Jieyu are equally beautiful, Yi Futian stated matter-of-factly. Obviously, Hua Jieyu wasn't going to call him out in front of Zhuge Hui. "Is that so?" Zhuge Hui chuckled at his response. "You're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder you tricked the best-looking girl to be your girlfriend. You're indeed my junior brother." Yi Futian scratched his head and muttered, "Senior sister, there was no trickery going on. It's mutual attraction." "Yeah, mutual attraction." The second senior sister was amused by Yi Futian's actions and started laughing. Passing by, Yi Xiaoshi and Luofan witnessed this scene and sighed deeply. They then lowered their heads and went on with their own business. What a monster! Hua Jieyu stayed for a meal at the cottage, and then headed back to the Guqing Gardens with Yi Futian. He was going to head out first, going back to the Kangyi Kingdom for a visit before meeting her in the Nandu Nation. The 100 Lands at the entrance to the ancient barren world. Ever since the entrance opened over a year ago, this area began to thrive compared to its previously barren state. A city was built from scratch. Emperors of countries all over the 100 Lands had set up quarters in this area. There was no way the area wouldn't flourish. Now, powerful cultivators in all different planes roamed the streets of this city. Whether they were in the Arcana plane or the Dharma plane, they all wanted to test their luck in the ancient barren world. Even though it was possible that they would lose their lives there or might come back with nothing, people continued to go. This was a great opportunity in the eyes of those in the 100 Lands. Just then, a commotion was heard from the ancient barren world's entrance. A group of people could be seen exiting and stepping into this space. Leading them was a middle-aged individual. His aura was outstanding and domineering. He reached out both hands and an energy was released. A force of noble will erupted from him. He looked up at the sky and laughed maniacally. The heavens have not forsaken me. Noble. He had finally reached the plane of his dreams. A plane that only emperors could reach. Although he could already feel the power in the ancient barren world, he could not hide his excitement once he stepped out onto this land. Noble. From here on out, he stood at the top of the 100 Lands. He had finally reached the level of his ancestors, and had the qualifications to become the emperor of a country. The cultivators behind him smiled. This trip to the ancient barren world had been a dangerous one. Life-threatening situations at every turn. Some of their fellow Arcana plane cultivators were never going to come back, but it was all worth it. This was the chance they had been waiting for. The clan leader was now in the noble plane. After being oppressed for so many years, he was finally now a noble. This middle-aged individual was the leader of the Nandu clan, Nandu Tai. After his outcry, everything fell silent again. His eyes swept over everyone in his surroundings. He said, "Let's go." Then he moved to leave the area. Although he was now in the noble plane, he still couldn't be rash when it came to Yi Futian and Luo Junlin, who were disciples of top powers in the Eastern Barren Territory. It was unfortunate that he wasn't a noble all those years ago, though it wasn't too late. At least now he was qualified enough to deal with many things. Emperor Luo probably wouldn't dare to mess with the Nanda clan again. Who is that? Someone asked. Don't know, replied an emperor in the area. They were all confused by the departing figure. How many cultivators have made it into the noble plane so far? An observer questioned. Since the ancient barren world opened, more and more nobles in the Hundred Lands were born. A little while after Nanda Tai left, another group exited the ancient barren world. These people had terrifying auras. Just one look was enough to have people trembling in fear. Are we there yet? Someone among the newcomer group asked. We've arrived at the entrance to the ancient barren world in the Hundred Lands. We'll head to Nandu now, a young man answered. In a flash, they were all on the move, traveling in a certain direction as a pack. Their energy filled the area. There was absolute silence at this moment. Many people looked to the large group in the sky. That was the energy of nobles. Other than the young man, everyone else was a noble. It was impossible that the Hundred Lands had such a powerful force. That looked like the crown prince of Nandu, Luo Junlin, said an emperor. Everyone's eyes widened immediately. The Nandu nation's Luo Junlin was back? He had joined the Royal Xian Temple, a great power of the Eastern Barren Territory, and now he was back with many nobles in tow. What did this mean? A year ago, Futian joined a top power and many emperors gave in to him, and were still in the Kangyi kingdom. Lots of people went to pay their respects back then. They felt that Kangyi was on an unstoppable rise. But what now? Luo Junlin had returned with nobles. This news spread like wildfire throughout the city. People from all countries in the Hundred Lands got a hold of this news and they realized a storm of change was about to hit the Hundred Lands. Chapter 293. Everyone's Attitudes. Chapter 293. Everyone's Attitudes. The Nandu Nation Imperial Palace. In the past year, there seemed to be a force of pressure in the skies above the palace, causing the entire area to feel suppressed. There were many emperors in the Kangyi kingdom, and also all emperors were willing to ally with them. Futian was also fought over by top powers of the Eastern Barren Territory. All of this combined caused everyone in the Nandu Palace to feel heavy-hearted. Emperor Luo felt extremely pressured and thus, he spent the past year almost entirely on cultivation. He was waiting for an opportunity. When happenings of this past year faded into the past and when he became more powerful, Emperor Luo was going to head to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory. There, he was going to get rid of Futian once and for all. He was willing to wait for the perfect time. He was not going to give Futian a chance to grow. Just then, a group of powerful cultivators appeared in the sky above the palace. This got the attention of many in the palace, causing them to lift their heads. When the sight of the youth leading the group became clear, everyone grew excited. The crown prince is back. Junlin had returned leading nobles. More people looked up. This was the moment they felt the heavy burden being lifted off. Crown Prince Luo Junlin had returned and he was leading a group of nobles. What did this mean? Immediately, people came running from all directions of the palace. The entire place began crowded and lively, contrary to the pin-dropping silence it was in before. A figure stepped into mid-air. It was Emperor Luo. He looked to Luo Junlin and the nobles. Junlin, you're back. Father, Luo Junlin called out. This is my teacher. And these are elders from the Royal Xian Temple. The Royal Xian Temple's fifth lord, Yulu. He had come in person to see Luo Junlin kill Futian. If Luo Junlin couldn't kill Futian, then he would watch Luo Junlin be killed. Emperor Luo's heart pounded. He had heard from Luo Junlin last year that his teacher was the fifth lord of the Royal Xian Temple, a big shot in the Eastern Barren Territory. And now he was here in person. Greetings, fifth lord. Emperor Luo was very polite. He placed himself below the other party. Even though he was an emperor, he was nothing when in front of a person of high status from the Eastern Barren Territory. Yulu simply glanced at him. Let's go down. Yes, teacher, nodded Luo Junlin. He was not in the best mood right now. He had been watched for days now. There was no way he could escape this battle. There was a light in Emperor Luo's eyes. Luo Junlin's teacher didn't seem too happy. Where is Miss Shiro? Emperor Luo asked his son. He knew that Shiro was the fifth lord's daughter and Luo Junlin's girlfriend. She was very polite to him when they had met. He quite liked this future daughter-in-law. Father, called Luo Junlin. He watched as Yulu stopped in his track and glared coldly at Emperor Luo. This caused the father-son duo to shiver. They had a bad feeling. Could it be that Luo Junlin came back because something happened? Yulu descended and walked into the palace with the Luos following behind him. There was tension in the atmosphere. Luo Junlin saddled up beside his father. Father, Yi Futian challenged me to a battle here in Nandu. Emperor Luo's eyes sharpened immediately. Yi Futian challenged Luo Junlin to a battle? It had only been a year. Was Yi Futian able to fight against Luo Junlin now? On top of that, he had been the one to initiate the challenge. Did this mean Luo Junlin was the passive party? Where's Shiro? Emperor Luo used spiritual energy to project his message. He could feel something was amiss. Shiro. Luo Junlin was muttering. Shiro went up against Yi Futian for me. She has died because of Yi Futian's clan. I will avenge her. Emperor Luo halted abruptly, heart pounding loudly. All the color left his face. Shiro was dead. And her father, a big shot in the royal Xian temple, had come here with Luo Junlin, who was the passive party in a challenge with Yi Futian. Of course he knew what this meant. Was Yi Futian now capable of causing the death of the daughter of a royal Xian temple lord? What's more, Yi Futian set the battle in the Nandu nation. Why? Emperor Luo thought of a lot of things at that moment. He thought back to when both Luo Junlin and Minister Hua reported to him about Yi Futian. He had then nonchalantly written up the imperial order and sent it directly to Donghai City. He had said that everything under the heavens belonged to him. In Nandu, his will was the will of the heavens. He wanted Yi Futian to be a study attendant, essentially a servant, and Hua Jieyu to be the crown princess. Now in merely 2 years, he felt shivers hearing Yi Futian's name again. Others in the palace did not know why Luo Junlin had come back. They were still in heated discussions regarding this topic. Everyone seemed so excited. The news of this continued to make its way out of the palace. Not long after, Minister Hua stepped into the imperial palace. He moved rapidly and had a commanding presence. His eyes were sharp and a smile was spread across his face. Was the crown prince back with a group of nobles? This was exciting news. At the same time, there was a remote courtyard located at the border of the deep palace. It was a rundown location that looked like it hasn't been cleaned in a long while. It was hard to imagine that such a place existed in such an extravagant palace. Just then, an extremely beautiful female walked into the courtyard. The guards outside bowed and greeted Princess. The female was the Princess of Nandu. She was no longer the little girl she was before. She had blossomed into a captivating beauty with a hint of indifference and grace. Inside the rundown courtyard, a figure sat quietly on an old rocking chair. He seemed so relaxed and dazed as he looked up at the sky. It didn't seem like he noticed the princess' arrival. "Teacher, I'm here to see you," she called out. The figure seated in front of her was the Nandu nation's Minister Zhua. He was placed on house arrest in the palace. "Child, I told you not to come as often anymore." "Wouldn't want His Majesty to get upset," said Minister Zhua. "My older brother came back from the royal Xian temple with a bunch of nobles," she said. "I saw." His tone was still so calm. He did not seem fazed. "Teacher, do you still believe in your prophecy?" she asked. "If you apologize to my father, I can put in a good word to get him to forgive you too." Minister Zhua chuckled and shook his head. "Silly girl. This isn't a good sign for Nandu. Just look at the sky." Saying this, he reached his arm to point at the sky. "So red, blood red." She took a look and sighed inwardly. "Take care, teacher." Then she turned to leave. The princess had been trying her best but never managed to persuade anyone. Minister Zhua was still smiling up at the sky. "The evils we bring ourselves are the hardest to bear." The news quickly spread all over the 100 lands. On the second day of Luo Junlin's return, many emperors from surrounding countries came to pay the Nandu nation a visit. Even when Shiro had come, many of them arrived to see her. Now, nobles from the royal Xian temple were here, and the rumors even said one of them was a lord of the temple. In the past year, many emperors became close with the Kangyi kingdom. They were afraid that Emperor Luo might hold a grudge against them for that. There was no way these emperors from the Hundred Lands knew what was going on at the center of the Eastern Barren territory. They also didn't know why Luo Junlin came back with the nobles. Ever since Luo Junlin entered the royal Xian temple, and the door to the ancient barren world opened, the Hundred Lands have been in a state of unrest. Nobody wanted to get sucked into the storm and potentially lose their lives. Everyone wanted to move up in life. In a situation like this, how could they not visit when a big shot from the royal Xian temple was here? Thus, the entire Nanda Palace, no, the entire imperial city, was filled with a celebratory atmosphere. It was as if the Nandu nation was welcoming the peak period of their country. Nandu had its reputation ruined during the Tingfeng banquet over a year ago. Now the crown prince was back. Was he finally able to make the country proud? Emperor Luo welcomed the visiting emperors like nothing was wrong. They drank and chatted. Through Luo Junlin, he got an understanding of the whole situation. However, he did not announce it to anyone. There weren't even that many people in the palace that knew. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the Kangi kingdom was the complete opposite of that in Nandu. After getting the news, everything became tense. This was especially true in the Kangi palace. Many people felt just a bit worried. Luo Junlin was back with nobles. It was obvious that he came prepared. They were definitely not here in the Hundred Lands for an innocent visit. So why were they here? To destroy Kangi? Had something happened to Yi Futian in the Eastern Barren territory? Some people thought so. Others thought it might be possible that Yi Futian, Yi Wuxian, and the others who left for the Eastern Barren territory weren't favored by elders of their clans. So perhaps they didn't have any say, unlike Luo Junlin. Therefore, he was able to get nobles on his side and get them to return with him. This was very possible. After all, Yi Futian and the others were still at lower levels of cultivation. Luo Junlin was levels above them, and even got the daughter of a high authority figure to be his girlfriend. Presently, in the Kangi palace, Emperor Yi frowned at the news he received. Father, after a thorough investigation, the big shot is the lord of the royal Xian temple. It's the father of Luo Junlin's girlfriend. He is also his teacher, said Yi Danchen. Is Luo Junlin already able to mobilize power like that? Emperor Yi was worried. If these people made a move on Kangi, they wouldn't be able to fight it. Father, should we send people immediately to investigate the situation at the center of the Eastern Barren territory? Asked Yi Lingxi softly. If they really wanted to make a move, then it's already too late. I hope Futian and the others are fine. Emperor Yi thought of Yi Futian and the others, they're outstanding cultivators, so they should be fine. Brother Yi. A voice rang out suddenly. A group of people flooded in. They were the emperors of Yunchu, Yan, and various other countries. They had promised Yi Futian that they would stay in Kangi and listen to Emperor Ye's orders. Emperor Yi frowned at the sight of them. How dare they barge in? They weren't usually like this. Brother Yi, I heard that Luo Junlin came back leading a group of nobles from the royal Xian temple, said Emperor Chu. And Emperor Yi lifted an eyebrow at him. Brother Yi, under these circumstances, we would like to leave Kangi temporarily. You wouldn't mind, would you? Asked Emperor Chu. In a situation like this, if the royal Xian temple made a move on Kangi, they would most likely go down with the country. Emperor Ye's gaze sharpened immediately and said coldly, when Yi Futian made you guys stay, it wasn't so you could vacation here. It was to prepare for any danger. Now that it has come, you want to leave? Chapter 294 Betrayal. Chapter 294. Betrayal. Why had Yi Futian ordered the emperors of all these countries to stay in Kangi? It was a defense measure against Emperor Luo, of course. Now that Luo Junlin was back with a group of powerful cultivators, many people thought they would target Kangi. So, Emperor Chu and the others wanted to leave? Brother Yi, you see the situation right now. If the people Luo Junlin brought back really attack Kangi, then for us to stay here would be waiting for death. We're better off observing from afar. And then if needed, we will come to your aid. You should be understanding of this, stated Emperor Yan. It was obvious none of them were willing to take a risk. When Luo Junlin charged over with the nobles, it was going to be the end. And what if I say I can't be understanding? Emperor Yi said with a smile. It is truly disappointing that you would be so unreasonable, Emperor Chu replied. If Brother Yi is unwilling to think for us, then I don't see the point of this friendship. Friendship? Emperor Yi laughed sarcastically. Don't you guys forget the reason why you stayed. You were the ones who begged Yi Futian. You guys gave yourselves up to Kangyi as an act of redemption. Back then, the 6 emperors allied with He Shiro and Luo Junlin, demanding that Yi Futian's friends and family be relinquished. They wanted to kill Yi Futian. Then, Yi Futian came back on the Kuanping and the emperors came to ask for forgiveness on their own accord. They wanted to talk friendship now? When they had just given themselves up to be controlled by Kangyi, they acted with the utmost respect. They agreed to whatever Yi Futian said and were polite with Emperor Yi, referring to him as His Majesty. But after some consideration and some time together, Emperor Yi didn't feel the need for them to address him as so and reverted to addressing each other as Emperor. He had become friendly with his fellow emperors. But now, thinking of this, Emperor Yi said again in a cold manner, "You guys were the ones who were willing to give up power. That was the only reason why Yi Futian let you all off the hook. It seems like you have forgotten this in just a year's time. So then do as you please. Also, you better pray that Luo Junlin and his people are absolutely sure they can take on Futian and the others. Otherwise, if Yi Futian and his friends come out unscathed, I will be the one praying for you guys. Praying that when you come to our doorstep begging for forgiveness once again, he'll let you all go a second time." Did they want to be fence-sitters? Everyone knew how to do that. But this wasn't that simple. They had threatened Yi Futian's family. He only decided to keep them in Kangyi because he was worried that there would be nobody to protect the country once he left. But they wanted to leave now, immediately after Luo Junlin returned? They sure knew how to switch sides for their own benefits. Emperor Chu's group looked at one another and shared a common look in their eyes. Naturally, they understand what Emperor Yi meant, but the problem was they were in imminent danger while the threat of Yi Futian was not immediate. How should they decide? Of course, it was to take care of the immediate danger. The other choice was to stay here with the Kangyi people and lose their last fighting chance when Luo Junlin attacked. In all honesty, they also wanted to wait and get a clear understanding of the situation, or they could travel the long distance to the center of the Eastern Barren Territory and investigate. However, danger was too close. Rumor had it that emperors of many other countries had already arrived in Nandu and were having a jolly good time socializing with Emperor Luo. The 100 Lands were already stirred up by the situation, and everyone was talking about it. It was said the Nandu nation could mobilize its troops at any time. Plus, it wouldn't take long for the nobles to arrive in Kangyi due to the proximity between the two countries. There was no time. The lesser of two evils. This was a simple choice to make. Emperor Ye's words hit a sore spot for the emperors. If they left now and Luo Junlin couldn't get rid of Yi Futian, they would still be in danger. There was only one way out. They had to pick a side. They had already decided to leave for Nandu. Once they got there, the emperors were going to apologize and beg for forgiveness. They were forced to stay in Kangyi against their will. Would Emperor Luo be understanding of them? Under these circumstances, should they do something to prove their sincerity? The emperors looked at one another and sent secret messages telepathically. Emperor Yi raised a brow, seemingly noticing that something was amiss. He turned to Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. "You two should step out." Yes. The royal Yi siblings could feel the weird atmosphere as well and prepared to leave. Attack! Right after Emperor Yi had spoken, the 6 emperors made their move abruptly. Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi's faces fell and they tried to retreat. But these were nobles, it wasn't that easy to escape them. The pair of siblings were captured in the blink of an eye. Presumptuous! Emperor Yi yelled furiously. Sword chi filled the air and covered the entire area in a matter of seconds. However, the emperors of Yunchu and Yen stood as a blockade in front of Emperor Ye's children. They gave off a similar burst of wild energy. Emperor Chu said, "Forgive us, Brother Yi. We don't have a choice. We'll be borrowing the prince and princess." Emperor Yi moved his arms about and sword chi blanketed the sky. The 6 emperors froze. Emperor Chu said, "Brother Yi, don't push us. Would the palace be able to withstand it if we fought?" 6 against 1. There was no questioning the results and many people in the palace would die. "Father," called out Yi Danshan, "we'll go with them." He knew well and clear of the situation they were in. If anybody made a move, the Kangyi palace would be in danger. "Father, send someone to the Eastern Barren Territory. Nothing will happen to us," said Yi Lingxi. The two of them were furious too. These bastards actually had the nerve to betray Kangyi. Yi Futian was the only one they could believe in now. He wasn't going to let this go. Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and the other two were their friends. The two royal children saw for themselves how well the group did in the ancient barren world. Even though Luo Junlin had the upper hand right now, as long as Yi Futian wasn't dead, the two of them would be fine. Danshan Lingxi. Emperor Yi turned green while his eyes burned red with rage. Brother Yi, we have no other choice. Farewell for now. The 6 emperors left in a flash and made their way out of the palace in no time. Then they went to get their families. When they had surrendered to Kangyi, one of Yi Futian's conditions was to have the royal families from these countries move to Kangyi. But now that the 6 emperors chose betrayal, their families were a direct threat. The Kangyi palace was in an uproar. Emperor Chu and the others had actually betrayed them. They also took Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Was it so they could go seek refuge with the Nandu nation? Emperor Yi stood there with a darkened expression. Sword intent flowed around him, almost suffocating. Naturally, he knew why Emperor Chu took Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi as an offering to the Nandu nation to make amends. The emperors understood that since they had chosen to betray Kangyi, they must make their way back to Luo Junlin. There was no going back after this. They had to mend their relationship with Nandu. When the news got out, the imperial city of Kangyi was in an uproar. The reactions were as strong as an earthquake. Dark clouds shifted and spread in the skies above the imperial city. Could it be that the rumors were true? Luo Junlin was bringing people to attack Kangyi? In the imperial city, the Lins were a powerful family. Kangyi's #1 beauty, Lin Yueyao, lifted her head to the skies. The news that trickled out from the palace shook the city. It was only natural Lin Yueyao would find out. The figure of a handsome young man came to mind for her. Luo Junlin had made a fierce return. What about him? Where was he? She hoped that nothing had happened to him in the Eastern Barren territory. She was worried. Presently, no one knew how things would turn out under these circumstances. The Nandu nation was lively. Emperors from all over had arrived. All the while, the Kangyi kingdom was met with stormy skies. It seemed like in the span of a single night, the two countries had swapped positions. And what would be their fate? Yi Futian had no idea what had happened in the Kangyi kingdom, and nobody knew that Luo Junlin's return with the nobles would cause so much commotion. When he made the 6 emperors pledge their allegiance to Kangyi, it was indeed to protect the country. It was to give Kangyi the power to speak up to the rest of the 100 lands. He never anticipated any of the present events when he did what he did back then. The 6 emperors had betrayed Kangyi, and Yi Futian's past decision had created a direct threat to the country. Presently, Yi Futian was still on the way back. There was a long way back to the 100 lands. They passed by many deserted areas. Took a long time even for nobles. In the cloud-ridden skies above the barren lands, a Kuanping soared with wings that looked like the clouds in the skies. It was the Kuanping from the Lu kingdom. Yi Futian didn't choose to depart from the ancient barren world. Hua Jieyu Yushang and himself were in the Dharma plane while his master, Hua Fenglu, and the others were in the Arcana plane. There were also the 9 nobles. If they left from the ancient barren world, they wouldn't have been able to travel together. Thus, they decided to travel the distance to meet up first. On the way, they passed by the east of the Eastern Barren territory. That was where the Lu kingdom and the Futian sword clan were located. Lu Feiyang, Lu Chenyu, and Yi Wuchen brought a lot of their own people to travel with them. Up ahead on the land below them was an enormous, magnificent ancient city. Looking down from the skies above, the ancient city looked white like it was sculpted from white jade. Son, this is Lulan city. On the Kuanping, a noble of Lulan pointed this out to Yi Futian. Yes, but we're in a rush now, so we won't be stopping. We'll come again if we get the chance next time. Yi Futian nodded at the noble. Lu Feiyang smiled at Yi Futian. They all knew how Yi Futian became the son of Lulan out of nowhere. What a son he was to skip over the city just like that. All right. The noble nodded in return. They listened to the empress order and followed Yi Futian. Obviously, they would do what he said. As long as he didn't ask them to cause harm to Lulan, Yi Futian's every word was their command. The Kuanping continued to advance on their rushed journey to the 100 lands, passing directly over Lulan city. In the Lulan palace below them, The empress sat in an ancient meeting hall. Just then, a graceful female approached. She bowed and greeted Empress Lan. "There is something I need to bother you with." "You'll have to take a trip," said the empress. "All right," the female nodded. "The son Yi Futian will arrive in the Nandu nation a short while later for a battle. Bring a group of Lolan's most powerful nobles over to greet the son. Other than that, if he is victorious, you guys don't have to do anything. But if he loses, I don't wish for anything to happen to him," said the empress. "I understand." This young lady was the empress' most trusted subordinate. She had been with the empress for many years, through thick and thin. She was known as the person only lesser to the empress. Lan left the hall and the empress sat back in her chair. Her eyes drifted outside. They would pass by Lulan on the way to the Hundred Lands from the Eastern Barren Territory, but that rascal Yi Futian felt prejudice against her. He was definitely not going to come. However, she didn't care. To her, it didn't matter what he thought of her. Chapter 295. Chapter 295. Rage. The imperial city of the Nandu nation was immersed in a joyous atmosphere, especially the imperial palace. Many people were looking forward to the Prince Luo Junlin leading an army of cultivators and attacking Kangyi. According to His Majesty, this day was not far away. Within a few more days they would eliminate Kangyi and kill Yi Futian. Due to the overwhelming announcement, people from different parts of the Nandu nation came to the imperial city one after another. People from all the major cities had come to observe the situation. In the imperial palace, there was a continuous stream of people entering to pay a visit. They included the leaders of various families in the Nandu nation. The Nandu clan had also sent someone to the palace to send their congratulations. Suddenly, outside the imperial palace, a group of people descended from the sky. They were the emperors from the Yunshu nation, the Yan kingdom, and so on. They were still holding Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi in captivity. There were many people outside the imperial palace, some of which recognized them and exclaimed uncontrollably, "They are Emperor Chu and Emperor Yan." That's right. Didn't they submit to the Kangyi kingdom? Why are they at the Nandu nation imperial palace now? Everyone's eyes sparkled. Then they saw the emperors holding Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi in captivity. A strange expression appeared on their faces as they had vaguely guessed what was happening. Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangyi were planning to change their master now. Emperor Chu said to the guard of the imperial palace, "We would like to meet Emperor Luo. We have brought with us the Prince Yi Danshan and the Princess Yi Lingxi of the Kangyi kingdom." "Please wait for a while," the guard said, feeling very pleased. Over these days many emperors had arrived. Even the 6 emperors who had submitted to Kangyi that time were surrendering at the moment. It was all thanks to Prince Luo Junlin, who had brought such prosperity to the Nandu nation. Before long, Emperor Chu, as well as the other emperors, was invited into the imperial palace. In the palace of the Nandu nation, Emperor Luo was drinking tea and chatting with many other emperors. They sat on the ground and appeared to be very relaxed. Noticing the arrival of the 6 emperors, Emperor Luo glanced at them and smiling, he said, "Why are you here?" "Brother Luo, last year we fought together. However, because of the situation at that time we had to submit to Kangyi. Fortunately, the prince has finally made his grand return now, and we no longer need to live a petty life under the Kangyi kingdom. We have brought the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom here to visit you," Emperor Chu said. Many other emperors looked at him. He had said everything in such a beautiful way. Furthermore, he was actually so calm and thick-skinned. "Why did you bring the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom to Nandu?" Emperor Luo asked emotionlessly. "I think you should settle this yourself." After he finished speaking, he continued drinking his tea quietly, as if he was a mystery. At the moment he was sneering in his heart. The 6 emperors were people who would bend with the wind. That time when the Kangyi kingdom was strong, they all wanted to enter and enjoy the benefits. Now when Luo Junlin had just returned, they received the news and came here to observe the situation. Since this was the case, he would fulfill their wish. He did not say anything about the situation in the Eastern Barren Territory, and also did not mention the challenge. He deliberately created a false impression that Luo Junlin had brought the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple here to destroy Kangyi. He wanted to see how these people would react. As for the consequences, he was no longer bothered at the moment. If Luo Junlin won the challenge, Yi Futian would die, and the Kangyi kingdom would of course be destroyed. Everything would happen naturally. If his son Luo Junlin lost, then all these happy clowns would be buried with them. Brother Luo, what do you mean? Emperor Chu asked. Emperor Luo was still drinking his tea and did not say anything, allowing Emperor Chu to take his own understanding. He would not mind it even if Emperor Chu got the meaning wrong. Seeing the scene, the eyes of the 6 emperors sparkled, after which they glanced at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Emperor Luo had asked them to settle everything themselves. How should they handle it? Was it not enough to bring them here? Suddenly, an emperor sitting opposite Emperor Luo asked, Brother Luo, when do you plan to send the army and eliminate Kangyi? There is no need to hurry. In a few days' time, Yi Futian will come here and die. After he is killed, we will destroy Kangyi, Emperor Luo said emotionlessly. His tone was very casual, as if the Kangyi kingdom was insignificant. All the emperors smiled and said, with such an outstanding descendant, you will become the king of the 100 lands in no time. Hearing all these compliments, Emperor Luo seemed very calm. However, the 6 emperors including Emperor Chu could not keep calm. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. The news actually came from Emperor Luo himself, and the Kangyi kingdom might be destroyed anytime. Fortunately, they had come to the Nandu nation to apologize. There was still a chance for redemption. Kill yourselves. Emperor Chu looked at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Immediately, the faces of the two turned pale as they stared at Emperor Chu. You are an emperor after all. Are you actually so despicable? Yi Danshan said, staring at Emperor Chu. Slap. Emperor Chu raised his hand and slapped Yi Danshan on the face, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. With a cold expression on his face, Emperor Chu said, I don't want to say anything unnecessary. Do it yourselves. Some sadness appeared in Yi Lingxi's eyes. She was so young and did not want to die. Are you not afraid of his revenge? Yi Lingxi said, looking at Emperor Chu. Didn't you hear the words from Brother Luo? Emperor Chu sneered. Yi Lingxi smiled and said, although I do not know what happened, what does Luo Junlin, the prince of the Nandu nation, have to compare with Yi Futian? Furthermore, there is still Yu Shang, Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu. You will definitely regret it. A cold aura was emitted from Emperor Luo, and a murderous intent filled the place. Yi Lingxi closed her eyes and a figure appeared in her mind. She was not resigned to her fate. Was she going to die like this? She did not want to die. Why did fate make fun of her like this? Stop, someone shouted coldly. Then, Emperor Chu saw a graceful lady in a red shirt walking towards him. She looked at him coldly and said, You are an emperor after all. This is too mean. That time, he surrendered to Kangyi pettily. Now, he had brought the prince and princess of the Kangyi kingdom here to submit himself. In order to survive, he was really using all kinds of methods. Emperor Chu was humiliated like this and his face darkened. However, he knew that the lady before him was the princess of the Nandu nation, Luo Mengyan. Therefore, he did not say anything and only looked at Emperor Luo. Father, can you give them to me to handle? Luo Mengyan said, looking at Emperor Luo. Emperor Luo glanced at his daughter, and then said to Emperor Chu, What do you think? We'll follow the princess's wish. The few emperors nodded. All right, Emperor Luo said and looked at his daughter. He knew well that if Yi Futian won, he would surely die, and it would be over for the Nandu nation as well. However, today Emperor Chu and the rest had brought Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi here. He was the bad guy, and his daughter saved them. He wanted Yi Futian to owe his daughter a favor. Follow me, Luo Mengyan said. Looking at Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi, the two glanced at each other. Then they followed Luo Mengyan and left the place. Emperor Chu actually really wanted to harm them, and the princess of the Nandu nation saved their lives. After the three left, Emperor Luo looked at the 6 emperors and said emotionlessly, How about a drink together? Thank you, Brother Luo. Delight could be seen on the few emperors' faces. They walked forward one after another and sat down on the ground. The many emperors started to chat casually, discussing the future situation of the 100 lands. There were even a few emperors who hinted that they would honor the Nandu nation as the king of the 100 lands in the future. They knew that they could not do anything to stop the Nandu nation from sending out the army and defeating the Kangi kingdom. Instead of being passive, they might as well be more active, which could perhaps bring them more benefits. When Emperor Chu stepped into the Nandu nation imperial palace, a Kuimping was flying quickly in the sky above the Kangi kingdom imperial city. "We're finally here." Yi Futian looked below him. Buildings and clouds flashed past them as they rushed directly towards the imperial palace. "Master-Mistress will visit Uncle Yi first, and then go to Donghai City," Yi Futian said, looking at Hua Fenglu. "It's your call," Nandu Wanyin said, smiling. "Okay." Yi Futian nodded gently. They could already see the imperial palace below them. At the moment, the atmosphere in the palace was still very tense. Emperor Yi had already sent someone to the Eastern Barren territory, but he would not be able to make it in time, because they did not have much time left. Even with his own speed, he would need several days to go to the Eastern Barren territory and come back, not to mention his man. There was more and more news coming from the Nandu nation so that Emperor Luo could send out his army anytime. Under such a circumstance, it was clear how desperate the people in the imperial palace were. However, suddenly, a whizzing sound erupted from the sky and a gust of violent wind blew across. Many people raised their heads in astonishment. Then they saw a Kuimping. Its cloud-like wings extended as it descended slowly. At this instant, everyone held their breaths and wild joy filled their minds. The Kuimping arrived, so did Yi Futian. In the imperial palace, everyone's heart beat rapidly as they awaited Yi Futian's arrival. Emperor Yi had naturally seen it as well and his eyes sparkled. He flashed and turned into a sword, ascending into the air. On the back of the Kuimping, Yi Futian and the rest smiled and looked at Emperor Yi. "Uncle Yi," Yi Futian shouted with a smile on his face. "Your Majesty," Hua Fenglu, Yixiang, and the rest also shouted. They had a good relationship with Emperor Yi. Emperor Yi smiled and nodded at everyone. However, his smile was somewhat forced, as if something was bothering him. "Futian." Emperor Ye's tone was very low, and the usual warmness in his voice was completely missing. Noticing the difference, Yi Futian and the rest knew at once that something was amiss. Withdrawing his smile, Yi Futian asked, "Uncle Yi, what happened?" Luo Junlin returned to Nandu with many cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple, saying that he would send an army to attack Kangi. "The 6 emperors are traitors and brought Danshan and Lingxi away. They have probably already offered them to Emperor Luo," Emperor Yi said in a low voice. Boom! Just as Emperor Yi finished speaking, a freezing aura erupted from Yi Futian's body immediately, and his face turned extremely cold. The 6 emperors had forced Emperor Yi to hand over his family members. However, because of the situation in Kangi, when the 6 emperors begged them and chose to surrender, he still gave them a chance, asking them to stay in Kangi for 10 years. Now the 6 emperors actually betrayed them directly, and also took away his friends Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. His mood at the moment could be well imagined. Yi Wuchen stepped forward. Sword will was emitted from his body, and a murderous intent filled the place. "Uncle Yi, come here," Yi Futian shouted. Emperor Yi knew what Yi Futian wanted to do. He flashed and landed on the back of the Kuimping. "Senior Kuimping, please go there at the fastest speed," Yi Futian said. The wings of the Kuimping trembled and its large body flashed out like a bolt of lightning, sending a gust of violent wind towards the ground. The people in the imperial palace all felt that they could not stand firmly. Then they saw the Kuimping shoot into the clouds in an instant, flying off into the distance. Chapter 296. How overpowering. Chapter 296. How overpowering. At the moment, many cultivators were gathered outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, staring at the majestic palace. There were many emperors inside the palace, including the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like who had come to apologize. Nandiyu was a cultivator from the Nanda clan, whose leader had just entered the noble plane. However, Luo Junlin had returned, and they had to observe the situation first. Because of their leader's current level, they were thinking about whether the Luo family could return the Nandu nation to them after dominating the 100 lands, or perhaps give them another kingdom, such as Kangi. Nandiyu came here to send his congratulations, and at the same time gather more information. More than a year ago, the Kangi kingdom and Yi Futian were so glorious. However, all of this turned out to be illusory and was about to become history. Greetings, Minister Hua. Suddenly, Minister Hua walked out of the imperial palace. I heard that the leader of the Nanda clan has entered the noble plane. Congratulations, Minister Hua said emotionlessly, feeling somewhat envious. Nanda Tai actually stepped into the noble plane before he did. All thanks to your support. When can I meet His Majesty and the Prince? Nanda Yu asked. His Majesty is now chatting with various emperors, while the Prince is cultivating with the people from the Royal Xian Temple. You can follow me and take a walk around the palace, Minister Hua said. Nanda Yu nodded and said, all right then. Thank you. Then the two walked towards the palace. Suddenly, a fierce whiz was heard in the distance, accompanied by many exclamations, causing Minister Hua and Nanda Yu to stop and turn around to take a look. There, a giant was charging directly towards the palace at an astonishing speed. It seemed to be a Kuenpeng. Kuenpeng. Minister Hua's look turned serious. More than a year ago, Yi Futian rode a Kuenpeng to return to Kangyi. Now, a Kuenpeng appeared in the sky above the Nandu nation. Was he here? Apart from him, many people outside the imperial palace raised their heads and looked at the sky as well, all feeling shocked. It was actually the legendary demon Kuenpeng. The enormous Kuenpeng flew towards the imperial palace directly. Finally, the group of people on its back became visible. Their leader was a handsome man with an icy expression. He was of course Yi Futian. That time during the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian behaved extremely frivolously. There were too many people in the Nandu nation who knew him. Yi Futian is back. Everyone was very surprised. Furthermore, he was going towards the Nandu nation imperial palace. Minister Hua frowned. After the prince returned, His Majesty said that after a few more days he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi. Indeed, Yi Futian was here. It seemed that His Majesty and the prince knew about it all along. Nanda Yu's eyes sparkled. He did not only see Yi Futian, but also the charming and elegant lady beside him. She was Hua Jieyu, a junior whom the Nanda clan had put in a lot of effort to train. Also, Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wenin were all there. Stop them, Minister Hua commanded coldly. Just as he finished speaking, the guards ascended into the air and blocked the path to the imperial palace. They looked at Yi Futian and his team and shouted, "Stop!" Enter, Yi Futian said. The Kuenpeng's wings trembled and its huge body charged forward. Needless to say, the guards were all sent flying away directly. Following a loud rumble, the gates of the imperial palace collapsed due to the collision. Behind them, countless people witnessed the scene and felt flabbergasted. Did Yi Futian just break into the palace? How dare you? Minister Hua flashed and blocked in front of them. His look was extremely cold. Kill everyone in the way, Yi Futian said. The silver snow guards behind him released their noble auras and stepped forward. Minister Hua was very shocked. Seeing the incoming silver snow guards and the Kuenpeng, he did not dare to intercept and backed away immediately with his look turning very black. How did he dare to block? At the moment, many important people from the Royal Xian Temple were inside the imperial palace, including the fifth lord. Why did Yi Futian dare to break in by force? Even if he had nobles with him, he should not be so bold. The Kuenpeng flew past Minister Hua. Standing on its back, Yi Futian glanced at Minister Hua. His extremely freezing look caused Minister Hua to feel cold throughout his body. Yi Futian's look made him feel that he was looking at a dead person. It was as if in Yi Futian's eyes, Minister Hua was already non-existent. Nanda Yu's heart raced wildly. Not long ago, he was still thinking that Yi Futian and the Kangyi kingdom would probably both be eliminated this time. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Futian was here, and he broke into the Nandu nation imperial palace by force. But did Emperor Luo not say that he would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi? Why did Yi Futian still dare to do so? Did Yi Futian really not get any help from his clan? Then where did those nobles come from? Let's go, Minister Hua said coldly. He continued moving forward, following the Kuenpeng. At the moment, the various emperors who had been drinking tea inside the imperial palace had noticed the sound outside. Emperor Luo's look turned cold, for he knew that Yi Futian had come. Only he knew the reason for Luo Junlin's return. He did not tell anyone else and even announced to the public that he was going to kill Yi Futian and annihilate Kangyi. However, Yi Futian was now here. It was really funny that those foolish emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like heard the rumors and wanted to surrender to him. But he would obviously not care about the fate of those emperors. During that time, these people who would always fall on the side of the stronger had already betrayed once. Since they were willing to come here, he welcomed them warmly. Clearly, he was not bothered about the consequences. What is happening? All the emperors were astonished. What happened? Emperor Chu's eyes sparkled. Suddenly, Emperor Luo stood up and smiling, he said, "Brothers, you should get up and welcome the guests." After he finished speaking, he started walking forward. Before him, a Kuenping suddenly appeared fiercely. On its way, many people wanted to stop it but did not dare to do so. Therefore, they could only watch the Kuenping flatten many buildings and eventually reach the place. Yi Futian appeared on the Kuenping. The emperor from the Yunchu nation froze and his heart trembled violently. Yi Futian once again rode the Kuenping here. The scene was extremely similar to the one that happened more than a year ago. Moreover, this time there were more powerful cultivators beside him. "Where are they?" Yi Futian asked coldly. He did not say anything unnecessary and questioned the emperor directly. Seeing the scene, Emperor Yi was very surprised. On their way, Yi Futian's look was very cold as he was in a bad mood, while Emperor Yi was also worried about Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi. Thus, the two were not in the mood to chat about the things that happened in the Eastern Barren territory. He was therefore unclear about the situation as well, and only followed Yi Futian to the Nandu nation. From the way that they entered the imperial palace, it seemed that Yi Futian was not afraid of Luo Junlin at all. So did Emperor Luo purposely spread the rumors these few days? Seeing Yi Futian's look, the 6 emperors looked at Emperor Luo one after another. Emperor Luo stared at Yi Futian. At the same time, Yi Futian was also looking at him. The two stared at each other, and this was the first time that the two really stood opposite each other. Although they had already met on the Tingfeng banquet, Yi Futian was still too weak to stand opposite him at that time. However, at the moment, when Yi Futian looked at the once all-powerful emperor who changed his fate with just an edict, there was only coldness in his eyes. In the past, Emperor Luo was far more superior than him. He could not even reject an order from Emperor Luo. However, now he had seen too many nobles. "Yi Futian, did you just break into my imperial palace like this?" Emperor Luo was looking at the handsome young man in front of him, and also recalled the events in the past. The young man whom he was not bothered with, and whose fate he once thought he could easily change, was already famous in the Eastern Barren territory at the moment. He could even force Hishiro, the daughter of the 5th Lord of the Royal Xian Temple, to die. How ironic that was. "Do you want your whole family to die?" Yi Futian's tone was extremely icy. He was not polite at all as he threatened directly. Just as he finished speaking, everyone present was astounded, especially the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. The sentence was like a bolt out of the blue. Yi Futian asked Emperor Luo if he wanted his entire family to die. How contemptuous and arrogant that was. It was precisely the meaning behind such arrogance that really caused all the emperors present to feel a wave of coldness fill their bodies. Yi Futian came here in such an overpowering way, and he definitely knew that Luo Junlin was here. Therefore, what did it mean when he dared to speak to Emperor Luo in such a way? At this instant, Emperor Chu's face turned extremely pale. He felt that he might have made a fatal mistake. Apart from the emperors, Minister Hua and Nandiyu also felt frozen after hearing Yi Futian's words, as if Yi Futian said that line not only to Emperor Luo but also to them. "Where are they?" Yi Futian continued in an icy tone. Emperor Luo's expression became as awkward as it could possibly be. The young man whom he could once eliminate with just an order was speaking to him with such a tone at the moment. "Do you want your whole family to die?" "Yi Futian, how dare you?" someone suddenly shouted coldly. Luo Junlin and the people from the Royal Xian Temple had arrived. A trace of hope was rekindled in Emperor Chu's heart, as he prayed that Luo Junlin could deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin. Just as Luo Junlin stopped and was about to speak, Yi Futian said emotionlessly, "Do you believe that I can kill you right now?" The cottage had its own rules. Hishiro bore the full responsibility for his attempted assassination and killed herself. Thus Luo Junlin was not punished. Yi Futian knew that Luo Junlin had played some dirty tricks, but he still did not rely on his seniors in the cottage to kill Luo Junlin directly. Instead, he gave Luo Junlin an official challenge and a chance to take revenge. The loser would die. However, if Luo Junlin and the Nanda nation did not follow the rules, then the challenge would be unnecessary. Luo Junlin's face turned pale. He knew that Yi Futian would really dare to do so. Yi Futian dared to kill him, but the people from the Royal Xian Temple did not dare to kill Yi Futian. The reason was simple: the cottage was stronger. Furthermore, Yi Futian's status in the cottage was way higher than his own status in the Royal Xian Temple. Therefore, even if Yi Futian really killed him, the Royal Xian Temple would hate Yi Futian, but nobody would dare to take revenge for him for the moment. If the previous line from Yi Futian had caused the mood of Emperor Chu and the rest to worsen to the extreme end, then this line caused the 6 emperors to become extremely desperate and regretful. Yi Futian asked Luo Junlin if he believed that Yi Futian dared to kill him immediately. Who was killing who after all? Chapter 297. Death of the 6 Emperors. Chapter 297. Death of the 6 Emperors. All the emperors felt extremely cold. They could vaguely feel that they may have been deceived by Emperor Luo. Now that they thought about it carefully, Emperor Luo had indeed been deliberately announcing the news all along. In reality, after the people from the Royal Xian Temple arrived, they stayed in the Imperial Palace and did not really show up. They did not come here to eliminate Kang Yi. But was Emperor Luo the only person to put the blame on? Hearing that the people from the Royal Xian Temple had arrived at the palace, the various emperors came to visit themselves. They were the ones who could not retain their composure, and many other emperors actually did not come. Why could they not keep calm? That was because they wanted to benefit from the situation. The important people from the Royal Xian Temple had arrived, and the prince of the Nanda nation had also returned. Under such a circumstance, Emperor Luo chatted with them and remarked casually that he was going to obliterate Kang Yi. Would they suspect anything? No, they believed it firmly. Therefore, the rumors kept spreading. Until this moment, when Yi Futian rode the Kuanping and broke into the Nandu Imperial Palace by force, something seemed to be broken. Nandi Yu's heart trembled gently. If Yi Futian could kill Luo Junlin, then how about the Nanda clan? He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who was beside him. This unparalleled couple was almost taken to pieces that time, as Hua Jieyu was almost sent into the Imperial Palace. They used their lives to resist. Because of this, Hua Jieyu almost died. Thinking of this, terror and coldness started to fill Nandi Yu's heart. Yi Futian's dominance broke the fantasies of all the people present. "You are really arrogant," someone from the Royal Xian Temple said coldly. Yi Futian threatened to kill Luo Junlin openly, and was not bothered about the Royal Xian Temple at all. "This is the resentment between me and them. It's none of your business." Yi Futian glanced at the people from the Royal Xian Temple. They gave a cold humph but ultimately did not say anything. Indeed, they had no reasons to meddle in the resentment between Yi Futian and these emperors. If the people from the Royal Xian Temple were to intervene, they would not be standing opposite Yi Futian alone, but against the entire cottage. It's funny how these weak idiots actually kidnapped Yi Futian's friends to go to Nandu. Pathetic indigenous nobles. Yi Futian's words caused Emperor Chu and the other 5 emperors to feel a chill running down their spines. They trembled and really felt fear. Yi Futian said to the nobles from the Royal Xian Temple that they were not in a position to intervene in the matter. What did this mean? "I will ask you one last time. Where are they?" Yi Futian's voice was extremely cold. This time he was really angry. "They're with me," someone said suddenly. Luo Mengyan was already here not long ago. Seeing Yi Futian's overpowering attitude, she was similarly shocked. She walked forward, staring at Yi Futian. This man, who had punched her when they first met, no longer had the immaturity he had when was younger. At the moment, his temperament was more elegant and his look was more handsome. He had ridden a Kuanping to this place and brought many powerful cultivators with him. However, he was here to take back what they owed him. Yi Futian was naturally able to recognize Luo Mengyan as well. She was about 18 or 19 years ago, the age when a lady was the most beautiful. The previously capricious princess seemed to be more sensible and charming at the moment. She stood gracefully at her spot and her tall stature was almost perfect. She was still wearing a flame-red attire and was very eye-catching, but her previous self could still be faintly seen in her eyes. Give them to me. Yi Futian was, however, not polite at all as he glanced at Luo Mengyan emotionlessly. Luo Mengyan gazed at him and said stubbornly, "How can you speak to me like this?" Yi Futian frowned. It seemed that she had not changed after all. Stepping forward, some coldness spread from Yi Futian's body. "Do you want to hit me again?" Luo Mengyan stared at Yi Futian with her water-like eyes. Her wronged look caused a strange expression to appear on the face of everyone. Why did they feel that the princess of the Nandu nation was once bullied by Yi Futian? Yi Futian had indeed beaten Luo Mengyan several times. The first time was during a friendly fight in the Donghai Academy, while the second time happened in Qingzhou. That time Luo Mengyan wanted Qin Yi to become her servant, and she was punched by Yi Futian once again. She even complained to Minister Zhua. Seeing Luo Mengyan's look, Yi Futian also felt somewhat weird. Although Luo Mengyan was capricious, he did not have a poor impression of her. Nevertheless, she was the daughter of Emperor Luo and her position was destined. Futian. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from the distance. It was from Yi Lingxi. She and Yi Danshan rushed towards Yi Futian and Yi Lingxi said, "Futian, the princess is not involved in this. She saved us." Lingxi, Danshan. Noticing that the two were safe and sound, Yi Futian finally set his mind at ease. He approached the two and said, "Are you injured?" "No. It's just that someone with surname Chu slapped my face," Yi Danshan sneered, looking at Emperor Chu. He and Yi Lingxi had always believed Yi Futian, but they still did not expect Yi Futian to reach so quickly. He wanted to see for himself now how Emperor Chu could escape this time. Yi Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. His look actually caused Emperor Chu to feel frozen, for he saw a murderous intent. "She saved you?" Yi Futian asked, looking at Luo Mengyan. "Yup. After we were brought here, Emperor Luo asked them to settle us themselves. He wanted to kill us, but Princess Luo stopped them," Yi Lingxi said softly. Just now, they were already desperate and almost died, and Luo Mengyan saved them. Although they were enemies, Yi Lingxi was still grateful to Luo Mengyan. Yi Futian nodded lightly, after which he said to Luo Mengyan, "It seems like I misunderstood you. Thanks." Luo Mengyan smiled, but her smile was dreary and self-mocking. Did he merely say that this is a misunderstanding? From Yi Futian's look and tone, she could feel an obvious sense of distance. He, whom her father wanted to kill but her master valued, really came back in a domineering way, just like what her master had prophesied. Would there really be a disaster for the Nandu nation? Very well. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at the 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like. A cold smile could be seen in his eyes. Seeing Yi Futian's sneer, the 6 emperors' faces instantly turned pale. "Brother Luo." Emperor Chu looked at Emperor Luo, wanting to ask for help. At the moment, only Emperor Luo and the people from the Royal Xian Temple could save them. Seeing the scene, Yi Futian sneered. Did they still want to count on Emperor Luo now? "Yi Futian, go out of my palace to settle the resentment between you and them," Emperor Luo said coldly. "Shut up." Yi Futian glanced at Emperor Luo. The 6 emperors were allowed to enter the palace, and yet Emperor Luo asked him to settle the issue outside. Emperor Luo's expression turned very bitter. He was the emperor of Nandu, and this was his imperial palace. At the moment, Yi Futian had shouted at and threatened him multiple times here, and made little of him. Hearing the conversation between the two, the 6 emperors became totally hopeless. They knew that nobody would be able to save them. Neither Emperor Luo nor the Royal Xian Temple could. Yi Futian's dominance was way beyond everyone's expectations. The Royal Xian Temple did not dare to touch him. It was funny how they thought Luo Junlin had returned in order to kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi. Emperor Luo also said so. But what was the reality? How hilarious. It's all him. We were bewitched by Emperor Chu. "Master Yi, please forgive us," an emperor said, pointing at Emperor Chu. "Bastard!" Emperor Chu roared in anger. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "Master Yi, I know that I am wrong. I swear that from now on, I will only listen to your orders. Do you think that you still have value?" Yi Futian glanced coldly at Emperor Chu. Does he still want to live? During the first time, Yi Futian forgave them. The second betrayal was, however, unforgivable. Emperor Chu looked at the nobles on the back of the Kuanping and became hopeless. That time Yi Futian needed them to protect Kangyi, and therefore chose to forgive them. How about now? After Yi Futian's return this time, would anyone dare to touch Kangyi again? There would be none. This time he was not only valued by major forces. Instead, he led many nobles here himself. From today onwards, the 6 kingdoms of yours will no longer exist, Yi Futian said coldly. Kill them. Yes. The 9 Lulan silver snow guards stepped out. They walked forward and instantly surrounded the 6 emperors, holding a silver spear each. Immediately, snow started to fall around them and an extremely cold aura engulfed the entire place. All the people below the noble plain started to shiver uncontrollably. The 6 emperors were desperate. Each of the 9 nobles before them was stronger than any of them. Emperor Chu did not seem to be resigned to his fate. An extremely violent spiritual chi started to rage, and willow branches danced in the air, striking towards Yi Futian with an incredibly sharp aura. Emperor Chu was still struggling. However, beside Yi Wuxian, a cultivator stepped out. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and turned into an appalling sword screen, enveloping Yi Futian and the rest. The sharp willow branches swayed gently onto the sword screen, and an ear-piercing sound actually erupted, but they could not penetrate the screen at all. At the same time, the silver snow guards moved. Snow danced in the sky and their spears pierced out like dragons. The terrifying snowstorm tried to bury the 6 emperors, while an extreme coldness exploded from the silver spears. The 9 spears, along with the snowstorm, finally arrived and a silvery light enveloped the whole space around the 6 emperors. Then, everyone saw a strikingly brilliant, dazzling silvery light. No! Miserable cries erupted. Overpowered in terms of grades, Emperor Chu and the other 5 did not even have the chance to show their powers. The sky-blotting silver light penetrated their bodies like snow, and the silver spears passed through their throats, but there was no blood. Their blood and bodies were frozen directly. They stood motionlessly as if they had turned into statues. The 9 nobles flashed and returned behind Yi Futian quietly as if they had not done anything. The cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple looked at the 9 nobles. Who were they? Clearly, they were not from the college. Then why were they beside Yi Futian? Emperor Luo, as well as the other emperors, did not, however, bother about the identity of the 9 nobles. He only saw the death of the 6 emperors. They were killed like ants. At this instant he felt sad because of the death of his kind. Would his ending be like this? As for Minister Hua and Nandiyu, their faces turned completely pale, and even their bodies were trembling slightly, due to either the coldness of the air or the coldness within their hearts. They were emperors, the high-ups at all the places. In the 100 Lands they were kings. However, because of just one sentence from Yi Futian, the 6 emperors all died, turning into frozen statues. Suddenly, Nandiyu thought about Nandatai, who had entered the nobles' plain not long ago. An intense fear filled his heart. Chapter 298, The Supercilious Nandatai. Chapter 298. The supercilious Nandatai. It was not just Emperor Luo, Minister Hua, and Nandiyu who felt fear. Every single emperor present, who had been drinking and happily chatting with Emperor Luo about the future, felt some coldness fill their bodies. At this exact moment, Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at them casually. His look was filled with iciness and ridicule. Yi Futian obviously knew why these emperors were here. They were probably all waiting for Emperor Luo to destroy Kangyi, and really knew how to take advantage of an uncontrollable situation. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Seeing Yi Futian's look, all the emperors started to hate Emperor Luo. This bastard actually told them that he would kill Yi Futian in a few days' time and attack Kangyi. They were all waiting for their benefits. However, at the moment, the 6 emperors had been frozen into statues, standing at their spots. This scene was too much. Turning his head, Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin, and said, "There are 4 days left. You can start to prepare for your funerals." After that, he turned around and said, "Let's go." There were only 4 days left before the scheduled battle between him and Luo Junlin. He would let Emperor Luo spend the 4 days full of anxiety. The Kuanping ascended into the air and flew off into the distance. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, countless people stared at the departing Kuanping and their hearts trembled fiercely. Yi Futian had broken into the palace by force and left in one piece. The cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple did not manage to make them stay. "That's Yi Danshan and Yi Lingxi," someone said. Everyone also noticed the two on the back of the Kuanping. The two were brought into the palace by Emperor Chu, and now they were brought back by Yi Futian directly. What did this mean? Yi Futian came to the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace for them, and successfully brought them back. What exactly happened in the palace? Nobody knew. At the moment, the palace was in dead silence. The 6 frozen statues stood there, and their throats all had similar wounds. Emperor Luo and Luo Junlin were speechless. Yi Futian asked them to prepare for their funerals. The people from the Royal Xian Temple gave a cold humph, after which they left. The various emperors did not continue to flatter. At the moment, they were only thinking about how to redeem themselves. What did the look from Yi Futian before he left exactly mean? Would he come back to get even with them? "I need to go back and inform the leader." Nandiyu suddenly thought of something. Yi Futian had come in such an overpowering way. Once he returned to Donghai, it would be a disaster for the Nanda clan. Luo Mengyan stared at the disappearing figure. She lowered her head slightly and her eyes were red. A strange feeling developed in her heart. He is back. The master is right. Turning around, Luo Mengyan left the place. Over the years she had become much more mature. Minister Hua announced this to the public. 4 days later, Prince Luo Junlin will battle with Yi Futian outside the imperial palace. "Life and death battle," Emperor Luo said coldly, looking into the distance. "In this battle, he will surely slay Yi Futian." His voice was very firm, as if he was giving himself confidence. Luo Junlin could not afford to lose this battle. Defeat would be equivalent to death. He would die as well. "Yes." Minister Hua nodded and turned around, walking out of the palace. Nandiyu also followed him and left. He was already not in the mood to congratulate Emperor Luo. Moreover, he would be trying to kill himself should he do so at the moment. "Everyone, please help yourself," Emperor Luo said emotionlessly. All the emperors cursed in their minds and hated Emperor Luo to the extreme. "This bastard. Brother Luo, we will take our leave first," an emperor said, folding his hands. Although they really wanted to slap Emperor Luo to death now, they would still try not to offend him. From his words, there would be a life and death battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian. What if Luo Junlin wins? The various emperors ascended into the air and left one after another, all feeling very terrible. Emperor Luo sneered and glanced at them, after which he looked at the 6 frozen statues. All the emperors had come here willingly. They were merely small-minded people. Luo Mengyan came to the dilapidated courtyard again. Minister Zhuo was sitting there as usual, staring blankly at the sky. "Master." Luo Mengyan lowered her head as if she was a girl who had done something wrong. "He is back," Minister Zhuo muttered as if he was speaking to himself. "Yes, he is back." Luo Mengyan lifted her head and looked at Minister Zhuo. Much of his hair had already turned gray, and he appeared to be very old. For some reason she felt very bitter at the moment. "Master, you were right. He not only came back, but the people from the Royal Xian Temple did not dare to touch him," Luo Mengyan said softly. "That time father suspected that you were being disloyal. But from the look of it, being the emperor of a kingdom will neither be his extreme nor be his target." Her father Emperor Luo had to be respectful towards the people from the Royal Xian Temple, while Yi Futian scolded them directly. What was an emperor to him? Would her master even betray her father just in order to help Yi Futian become an emperor? Betrayal. Minister Zhuo gave a self-mocking smile. "I once wanted to redeem everything, but your father walked towards the abyss step by step. Destined to become an emperor? If I did not see her that day, maybe I will think so as well. In life sometimes such things do happen. You will meet a person whom you are destined to meet at a particular time. That is no coincidence, but rather fate." Her. Luo Mengyan did not understand. Ministers were recalled that fascinating figure in the sky. Her surname was Donghuang while his surname was Yi. They met in front of Emperor Yi Qing's statue. The two had a similar temperament. It was like they were born with it. Meng Yan, you are already much more mature than 3 years ago, and not as capricious as that time. In the future you still need to live your life properly, and not under the shadow of this period. Forget what is about to happen, ministers were urged. Luo Mengyan would not die. She was not a short-lived person. However, she was destined to be alone for her entire life. Although he said this, some things could not be changed by mere words. Luo Mengyan seemed to have vaguely understood something and felt extremely sad. With some tear marks at the corners of her eyes, she said softly, Master, if at that time I was not so capricious, if at that time I could be closer to him, and did not act superior because I was the princess, could I have changed everything? Ministers shook his head and said, Silly girl. It's not your fault. Luo Mengyan's eyes turned completely red. For some reason, tears started to flow down her cheeks continuously. The Kuanping soared in the sky. Emperor Yi also could not remain calm after the trip to the Nandu nation. Luo Junlin returned to kill Yi Futian? How ironic. Under Yi, you can settle the 6 nations including the Yunchu nation, Yi Futian said. All right. Emperor Yi nodded. Feiyang, you can let Senior Kuan send Uncle Yi, and the rest back to Kangyi first. I have something to settle in Donghai City, Yi Futian said to Lu Feiyang. There were some things in Donghai which he had to deal with. Do you need us to follow you? Lu Feiyang asked. Nope. It's some family matter of my master and masteress. I will take care of them myself. The Silver Snow Guards will follow me, Yi Futian said. Okay, Lu Feiyang nodded. Then the group split into 2. Emperor Yi, Lu Feiyang, Yi Wuchen, and the rest would return to Kangyi. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Hua Fenglu, Nanda Wanin, Yixiang, and Tanglan would go to Donghai. The Donghai city was quite remote and close to the East Sea. It was the main city of the East Sea Prefecture. The news that Prince Luo Junlin had returned had obviously spread to Donghai. However, the impact here was clearly much weaker than the imperial city. The 2 places were too far apart, and the people here could not feel the atmosphere there. Only major clans would pay close attention to the situation in the Nandu nation. To the Donghai city, the most significant event recently was that the leader of the Nanda clan had stepped into the noble plane. After the news spread, an endless stream of people started to visit the clan and give them presents, almost destroying the gates of the Nanda clan. In addition, people from many major clans wanted to ally with the Nanda clan through marriage. They sent their men to marry the ladies in the Nanda clan or sent their princesses to the Nanda clan. In the past, such a thing would definitely not happen. Although the Nanda clan was similarly very strong before this and was indeed the most powerful clan in Donghai, it was still an old royal family. The emperor was suspicious and would surely not allow it to grow excessively. It was therefore not necessarily a good idea to be too close to the Nanda clan. However, the situation at the moment was already different. At the instant when Nanda Tai stepped into the noble plane, they knew that many things would change. Emperor Luo might need to rely on his powers. Today, a grand banquet was being held in the Nanda clan. All the powerful people from the Donghai city had come here to send their congratulations. Inside the Nanda clan, the banquet seats were filled with people. All the major forces from the Donghua city had all arrived. An example was the Donghai Academy. It was of course led by Yen Shao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, and the Art Saint. The vice-headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, Han Mo, had died mysteriously while chasing Yi Futian. At the moment, the Art Saint had taken over the position of the vice-headmaster. Apart from the people from the Donghai Academy, Lord Luo was also here, as well as large clans such as the Lin family. Lin Xia was among the people of the Lin family. She was sitting with her father. Mu Hong, whom Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian had visited before, was also here. He was Hua Fenglio's friend and was in the Arcana plane. That time he rejected taking Yi Futian in as his disciple. In summary, almost all the important people from the Donghai city were present. Nobody dared to not give a noble some face. A noble was someone who might become an emperor. After everyone had sat down, Nanda Tai stepped in slowly with a majestic gait and a noble style. He glanced at the crowd with a dignified look and then approached the only seat at the front, after which he sat down. Greetings, Nanda clan leader. Everyone stood up one after another and saluted. appearing to be extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the noble plane, Nanditai's status was already different. Nanditai glanced at the crowd with a sharp look, feeling very pleased. The scene made him feel the honor his ancestors once had, the feeling of being worshipped by everyone. This day was not far away. "Everyone, please sit," Nanditai said, waving his hand and fully displaying his style as a noble. Everyone thanked him and then sat down. Nanditai smiled. An emperor was worshipped by everyone just like this. At the moment he was already a real king of the Donghai city, and the next step would be to become the emperor of a kingdom. He had already reached the required level, and all that was needed was an appropriate opportunity. He glanced at Nanda Wunshan, who was lowering his head, and sneered in his heart. So what if you are a direct descendant of the royal family? At the moment he was already a true king. After the incident at that time, he did not punish Nanda Wunshan at all, because did not want to cross the line and also did not want another internal conflict. However, at the moment the so-called descendant of the king no longer needed to exist because he was the king. After Emperor Luo destroyed Yi Futian and the Kangyi kingdom, Nanda Wunshan and his relatives could disappear as well. Chapter 299 Every single one of them. Chapter 299 Every single one of them. Since the school of the Emperor Star unified Donghai Academy, it had been taking firm control over the academy. However, as the best place to cultivate in the entire East Sea Prefecture, many young people from various places would still come here to cultivate. The academy was full of lively young people, many of whom were also discussing the situation of the Nanda clan. A noble had actually appeared in Donghai City, causing many juniors in the academy to develop a sense of admiration. At the moment, a group of people with extraordinary temperaments appeared outside Donghai Academy and stepped into it. They were, of course, Yi Futian and his team. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, Yushang, Yi Qingxian, and Tang Wan walked in front, stepping into the familiar place. They all felt that the things here had stayed the same, but the people had changed. 2 years ago they were cultivating here, but it was as if a long time had passed. They even felt like the environment was already somewhat unfamiliar. Yixiang, Hua Fenglu, Nandawanin, and Tanglan similarly sighed with emotions. They were also part of Donghai Academy in the past, and Yixiang was even the headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. Hua Fenglu and Nandawanin had cultivated in the School of the Emperor Star before, while Tanglan had cultivated in the School of the Finance Star. However, was the Donghai Academy now still the same Donghai Academy? The auras of Yi Futian and his team members were too outstanding, and therefore they attracted the attention of all the disciples instantly, especially Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, who were walking at the front. Their looks were really too amazing. They are probably not disciples of Donghai Academy, right? Suddenly, a disciple who was about 18 years old walked past. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, his look immediately froze. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu. He stopped and muttered to himself, "Headmaster Yi." Then he turned around quickly and ran into the distance. Immediately, the news that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had returned alarmed the entire Donghai Academy. Even those young people were shocked after knowing their identities. Are they the ones who caused a great disturbance in the Nandu nation that time? They were from Donghai Academy. After a while, some elders came to the place. Seeing Yixiang, Hua Fenglu, and the rest, they took in a deep breath. "Yixiang," someone shouted. "Where is Yan Shao?" Yixiang asked directly. "Why are you back here?" someone questioned. "Let's go to the School of the Emperor Star," Yi Futian said coldly. The group continued to walk forward. When they reached the School of the Emperor Star, many disciples had already come down from the mountain and were staring coldly at them. Of course, some vigilance could be felt from the disciples. "Where is Yan Shao?" Yi Futian asked. "Is my grandmaster buried at the School of the Emperor Star?" That time, he had warned Yan Shao that his grandmaster must be buried at the School of the Emperor Star. Otherwise, he would let the whole school be buried with his grandmaster. "The School of the Emperor Star is not a graveyard," someone said coldly. "So this means my grandmaster is not buried here." Yi Futian's tone became cold. He started to step forward. "Yi Futian, Nanditai has already entered the noble plane. I advise all of you to leave," someone said. "Nanditai noble?" Yi Futian sneered. He looked at Yixiang and said, Grandmaster's death was directly caused by Minister Hua and Nandatai, right? Yes, Yixiang nodded. Okay. Nandatai will be buried with him, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. The hearts of the people from the school of the Emperor's Star trembled. Yixiang took a step forward and a powerful might spread out. Looking at the people from the school of the Emperor's Star, he asked, "Where is Elder Qin buried?" Feeling the pressure from Yixiang, the faces of the people from the school of the Emperor's Star darkened, but they still did not speak. Bang! Yixiang stepped forward and punched out. In that instant, thousands of afterimages burst out from his fist. The expressions of the people in front changed drastically as they tried to block. However, following many loud bangs, they flew out directly one after another and spat up much blood. Their faces turned pale as they gazed at Yixiang. The headmaster of the school of the Finance Star was becoming stronger and stronger. Where? Yixiang stepped forward. After Elder Qin died, the school of the Emperor's Star discussed how to bury him. The school is a place for cultivation and obviously cannot be used to bury anyone. Therefore, we cremated Elder Qin's body. His ashes have been placed at the location where he used to live. In this way, we did not bring disgrace to him, someone said. Ashes? Yi Futian gave a somewhat dreary smile. He flashed and started walking in the air. Hua Jiyu followed him and they went to the place where Hua Jiyu once lived, which was also where Elder Qin had resided. When they arrived at Elder Qin's former residence, the place was already overgrown with weeds. The dilapidated courtyard had not been cleaned for a long time and was even sealed up. Nobody cared about the place. In the old house where Elder Qin used to live, there was a cinerary casket. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu stood in front of the cinerary casket and felt very sad. Tears flowed down from Hua Jiyu's eyes as she said softly, "Grandmaster." Yi Futian's eyes were also slightly red. He still remembered Elder Qin teaching him how to play the guqin at this place during that time. The smile from the kindly elder was so amiable. That day after waking up in the morning, the elder saw him with Jiyu and blessed them with eternal love. He also recalled the music, a chaotic nation at the Nanda clan that time. Although Elder Qin was about to die, he played the piece with much vigor and dignity which remained in everyone's memories forever. However, after he died, he was merely placed here alone. Thinking about this, Yi Futian felt an intense sorrow surging up his heart. The elder was laid quietly in the school of the Emperor's Star. Most disciples of Donghai Academy probably did not even know that such a person existed. Yi Futian knelt on the ground and started kowtowing at the dust-filled cinerary casket. His head collided with the ground and actually produced a clear sound. With her face wet with tears, Hua Jiyu knelt down and also started to kowtow at the deceased elder. Then Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanyin walked up as well and knelt down. This was their master. "Grandmaster, you like the school of the Emperor's Star. I will let you stay here. Although you like a quiet environment, I do not hope that you will still be so lonely after passing. Therefore I will do certain things. Grandmaster, please forgive me." Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the cinerary casket. Donghai Academy should not forget about such a senior. Yixiang also supported Yi Futian. Elder Qin had no intention of becoming reputed. Otherwise, he would not have stayed alone in the school of the Emperor's Star to practice guqin, but they could not bear seeing him being still so lonely after dying. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Then he stood up and walked outside. Some coldness flashed across his eyes. He ascended into the air and flew towards the most central part of the school of the Emperor's Star, while the silver snow guards followed him closely. The group reached the top of the glorious palace in the school. Below them, there was a straight flight of stairs that could lead all the way down from the school of the Emperor's Star. "Yi Futian, how dare you?" Seeing Yi Futian being so rude, many people from the school of the Emperor's Star came to scold him. "I'll give you an hour. I'll scram. From today onwards, the school of the Emperor's Star will no longer exist," Yi Futian said coldly. His voice spread towards the distance, causing many people to be astonished. During the time when Yi Futian was younger, he stood at the gates of the school of the Emperor's Star. He played decree of the general and allowed everyone to witness his unparalleled elegance. Today, he stood on top of the school of the Emperor's Star and announced that from that day on, there would be no more school of the Emperor's Star. Arrogant. An arcana playing cultivator stepped forward. Immediately, Silver Nine glanced at him and a noble-level ice intent bloomed. With just one look, the Arcana Plane cultivator stopped in the air. Then snow covered his body and he turned into an ice statue in midair. Accompanied by a clear sound, the frozen statue exploded and his body was crushed directly with it. Immediately, the looks from all the people in the school of the Emperor Star froze and their faces turned pale. The 9 cultivators stood behind Yi Futian, and an extremely terrifying coldness spread from them. That was the aura of nobles. They were 9 nobles. Seal the school of the Emperor Star with ice, Yi Futian said coldly. The 9 nobles stepped forward and walked towards different directions. An intense coldness engulfed the entire school and snow suddenly started to fall from the sky. Every piece of snow was filled with bone-penetrating iciness. When the snow landed on the cultivators from the school of the Emperor Star, they actually felt that the coldness was seeping into their bones. Soon the school was filled with heavy snow. It's so cold. All the disciples of the school of the Emperor Star were shivering. Even those who were cultivating were forced to stop due to the coldness, after which they walked out of their places. Then, the cultivators from the school rushed down the mountain one after another. Go to the Nanda clan and inform the headmaster, someone said. The snow was getting heavier and the place was also getting colder. Below the school of the Emperor Star, the disciples of Donghai Academy rushed over one by one and raised their heads to look at the snow-filled sky above the school. They all felt a horrifying coldness surround them. Gradually, the school of the Emperor Star seemed to be covered with a silvery layer and became crystal clear. Air. The disciples of Donghai Academy all seemed to be flabbergasted. Are they going to freeze the entire school of the Emperor Star? This is crazy. Yi Futian stood at the peak of the school of the Emperor Star. Around him, an endless amount of snow danced and turned into a snowman. Then, he used spiritual chi as his sword and actually started to carve in the snow. He closed his eyes and the image of the elder playing the guqin appeared vividly in his mind. His sword danced in the air continuously and snow filled the entire place. Slowly, a statue depicting an elder sitting cross-legged and playing the guqin appeared before him. The statue was very large and its height reached 10 meters. With Yi Futian's carving, he gradually started to look more lively. Yi Futian was an inscriber and could naturally carve. Time passed by slowly. The school of the Emperor Star was already fully covered with ice, and the huge statue was finally completed. The kindly elder was sitting there quietly and his callus-filled hands were placed on the strings of the guqin. However, Yi Futian did not stop. He continued to carve a crane which stood beside the elder with its head raised high. Hua Jieyu, Hua Fenglu and the rest all watched in silence. The statue really resembled the actual person in terms of appearance and expression. Then, Yi Futian took out Elder Qin's ashes and buried them below the statue. He turned around and said to Silver One, Senior, I hope that the statue will remain here forever. Silver One walked forward. Then an extremely frightening coldness erupted from his body, and a snowstorm raged in the air. A powerful spell was cast and gushed towards the statues. Very soon the 2 statues were covered by a silvery layer and looked crystal clear, as if they would remain frozen for thousands of years. Walking back, Yi Futian glanced at the frozen school of the Emperor Star, after which he said, We will go to the Nanda clan now and bring Nanda Tai and Yen Shao here. I want them to be turned into ice statues and kneel down in front of Grandmaster to repent forever. And also Minister Hua and Emperor Luo. These were the culprits who had caused his Grandmaster to die. He would bring them here, every single one of them. Chapter 300. See you off. Chapter 300. See you off. The Nanda clan was filled with guests who were chatting and laughing casually. The grand banquet had drawn most of the famous clans and families in Donghai City. Nanda Tai sat high at the front and felt extremely prestigious. The people who could sit close to Nanda Tai were all power holders of Donghai City, such as the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, the new chief of the East Sea Prefecture, Lord Luo, and the like. Brother Nandu, congratulations on the breakthrough. After His Majesty attacks Kangyi, and the situation in the 100 Lands changes, His Majesty will very likely become the king of the 100 Lands. At that time, perhaps you will have the chance to become the king of a region as well, Lord Luo said suddenly, smiling. Lord Luo, you are too polite. I will still need you to compliment me in front of His Majesty, Nandatai said, smiling. That's for sure. A noble has emerged in Donghai City and everyone has come to congratulate you. I believe that among the people present now, there are many distinguished ones and also many talented juniors. Using this opportunity, I think that we can ask these juniors to give a performance to liven the atmosphere of the banquet, Lord Luo said. A few years ago during his birthday banquet, there were also juniors who performed to complement the joyful atmosphere. However, Yi Futian appeared at that time and surprised the entire banquet with his melody of the white feathers. Then, he defeated Zhou Mu and almost caused Lord Luo to be unable to find a way out of the awkward situation. Luckily, he interfered secretly and the atmosphere of the banquet was ultimately not affected. At the moment there were so many juniors present. Their performances must be very remarkable. Alright. I also want to see for myself the young talents of Donghai City nowadays. If there is anyone with an outstanding performance, I will surely reward the person heavily, Nandatai said with a smile on his face. He recalled the junior Hua Jieyu of his Nanda clan. She was so outstanding, and the Nanda clan had also prepared to use a lot of resources to cultivate her. However, unfortunately, she wanted to be with Yi Futian. Although her talents were exceptional and she had entered a powerful force now, Luo Junlin claimed that he was going to kill Yi Futian, and this may affect her. Then, various young talents walked up to perform one after the other. Zhou Mu also performed. His drawing was becoming more and more fantastic. Mu Hong also asked his children to perform. Mu Yunqing and Mu Yunyi made an amazing performance as well. Xia, don't you want to display your skills? Lord Luo said, looking at Lin Xia. Lin Xia's eyes sparkled, after which she shook her head gently and said, Lord, I am only mediocre and will not go up to show my inadequacies. Brother Lin Xia is becoming more and more humble. Smiling, Lord Luo looked at Lin Xia's father and said, Now the girl is becoming more beautiful and she is at her prettiest age. Does she have a lover already? Lord Luo, she is focused on cultivation only and does not think about love issues, Lin Xia's father said, smiling. Clearly, he knew about his daughter's thoughts. She already had a person in her heart, but it was destined to be impossible. That person was destined to be in a different world from his daughter. He had told his daughter about this before. Despite that, however, Lin Xia would probably not be interested in the talents of Donghai City. Haha, I think that the disciple of the art saint Zhou Mu is not bad. They two also know each other. Brother Art Saint and Brother Lin, what do you think? After drinking a few glasses of alcohol, Lord Luo started to match them randomly. Zhou Mu looked at Lin Xia, who was indeed very beautiful. Of course, she was still not as good-looking as the girl whom he once liked. In the past, he always wanted to chase Hua Jieyu, but the events that had happened afterward had made him more realistic. He and Hua Jieyu were not from the same kind of world. That time, his master failed to chase Nandu Wanin. On the other hand, he did not even have the rights to chase her. Her boyfriend was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Therefore, he was not resistant towards Lin Xia at the moment. Lord, I do not have such a thought at the moment, Lin Xia rejected. Lord Luo was stunned, after which he smiled and said, I was being too gossipy. Lord Luo, it's only because she is still immature. When she grows up, she will know your good intentions. The words from Lin Xia's father were very euphemistic. Lord Luo smiled and nodded. Among the crowd, Xu Yuyan looked at the scene quietly. She was the princess of the Xu family, a large clan in Donghai City, and had been cultivating in the school of the Emperor Star. In the past, her relationship with Hua Jieyu was extremely well. She did not like the banquet today because she did not like how the people of the Nanda clan behaved. However, her father wanted to bring her here, so she had no other choices. I wonder how Jieyu is doing right now. Suddenly, a group of cultivators ran in fast from the outside of the Nanda clan. They rushed here from Donghai Academy to inform their leader. They hurried into the Nanda clan and were about to inform everyone present. However, at the same time, another group of cultivators also arrived outside the Nanda clan. They were, of course, Yi Futian and his team who had departed later. Despite that, their speed was much faster and therefore the two groups arrived almost simultaneously. Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and the rest stood outside the Nanda clan. This noble house still looked very stylish. When Yi Futian first came here, Hua Fenglu was the one who brought him in. That time Yi Futian said that one day, the Nanda clan would beg Hua Fenglu to go in. However, at the moment, he no longer needed the Nanda clan to beg them because that would be useless anyway. When the guards saw them, they looked extremely astonished. Yi Futian Hua Jieyu Nanda Wanin Hua Fenglu. The many charming faces that appeared before them made them panic. A long rod appeared in Yi Futian's hand, the 5-element rod. The rod expanded continuously and a brilliant light flew on it. Looking at the gates of this noble house, Yi Futian's body started spinning forward. Then he lifted the rod and smashed it down fiercely. Following a loud bang, the gates were struck open. He walked forward and stepped into the Nanda clan. The loud noise spread into the Nanda clan. At the banquet, the eyes of many sparkled as they looked at the outside. Nanda Tai asked coldly, "What is happening?" Just as he finished speaking, a group of people rushed in hurriedly. They found the headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, Yan Xiao, and shouted urgently, "Headmaster Yi Futian Yi Xiang, and they are all back." Boom! Yan Xiao immediately stood up. Many people's hands which were holding wine glasses froze in the air. After they recovered from the surprise, they looked outside again. That loud bang! In the distance, a group of people walked into the Nanda clan through the gates. Yi Futian was walking in front with the 5-element rod in his hand. Nanda Wanin and Hua Jieyu were behind him. They also did not expect to enter the Nanda clan in such a way. Stop! A few guards walked forward, attempting to stop Yi Futian and his team from advancing further. However, countless vines swept towards them and they could not escape at all. Immediately, their bodies were lifted and smashed onto the ground forcefully. Dharma! The people from the Nanda clan were shocked. Yi Futian was already at the Dharma plane. Still, there were brave guards who walked forward. However, with no exception, they were all blown backward. Yi Futian and his team continued to move forward, walking towards the banquet step by step. The banquet was very grand and spread out over a long distance. When Yi Futian reached one end of the banquet, he was still quite far away from Nanda Tai. Nevertheless, Nanda Tai could already see them. The people on the banquet stepped back one after another as they watched Yi Futian and his team walk forward. The enthusiastic atmosphere just now had totally vanished at the moment. Eventually, Yi Futian moved closer and closer to the front of the banquet. Lin Xia stared at the handsome figure and a strange expression appeared in her eyes. Is he finally back? Recently, there were many rumors claiming that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and destroy Kangyi. She did not believe them. Zhoumu naturally saw Yi Futian as well and his face turned pale. Yi Futian was destined to be his unbeatable rival. Since Yi Futian stepped into Donghai City, his situation became very bleak. The art saint looked at Hua Fenglu and Nanda Wanin and sighed in his heart. Yan Xiao's face darkened. These people actually broke in just like this. Nanda Wanshan stood up and happiness erupted from his eyes. His sister was finally back. Nanda Tai was still sitting there and stared coldly at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Very lively. Just like the other day. Yi Futian smiled, but it was a sneer. He recalled that during the year-end of that particular year, the Nanda clan was also very lively. Many people were here, including Minister Hua and Xiafeng, the former chief of the East Sea Prefecture. Today everything was just like that day. The place fell into a deafening silence. Everyone looked at Yi Futian and his team. They just broke into the place like this and nobody knew where they obtained the courage to do so. I heard that you have entered the noble plain and set a banquet here. Congratulations, Yi Futian said, smiling at Nanda Tai. Nanda Tai's eyes sparkled. Yi Futian knew that he was already a noble, and still dared to enter like this. He looked at Yi Xiang and then at the 9 figures at the back. Who were these 9 people? That day my grandmaster played a piece of music here. Today I will also play one. Yi Futian smiled and continued, to see you off. Nanda Tai stood up and his expression turned extremely cold. See him off? Take him down, Nanda Tai said. Immediately, Nanda Ku stomped on the ground and flew towards Yi Futian. He bent his hands, which were glittering with a sharp, golden light just like the claws of an eagle, and struck towards Yi Futian. Feeling his aura, Hua Fenglu and the rest did not respond at all. With the 5-element rod in his hand, an appalling might erupted directly from Yi Futian's body. He stomped on the ground and looked as imposing as the furious thunder. A terrifying power converged on his body, and then he struck the rod forward. The strike seemed to have gathered all the powers from the heaven and the earth. 7th level Dharma plane. Everyone was astonished. In merely 2 years' time, Yi Futian was already in the 7th level Dharma plane. More frighteningly, the strike brought with it the powers of wind and thunder. The rod filled the entire sky and seemed to be shattering the earth itself. Bang! Nandaku gave out a miserable cry. The bones in his hand cracked and he was blown backward directly. He held his right arm with his left hand in pain and his face was as pale as a sheet. He was in the Arcana plane. Even though it was only the lower Arcana plane, he was still a strong cultivator in the East Sea Prefecture. However, he could not even take a single hit from Yi Futian. At this very moment, Nandaku recalled the scene when he first saw Yi Futian. That day, Hua Fenglu told him that he would eventually remember Yi Futian's name. At that time he turned his nose up at it. However, what about now? Uncle. Yi Futian turned his head and looked at Nandu Wanshan. Nandu Wanshan stared at Yi Futian and emotions filled his heart. The previous juvenile was already so strong at the moment. Futian Wanin Jieyu, Nandu Wanshan shouted. Brother, everything is over now, Nandu Wanin said softly. From her tone, Nandu Wanshan could feel a very strong confidence. He smiled. Was everything really over? Uncle, are you willing to become the emperor of the Nandu nation? Yi Futian asked. Right after he finished speaking, everyone's look froze. Chapter 301. Debt Collection. Chapter 301. Debt Collection. Yi Futian asked Nandu Wanshan if he was willing to become the emperor of the Nandu nation. Since when was the emperor of the Nandu nation determined by Yi Futian? Even Nandu Tai, who had already become a noble, did not dare to have such thoughts. Apart from Emperor Luo, there were also cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple who were brought here by Luo Junlin. The Nandu nation might even become the king of the 100 lands. Yet, Yi Futian asked Nandu Wanshan so casually. How dare you? Lord Luo stood up. Pointing at Yi Futian, he said coldly, boastful fanatic. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, that time in the Luo Palace when I was battling with Zhou Mu, was it you or the art saint who intervened secretly? At that time he did not dare to ask. However, at the moment he obviously no longer cared about it. I don't understand what you are saying, Lord Luo said coldly. I'll settle that with you later. Yi Futian glanced at him and continued to look at Nandu Wanshan. Uncle, Nandu Tai's immediate relatives will no longer exist after today. I will not let any of those who participated in the event 2 years ago off. As long as you agree, after I settle all the issues, you will control the Nandu nation. The nation clan after the cleanup will very likely still be the king of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian would certainly not eliminate the entire Nandu clan. After all, Hua Jieyu, as well as his mistress and uncle, was part of the Nandu royal family in the first place. Brother, this is the unfulfilled wish of our ancestors. You should take it, Nandu Wanin also said. The conversation between the two caused the faces of all the people around to turn serious. If Yi Futian was only being arrogant, then how about Nandu Wanin? Alright, Nandu Wanshan nodded. He was part of the royal family in the first place, so of course, he would be willing to control the Nandu nation. Furthermore, he also knew that Nandu Tai was already planning to deal with him. Over the 2 years he had been watched all the time. After Nandu Tai entered the noble plane, he would occasionally glance at Nandu Wanshan with a murderous look. Uncle, that time you and Mistress were both present. Help me to identify all the people who participated in the event that year, Yi Futian said. No problem. Nandu Wanshan nodded again. Of course, he knew that Yi Futian would definitely not let those people off. That day was really tragic for him. Back then, he was only in the glory plane and broke into the Nandu clan alone. He displayed his unparalleled talents in an attempt to obtain support from the Nandu clan, but Nandu Tai rejected it. Then Minister Hua and Nandu Tai gave the order to kill him. That time Yi Futian was only a juvenile. How sad. On that day, Hua Jieyu was forced to stab herself with a sharp blade. In order to be with Yi Futian, she almost committed suicide. On that day, Elder Qin played a chaotic nation, here with his own life. When the music finally stopped, he also vanished, being forced to death. On that day, Yi Xiang, Yi Futian, and Hua Fenglu were all chased and almost died together. If they were not lucky, they would not have escaped alive. Now Yi Futian had returned. How could he possibly let those people off? Yi Futian would surely kill Minister Hua, Nanda Tai, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, and the like. The cleanup of the Nanda clan was inevitable. Where did you get that confidence? Nanda Tai stood up. His noble level might spread out and a terrifying noble will pressure towards Yi Futian. He wanted to see why Yi Futian was so confident. Silver Snow Guards, Yi Futian shouted. Yes. The 9 cultivators walked forward and stopped behind Yi Futian. Immediately, 9 noble auras erupted simultaneously. In just an instant, a bone-penetrating coldness engulfed the entire place. Nobles. Everyone was terror-stricken. The 9 armored cultivators at the back who were dressed like guards were actually all nobles. Nanda Tai's face turned very pale, and the aura around him withered immediately. Although he was already a noble, each of the 9 people before him was stronger than himself in terms of will and might. How could he even win this? His body trembled slightly as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. No. He was not resigned to his fate. He had just entered the noble plane, which was the level of an emperor. Disable Nanda Tai and Yin Xiao first. I want them alive, Yi Futian said again. Then some light shone. He sat down cross-legged and his Guqin spirit appeared. He put his fingers on the Guqin and stroked the strings. A sharp noise spread out and even caused space to vibrate. Many of the people present were also guests at the Nanda clan 2 years ago. Immediately, they knew what Yi Futian was going to play. It was the amazing piece that Elder Qin had played 2 years ago, A Chaotic Nation. I will use this piece of music to see you off, Yi Futian said. By seeing them off, he was referring to disabling or killing them. Hua Jieyu walked up to Yi Futian and sat down beside him, looking quietly at him as he played the Guqin. The jingling music spread out and increased in volume continuously as if he would never give in to fate and was fighting back. The scene 2 years ago appeared vividly in his mind. His grandmaster came here on a crane and told him that he would teach Yi Futian one last piece of music. Even at that moment, his grandmaster was still so gentle and kindly. The 9 nobles walked out in the music. Nanda Wenshan and Nanda Wenin went beside them. Everyone, please cooperate and stay where you are, Yi Xiang said, scanning the crowd present. Everyone's heart trembled fiercely, and nobody dared to move. Today, Yi Futian was here to collect his debt. He was here to collect what they owed him 2 years ago. The sharp music was ear-piercing. Many people from the Nanda clan felt fear after listening to the music, including Nanda Tai. He looked at the nobles walking towards him and then at Nanda Wenin, after which he said, Wenin, how have I been treating you? Nanda Wenin glanced at him coldly and said, That time you destroyed my life. Although I hated you, I still chose to stay in the Nanda clan because my surname is Nandu. Nevertheless, I do not wish that my daughter will follow in my path. However, you wanted to control Jieyu's life again. I said that I would betroth Jieyu to Futian. What did you do? Yi Futian came alone to the Nanda clan, wanting to redeem everything at all costs. You still had a choice at that time. If you chose to support him back then, you would have become the king of the Nandu nation. However, what did you choose? Kill. You wanted to kill Yi Futian, and almost forced Jieyu to death. It is unforgivable, Nanda Wenin said coldly. Disable him. Wenin, I'm your uncle. Nanda Tai watched as the aura from the 9 nobles engulfed his body, and the frightening coldness froze everything. He was overpowered by their noble wills and their levels, and could not resist the domineering will at all. The difference was simply too big. He felt that he could hardly move. His body was about to be frozen and his will extinguished. No, I am a noble. Nanda Tai trembled. He was not resigned to his fate. The tingling music reached his ears and sounded so ear-piercing. At this very moment, Nanda Tai recalled the day when Elder Qin played A Chaotic Nation. He recalled the unbending young man 2 years ago who was so outstanding. However, he still did not choose Yi Futian, because he thought that killing Yi Futian in order to spare all later trouble was much easier. However, how about now? The cold spear stabbed Nanda Tai's body slowly, nailing him against the throne. Against several high-level nobles, he could not resist at all. Following a muffled humph, Nandutai's pale face was filled with pain, regret, and fear. Yi Futian said that the Nandu clan would still exist. Nandu Wenshan would become the emperor and control the Nandu nation. That was the position that he had longed for. He thought that after entering the noble plane, he would become the emperor. It seemed like a pleasant dream. He smiled drearily. If he had decided to support Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu back then, would the Nandu nation be his leader? Looking at Nandutai, who was nailed onto the throne, the faces of all the people from the Nandu clan turned pale and were filled with terror. Yin Xiao was even more frightened. He knew clearly that while Yi Futian might spare the others, he would certainly not be able to run away. Buzz! Yin Xiao's body flashed out in an attempt to escape. However, a noble stepped forward. Ice filled the entire sky and froze his body directly. The entire region of space was frozen, and Yin Xiao turned into an ice statue. The noble walked forward and punched the ice statue. The ice crushed and Yin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell down from the sky, feeling as if all his organs had been destroyed. In just a short while, Nandutai, the leader of the Nandu clan, and Yin Xiao, the headmaster of the school of the Emperor Star, were disabled. Apart from the music, the whole place was in a complete silence. The banquet seemed to be so ironic at the moment. Today, all the powerful people from Donghai City came here to congratulate Nandutai's breakthrough into the noble plane. However, they were actually here to see him get disabled. Fear filled the face of Lord Luo. He looked at the scene in horror and his face turned pale. Apart from him, Mu Hong also felt extremely scared at the moment. That time, Hua Fenglu and Yi Futian came to him and wanted him to take in Yi Futian as his disciple. He rejected it and his daughter mocked them. Later, his children had some conflicts with Yi Futian. However, the young man whom he had rejected taking in as a disciple was no weaker than him at the moment. He defeated Nandaku instantly with just one strike. His background was even more frightening. He could let 9 nobles listen to his orders. How pathetic! The person whom he rejected as a disciple and mocked in his heart that time was so strong now that he could not even resolve things. Lin Xie stared at Yi Futian, who was playing the guqin, and looked very lost. He was becoming more and more outstanding. That time on the Tingfeng banquet, he was already brilliant enough. However, after 1 year he had become a legend. Lin Xie's father looked at his daughter and sighed in his heart. This girl is going down deeper and deeper. In the future, how can anyone else interest her? Xu Yiyan looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. She recalled Hua Jieyu's look when she was thinking about Yi Futian back then in the school of the Emperor Star. Like a girl in love. That time, Xu Yiyan laughed at Hua Jieyu. Now that she looked at the two again, they were really a golden couple. A match made in heaven. Perhaps only they would look harmonious when they were together. I really do bless them. The music continued and its volume increased rapidly. Around Yi Futian, miserable cries broke out constantly. Nandu Wenshan and Nandu Wenin had brought the 9 nobles and started the cleanup. Those who participated in the battle 2 years ago were all killed. Those who participated in the event but not the battle were all permanently disabled. Chapter 302. A True Man. Chapter 302. A true man. A vigorous cleansing began in the Nanda clan. Today, all the important figures in Donghai City were present. They were all testy as if they were sitting on needles. One could imagine how they felt inside. The music was still loud and strong, melding perfectly into the scene. The world seemed to be unsettled. Not only did Yi Futian want to cleanse the Nanda clan, but he also wanted to kill Emperor Luo and replace him with Nandu Wenshan. The latter was the king of Nandu. So what if his cultivation wasn't enough? Nandutai was nailed to his seat. Seeing everything happen, his heart was in pain. Yi Futian kept playing quietly, not even looking at him. Now, Nandutai understood that he was definitely going to die. He looked at how Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu matched each other. Actually, Nandutai had wanted to bless them before, but he wasn't that powerful. When he saw how extraordinary Yi Futian was and Emperor Luo's decree arrived with Minister Hua, he could only try to kill Yi Futian. What would have happened if he believed Yi Futian would gamble everything? That day, Elder Qin and Yixiang successfully helped them escape. If the Nanda clan's power was added to that, They could definitely succeed. At that time, he might have accomplished his goal of sitting onto the Nandu nation's throne. But now it was all just a dream. He closed his eyes, the music entering his ears. His heart was already filled with despair. Yan Xiao was the same. Disabled of his cultivation, he stared at Yi Futian with hatred. Back then, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu had studied at the Donghai Academy. Hua Jieyu had been at the school of the Emperor Star too, but now they were at this level. Let us two fight, Hua Fenglu said to the art saint. All right. The art saint nodded. His battle with the Guqin devil would continue. The two controlled themselves from being affected by Yi Futian's music and started fighting. One played music while the other painted. The cacophonous music painted a chaotic image. Zhou Mu was lost without his youthful charisma. His old opponent was way out of his league now. He couldn't even gaze up at Yi Futian while on his tiptoes. After a long while, the Guqin devil and art saint's fight came to an end. This time Hua Fenglu disabled the art saint's life spirit. He thrummed the instrument strings lightly and then stopped. Looking up at his old opponent, he said, "You should know how you defeated me back then. I know it's not your fault. The school of the Emperor Star wanted you to win, so you did. Teacher couldn't do anything and always felt guilty, even sacrificing himself for my daughter and student." The art saint chuckled dryly. Of course he knew, had always known. This was why he never felt joy or bragged about defeating Hua Fenglu. It hadn't been a glorious fight, but had become a classic battle that everyone in the Donghai city knew about. The surrounding people were shocked. They didn't know the fight from back then had been rigged. Hua Fenglu had never talked about it publicly or explained anything. Everyone thought he had lost. Now that he defeated the art saint, he revealed the truth. Finally, Yi Futian's music stopped. The cruel pressure gradually lifted. The Nanda clan was in ruins. Many strong cultivators of the school of the Emperor Star had suffered as well. "Uncle, the Nanda clan will be yours," Yi Futian said. "Take these two to Donghai Academy." With that he turned to walk away. There were many familiar faces here today, but he wasn't in the mood. The group returned to the Donghai Academy with Nanda Tai and Yan Xiao. The school of the Emperor Star, sealed with ice now, was magnificent. It looked like a miraculous scene. The disciples of the academy were all grouped there, looking at the ice mountain and the statue of the old man playing the guqin at the peak. Many people didn't know who he was. They'd only heard from others that this was a senior who played a chaotic nation 2 years ago, sacrificing himself to save Yi Futian. They're back. The crowd came to life. Yi Futian's group returned powerfully in the air with Nanda Tai and Yan Xiao captured. Many people trembled at the sight. Nanda Tai was now a noble. Yan Xiao was the controller of the Donghai Academy. These two could be said to be the most powerful of Donghai City. Now they were being taken to the school of the Emperor Star as if they were nothing. After that, they were forced to kneel before Elder Qin's statue. "Yi Futian, just hurry up. Elder Qin is my senior brother after all. Your master Hua Fenglu calls me Uncle Master too," Yan Xiao said fearfully. He was afraid now. Not only was he about to die, but Yi Futian also wanted him to kneel before Elder Qin forever. Even death couldn't atone for his sins. He would be spit upon for eternity. Yi Futian ignored him. Did he only know of their relationship now? After Grandmaster had died, his body had been burned and bones buried in the courtyard. No one cared for him and weeds abounded, turning it into an abandoned land. When did Yan Xiao ever think of his senior brother? His people had killed his senior brother. "Grandmaster, the Luo family and Minister Hua will kneel here to repent after this." Looking at the statue, he said coldly, "Seal them." The silver snow guard nodded. Horribly cold aura descended upon the two. The extreme ice spell fell onto Nanda Tai and Yan Xiao. No. Nanda Tai and Yan Xiao trembled in fear, but to no avail. They quickly became two ice statues, kneeling before the other statue to repent. Yi Futian stared at the statues for a long while without speaking. Returning to Donghai City this time, he'd resolved some matters. Now, only Luo Junlin and his father and Minister Hua were left. They were the true masterminds. "Senior Yi, who will take care of Donghai Academy?" Yi Futian asked. "I will," Yi Xiang said. "I'll stay here." He'd seen the world but discovered that one's talent was truly destined. He was old and had reached his limit. He planned on staying here and teaching the younger generation. Hopefully, greedy forces like the School of the Emperor Star wouldn't appear anymore. Schools were places of education. It was the place to contribute to the later generations. He was willing to stay here and contribute his own strength. Yi Futian froze. Tang Lan and Yu Sheng walked up, calling, "Master! Father!" Yi Qingshuan's eyes froze too. Yi Xiang chuckled. "What? I'm old and can't mess around with you all. Yu Sheng, I'm handing Qingxian to you. My life is worth it because I can have such an extraordinary disciple." "Are you crazy?" Yi Futian said, staring at him. "What are you thinking? How can you improve in a small place like Donghai City?" Yi Xiang glared at him. "What do you know? Donghai City is a small place. That's why I must stay. I've learned much these 2 years and can open up the minds of many youths here, so they won't be restricted to this small world. They should have a wider view of their life. Plus, with your example, I can brag forever here to motivate the youngsters." Yi Futian was speechless. He knew how Yi Xiang was. Since he'd decided, no one could change his mind. "Then come find us when you're tired of it all." Yi Futian didn't try persuading him anymore. "Alright, you dare say this now that you're independent. Just don't act like you don't know me in the future," Yi Xiang said, shooting him a look. "How could I?" Yi Futian rolled his eyes. Yi Xiang turned and stepped forward. Countless eyes below the School of the Emperor Star fell upon him. He gazed down at the crowd and said, "I am Yi Xiang, headmaster of the School of the Finance Star. I've decided to return to Donghai Academy." Headmaster Yi. Headmaster. Many of the old members of the School of the Finance Star were excited. Was their headmaster really returning under these circumstances? "I know that you all have many questions about what happened today. Some are furious too," Yi Xiang said to everyone. 2 years ago my disciple Yi Futian fell in love with Hua Jieyu, a disciple of the School of the Emperor Star. I'm sure you have heard how talented they were at that time. Later, Minister Hua forced the School of the Emperor Star onto the other schools because of his relationship with the school. He wanted to control the entire academy. Yi Futian and I left. Then, Emperor Luo released a decree to make Yi Futian the Crown Prince's servant and Hua Jieyu, the Crown Princess. The evilness should go without saying. Who can bear it? The Nanda clan and headmaster of Emperor Star worked together for power and ambition. They wouldn't care about some measly youths. We fought back, and for this, Elder Qin even played his last piece and died. I was wounded as we escaped. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu almost died but thankfully survived and escaped. I'm sure you've heard of what happened afterward. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng returned during the Tingfeng banquet of Nandu Nation. Who and Nandu can be compared to them? The later events proved this as well. No one in the Hundred Lands can be compared to Yi Futian, let alone in Nandu only. Now Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu have become disciples of top forces in the Eastern Barren Territory. These two had been so close to being killed by Nandu and the School of the Emperor Star. How can an academy like this call itself an academy? Yi Xiang asked. I'm back, not because I want the power. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng are both like my disciples. I cultivated with them in the Eastern Barren Territory. The benefits compared to the Donghai Academy should go without saying. However, Donghai Academy is my home. Half of my life was spent here. I hope to see it flourish, I hope to see it grow, I hope to see a new Donghai Academy. Therefore I will stay. Right now Yi Xiang was full of jest. All the disciples were silent. After that, a voice said, Greetings to Headmaster Yi. Greetings to Headmaster Yi, more people said. The voices shook the sky. The world was just and just people would win hearts. The disciples of the Donghai Academy were young but they still knew right from wrong. Headmaster Yi Xiang of the School of the Finance Star had given up his status and risked his life to bring Yi Futian into the Nanda clan and fight against injustice. Now Yi Futian was successful. Yi Xiang could live comfortably but he gave it up and returned to Donghai to educate the later generations. Yi Xiang was a true man. Chapter 303 Song. Chapter 303. Shasong Nanda Wunshan would rectify the Nanda clan. Yi Xiang would reorganize the Donghai Academy. Nanda Tai, the one that everyone congratulated when he entered the noble plane, was dead. Yan Shao, the headmaster of the School of the Emperor Star, was dead. They had turned into ice statues to kneel before Elder Qin. Lord Luo and the art saint had been disabled. Many strong cultivators of the Nanda clan and schools of the Donghai Academy were killed or disabled. All of this had happened in one day. The entire city was in upheaval. Nothing this big had happened in Donghai City before. The last big event was probably when Emperor Luo's decree arrived at Donghai 2 years ago. What happened yesterday was a continuation from 2 years ago. Yi Futian's name rang throughout the city once again. Countless years ago, people heard of Yi Futian's name because he was the Qin Devil's disciple and had defeated Zhou Mu, the disciple of the art saint. Since then their hearts trembled whenever they heard his name. After the emperor personally sent out a decree, Yi Futian had refused and escaped. At the Tingfeng banquet, everyone learned about Yi Futian's staff and dharma and Yushang's roar. After that, the rumors about him were from the faraway Kangyi kingdom. Apparently, he had been accepted as a disciple by a top disciple from somewhere very far away. Now he was back bringing nobles with him. His one word killed Nanda Tai, who had entered the noble plane, and Yan Shao, headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star. He said he wanted Hua Jieyu's uncle, Nanda Wanshan, to be the Nanda clan's leader. Right now, he was in the abandoned Guqin Gardens. His grandmaster's matter had always pressed down on his heart. Now it was resolved. His uncle and Yixiang would take care of the Nanda clan and Donghai Academy too. A breeze blew past the Guqin Gardens. The group sat in the courtyard with a heartwarming atmosphere. Master-Mistress, let's live here for a few days. Then we'll go directly to the Nandu nation and resolve that, Yi Futian said. Donghai City was part of the Nandu nation after all. He wouldn't return to Kangyi until he took care of Emperor Luo. All right. Hua Fenglu and the others wanted to stay a few days too. There's something I don't understand, Yi Futian said. How did Han Mo, vice headmaster of the school of the Emperor's Star, and Xiafeng, chief of the East Sea Prefecture, die? Yixiang didn't know about this either, and he'd investigated. None of them had killed Xiafeng and Han Mo. According to Yixiang, they'd gone after them. It is indeed strange. Hua Fenglu didn't know. Yi Futian gazed at the swaying willows outside the courtyard. He thought of the old man who swept the garden and understood something. But he didn't understand why the man didn't appear at the Nanda clan if he'd always been there. Would Godfather really not reveal himself if he wasn't in mortal danger? Did Han Mo and Xiafeng die because they'd really threatened his life? If Godfather had done it, then where was he now? Was he still watching Yi Futian? The next day, Nanda Wanshan came to the Guqin Gardens to tell them about the Nanda clan. The first steps had been completed. With the Silver Snow Guard's help, he now held all the authority in the clan. Those elders weren't stupid. If they followed Nanda Wanshan, it meant they would have Yi Futian behind them. Yi Futian could also help the Nanda clan retake the Nandu nation. How could they not support Nanda Wanshan? After all, Nanda Wanshan was a direct descendant of royalty. Other than Nanda Wanshan, Shu Yin also came. She chatted with Hua Jieyu and teased Yi Futian. Lin Xia came too. She said that she would go to the imperial city right now. She wanted to witness the fight between Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. She would cheer Yi Futian on. The promised date was finally here. Today was the day of the final battle. Today, Nandu Nation's imperial city was filled with strong cultivators. According to the citizens of the city, many mysterious cultivators would arrive. They were extraordinary and terrifyingly powerful. Those people would most likely come from somewhere far away. Rumor said that they were super forces from the Eastern Barren territory. Ever since Yi Futian broke into the Nanda palace to take Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan away, there were all sorts of rumors in the palace. Some said that the Yunchu nation emperor that had taken them to the Nanda palace had submitted to the Nandu nation. But Yi Futian was back with a force at the same level as Luo Junlin's royal Xian temple. Therefore, the emperor of Yunchu was forced to hand them over. This was also why Yi Futian and Luo Junlin would fight. Emperor Luo announced publicly that Luo Junlin would kill Yi Futian and end everything. He seemed to be very confident in Luo Junlin. The people of the imperial city all believed him. After all, Luo Junlin was the legendary crown prince. He had double life spirits. Not only that, his cultivation plane was higher than Yi Futian. No matter how talented Yi Futian was, he couldn't catch up. Yi Futian had probably been forced to accept this battle. However, there were also whispers that Yi Futian had entered the Nanda palace, killed the 6 emperors, and taken the people away. Many scoffed at this though. How could he kill 6 nobles? However, many high-status people knew this was true. The regular citizens wouldn't know what happened in another kingdom, but the emperors of the 100 Lands obviously knew. Today, many strong cultivators descended in the cities surrounding the Nanda palace, including those from the Eastern Barren territory. Everyone was discussing who would win. There was a roofless wine shop near the palace. It was filled with people because the Kangyi kingdom had arrived. The Kuanping landed with Emperor Yi. Yi Futian wasn't here yet, so they waited. "That's Yi Wuchen," someone said, looking at a youth amongst them. Yi Wuchen had become quite famous in the imperial city due to the Tingfeng banquet. Lu Feiyang and Lu Chenyu had extraordinary qualities too. Everyone started discussing that these people were most likely from the Eastern Barren territory. At this time, a group came from the distance. They stood out from the crowd with sharp auras. Everyone had an ancient sword. The crowd moved aside subconsciously, letting them through. After arriving, they glanced at Yi Wuchen. The leader had cold eyes. He was Zhisong, pride of the Futian sword clan's first summit. Li Daoyun was his junior brother, and had asked him many questions before. He often helped Li Daoyun. But after Li Daoyun accepted Yi Wuchen's challenge and was killed, the first summit couldn't say anything. However, Yi Wuchen acted on his own accord and was very close to Yi Futian from the cottage. Zhisong had warned him before, but Yi Wuchen ignored him. Everyone knew about the rivalry between the Futian sword clan and cottage though. In addition, the girl Li Daoyun had liked, Lu Chenyu, was now very close to Yi Wuchen. They were sitting together right now. Under these circumstances, the first summit obviously was upset with Yi Wuchen. "You came from the Kangyi kingdom. Are these your family?" Zhisong asked Yi Wuchen. "Is there a problem?" Yi Wuchen looked up at him. Zhisong was a swordsman from the first summit. Yi Wuchen was from the 7th summit. Of course, he couldn't compare to Zhisong's cultivation. He'd been a swordsman for many years and was known as #1 of their generation. The Futian sword clan is a sacred place for swordsmanship in the Eastern Barren territory. I don't wish to see it used in a place like the 100 Lands as a weapon to fulfill one's personal greed, Zhisong said. "I can't control Yi Futian, but the Futian sword clan cannot be disgraced like this." Yi Wuchen's gaze was sharp as he looked to Zhisong. He naturally never thought to use the Futian sword clan's strength to bring Kangyi to power. Yi Futian hadn't done so either. He'd always wanted to resolve the Nanda problem with his own means and never used the cottage's name. However, the assassination in Chaoga City told them all that even if he didn't, the others might. Shiro and Luo Junlin were examples. For more than 1 year, the Nanda nation had used the royal Xian temple to threaten Neji. If Yi Futian hadn't become known in the ancient barren world, what would have happened? After that, Shiro and Luo Junlin still didn't give up. They tried to kill Yi Futian, which was why he challenged Luo Junlin now. Zhisong's words had double meanings. He was warning Yi Wuchen while also mocking Yi Futian. He looked down on Yi Futian for taking advantage of his position. If it has nothing to do with you, you naturally can show off your character and make yourself seem proud and upright. Yi Wuchen chuckled but didn't say anything else. Zhisong wasn't Yi Futian. His family hadn't been threatened. He was a bystander, so he could act like this. Fake, Lu Feiyang muttered. He'd personally seen Shiro bring people to Kangyi. At that time, the Kangyi kingdom had felt such despair. If he and Yi Futian hadn't arrived, what would have been the consequences? This didn't happen to Zhisong, so what right did he have to judge? Zhisong gazed at them. Beside him, Chiao said, "I would like to see what would happen if Yi Futian lost this time." "He won't." Yi Wuchen was obviously more confident in Yi Futian than others. "A 7th-level Dharma plane against the Arcana plane," Zhisong said indifferently. "Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple isn't that much of a failure." Everyone's hearts trembled. This group seemed to come from the domineering Futian sword clan. Yi Wuchen was cultivating there too. "That's what I think." At that time, another voice spoke. Another group arrived and everyone moved to the side. The two at the front were very stunning. The young man had a powerful aura and the woman had unparalleled beauty. She was like a fairy. Everyone's eyes focused on her, sighing inwardly at how beautiful she was. Chapter 304 You Can Try. Chapter 304. You Can Try. It was Qin Li and Chu Yao. After Yi Futian left the Moon Clan, Qin Li became much prouder. He went to the Moon Clan with gifts, and Chu Yaoyao's master, Yan Feihong, was already swayed. Xiao Yueju's attitude when Yi Futian went to the Moon Clan directly led to this. Yan Feihong agreed to Qin Li's marriage with Chu Yaoyao, and allowed the latter to cultivate at the Dongqing Academy for a while. This news caused a ripple throughout the Eastern Barren territory. People wondered if the Moon Clan would ally with the Qin dynasty. Qin Li and Chu Yaoyao walked over now, gazing at Zhisong, Yi Wuqian, and the others. Chuckling, Qin Li said, Luo Junlin isn't the best of the Eastern Barren territory, but he is still a genius from the Royal Xian Temple, and he Yulu's personal disciple. With such an advantage in playing, there is no reason he will fail. Emperor Yi and Yi Lingxi frowned. These people were clearly all from top forces of the Eastern Barren territory like Yi Futian. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to make such comments. But from their tone, there wasn't much chance for Yi Futian to win. You also thought this when Yi Futian challenged Qian Shanmu outside the Dongqing Academy, Yi Wuqian said calmly without looking at Qin Li. The man had said many things, judging Yi Futian many times. He was humiliated every time but never learned his lesson. Of course, Yi Wuqian knew that they were enemies, so Qin Li naturally wished for Yi Futian to lose. Qin Li didn't mind Yi Wuqian's jab. Smiling, he said, Yi Wuqian, people would think you're a disciple of the cottage. It's so lively here. There was a chuckle. The strong cultivators of the Ji family from the ancient barren world had come. Others descended from the sky. The Qin dynasty and Donghua clan were here. Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua appeared together, causing many gasps. Chu Yaoyao was already beautiful. Qin Mengrua was another beauty, but in a different style. The building instantly became filled with talents and beauties. Even more terrifying, the strong cultivators behind these people were probably nobles. The restaurant not far from the palace instantly became so lively. All the strong cultivators from the Eastern Barren territory grouped here. When the people around the palace heard about this, they rushed over to witness this scene. Emperor Luo also came with Minister Hua. Arriving, Emperor Luo gazed at everyone and greeted them. You all have come from a faraway place. As the leader of the Nandu nation, I must fulfill my duties as a host. This place is very crude. Please follow me to the Nandu Palace. Though he was an emperor, he still had to lower himself before these people. Sure. Qin Li smiled and nodded. His attitude surprised many people. Was this person against Yi Futian? Everyone now knew about Yi Futian's relationship with Emperor Luo. If he acted closely with Emperor Luo, what would Yi Futian think? Qian Shanmu and Qin Mengrua obviously cooperated with Qin Li. Many walked over to Emperor Luo, making him look powerful. The spectators were confused. It seemed that Yi Futian wasn't well off in the Eastern Barren territory. Otherwise, why wouldn't these people care about his feelings? Senior brother, shall we? Jiao asked Zhisong. Seeing this, Emperor Yi furrowed his brows. He wasn't familiar with the powers of the Eastern Barren territory, and didn't know what was happening. Didn't he say he won't get involved in the 100 Lands? Yi Lingxi asked softly. What did Zhisong say earlier? He didn't want Yi Wuqian's sword to be used in the 100 Lands. Even though her voice was soft, Chiao still heard her. His eyes flashed and turned to her. Is it your place to speak? The first summit of the Futian sword clan had always disliked Yi Wuqian. Now a girl beside him had comments too? Yi Wuqian arched an eyebrow. He could tell that Chiao was targeting him. Otherwise, he had no reason to humiliate Yi Lingxi. He stood, sword intent wrapping around him. What, you want to fight me? Chiao looked at him. The surrounding people all stopped, looking intrigued. Was this an inner fight of the Futian sword clan? Wuqian. Emperor Yi placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him to stop. He knew that they were all disciples of the Futian sword clan. He didn't want to make Yi Wuqian's life in the clan difficult because of this. Yi Wuqian's expression was cold while Chiao looked at him with a smile. Yi Lingxi said, It's all right. Let's go, Zhisong said. Chiao chuckled and the first summit of the Futian sword clan left, following Emperor Luo. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua and many others followed as well. The Ji family smiled and went to join them. The people around them looked at Emperor Yi and whispered. Many followed Emperor Luo away. The crowd here thinned. Just then, a group of strong cultivators arrived in the sky. It was Yi Futian's group. In the sky, Yi Futian was going straight to the Nanda Palace. When he was about to arrive, he saw the huge Kuimping below and the group heading towards the palace. His eyes flashed. Down, Yi Futian said. They went to the restaurant. Sensing something, many people looked up to see Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu and the others. Yi Futian. Many were surprised. Sadly, those people had just left. Otherwise, there would be a show to watch. But with so many disciples of top forces here, probably nothing will happen. What's wrong? Yi Futian asked, sensing the odd atmosphere. He looked to the distance and seemed to see Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao and the others. Those guys are so arrogant, Lu Feiyong scoffed. He quickly recounted what happened. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. He wasn't surprised at Qin Li. That guy was always here and Yi Futian started disliking him more and more. However, the conflict between Fuyun's first summit and Yi Wuchen seemed more glaring. Otherwise, Zhisong and Qiao wouldn't act like that. Uncle Yi, did the imperial advisor come? Yi Futian asked Emperor Yi. Yes, he is at the inn. Emperor Yi nodded. Good. Take him to the palace. Uncle Yi, I'll go now, Yi Futian said. His body flashed and the group headed towards the palace. Nanda Wanshan and many of the Nanda clan came as well. The group whooshed past. In the front, Emperor Luo's group was powerful too. Those following him looked back and saw Yi Futian's group in the air. Their expressions changed. Emperor Luo stopped and turned too. Seeing the people, his eyes turned cold. He knew what had happened in Donghai City but could do nothing. Now Yi Futian brought the Nanda clan over. What did this signify? Yi Futian, Qin Li and the others looked up. The people behind them were intrigued. Was he finally here? These people had been invited by Emperor Luo into the palace. Yi Futian must be upset now. They didn't care though. While everyone looked up, Yi Futian acted as if he didn't see them. He passed right above their heads. At that moment, the smiles of Qin Li and the others froze as they watched the people go past without looking at them. This was different from what they had imagined. What is he doing? Qiao furrowed his brows, upset. Yi Futian had gone right past their heads. Yi Futian continued forward. Before the Nanda Palace, the guards all moved aside when they saw him. Soon after, Yi Futian stood in the empty space before the palace. Emperor Luo and the others arrived, staring coldly at him. So many strong cultivators were gathered. They all stared at Yi Futian. Lock the palace. Do not let anyone in, Yi Futian said. Yes. The 9 nobles nodded and spread outside the palace. The crowd was shocked. Qin Li and the other powerful figures were about to enter the palace with Emperor Luo, but Yi Futian stood there and ordered to lock the palace. What did he mean? Was he going directly against the top forces? Many people had sharp gazes. Was Yi Futian really that powerful to do this? The Qin dynasty, Donghua clan, and Fuyun sword clan frowned. Qin Li sneered and said, Yi Futian, Emperor Luo invited us into the Nanda Palace as guests. What are you doing? Today is my battle with Luo Junlin to resolve matters of the Nanda nation, but you are with Luo. What are you doing? Yi Futian asked in reply. Do I need your permission to stand with someone? Qiao asked. He thought the people of the cottage needed to mind their own business. From this moment on, the Nanda Palace no longer belongs to the Luo family. It is returned to the Nanda clan. My uncle is the descendant of the Nandu nation's royalty, and will inherit this palace. From now on, no one is allowed to step foot inside. Just with them. Qiao gazed at the nobles around Yi Futian. No. Yi Futian stared at Qiao and said coldly and proudly, because I am a disciple of the cottage. Qiao's eyes hardened. Those from the Eastern Barren territory understood the weight of those words. Yi Futian's meaning was clear. If the other forces would get involved, then it was no longer Yi Futian's personal matter. He would use his identity as a cottage disciple. Disciple of the cottage. The people of Nanda didn't understand. They were curious as to what the cottage was. What if I want to go in? Zhisong looked at Yi Futian. As a swordsman of the Fuyun sword clan's first summit, he also had his pride. You can try, someone in the crowd said. A few people walked out. The one at the front was a handsome scholar in a pure white robe. Chapter 305. Eye for Eye. Chapter 305. Eye for Eye. It was Gu Donglu from the cottage. Behind him were Shui Yi and Luo Fan. The three nobles of the cottage had appeared in Nandu Nation. Gu Donglu had come personally. Zhisong stared at Gu Donglu. This man had defeated Lu Nantian at the Dongqing Academy. No one could defeat him except those legendary figures of each top force. Since Gu Donglu was here, everything was settled. Qin Li and the others all shut up. Ever since that fight, Gu Donglu's status in the Eastern Barren Territory was undisputable. The people of the Nandu Nation looked at the newcomer, wondering who he was. The palace instantly silenced with his arrival. Even those from the top forces didn't dare talk back to him. Third senior brother. Yi Futian smiled at Gu Donglu. He knew how significant it was for Gu Donglu to come personally and felt warm inside. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. Yi Futian's senior brothers had arrived. Today is the fight between my junior brother and the Nandu Nation. Anyone from the Eastern Barren Territory who interferes will become the cottage's enemy. Gazing at everyone, Gu Donglu continued calmly, "Next you can just watch." His calm voice was filled with indescribable dominance. The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were only allowed to watch. The people of Nandu were all shaken. Yi Futian's senior brother seemed to be more powerful than all of them. Had they thought incorrectly earlier? The cottage wants to be in charge of even us? Qin Li asked. The Futian sword clan agreed with his question and looked to Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu gazed at him. Yes. His reply was only one word. Qin Li's smile froze while everyone else looked at Gu Donglu. The cottage's style was so familiar. The atmosphere tensed. Qin Li didn't continue. He was the grandson of Emperor Qin, but he wasn't at the same level as Gu Donglu. His father would be more suitable. At this moment, a group of figures arrived inside the palace. It was the strong cultivators of the Royal Xian Temple and Luo Junlin. After He Yulu brought them over, he guarded Luo Junlin as he cultivated. He disliked Luo Junlin greatly now, but he still hoped Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian. He gazed at Gu Donglu. Had the third disciple of the cottage come? If it wasn't the cottage, Yi Futian wouldn't force Shiro to die. It was also because of the cottage that he couldn't even avenge for his daughter's death. Yi Futian and Luo Junlin both went into the air. More and more people gathered over. There were countless strong cultivators now. Royal Xian Temple stepped back. Gu Donglu said coldly, gazing at the people around Luo Junlin. He Yulu's eyes flashed and hardened. "I will watch here," he said. "Step back." Gu Donglu repeated, his tone colder. He Yulu's anger flared. The others from the Royal Xian Temple were also furious. "My second senior sister is gentle and kind, so only one person died at Chaoga. My third senior brother isn't so easy," Luo Fan said coldly from the back. The Royal Xian Temple dared to protect the person who tried to kill his junior brother? If it had been Gu Donglu instead of Zhuge Hui at that time, things would have been different. They weren't familiar with first senior brother, the Sword Saint, but they obviously knew Zhuge Hui and Gu Donglu's personalities. Both were obedient to the teacher, but Zhuge Hui was a woman after all. She was naturally softer. Gu Donglu was more overbearing. The surrounding people all looked at Luo Fan. Since when was their second disciple gentle and kind? That woman had smashed the gate of the Dongqing College when she arrived and threatened to stop the battles. The Royal Xian Temple all looked uncomfortable. He Yulu waved his hand. "I'm sure the cottage will keep their promise." Yi Futian and Luo Junlin had promised that whoever lost would die. The cottage could change this rule, so he was afraid. He took the Royal Xian Temple back, stepping out of the range. The space was empty and ready for Yi Futian and Luo Junlin. "Will your people retreat too?" Luo Junlin asked Yi Futian. "Don't worry. I need to finish some things." Yi Futian chuckled and looked to Emperor Ye's side. "Imperial advisor," he called. A man walked out from beside Emperor Yi. When he saw Emperor Luo, his eyes hardened. It was Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of Nandu. "What's going on?" Many of the Nandu nation were confused. Mo He shot into the air and went to Yi Futian. He was blind but very sensitive. Facing the people of the Nandu nation, he said, "I am Mo He, the imperial sorcerer of the old royal family of Nandu." This caused everyone's eyes to focus on him. He was from the old royalty and had been the imperial sorcerer. Luo Tianyi was once the guard of Emperor Nandu. Mo, he said calmly. That year His Majesty Luo Tianyi and I entered the ancient barren world together. Luo Tianyi sneakily killed His Majesty and blinded my eyes. He stole His Majesty's fate and entered the noble plane. He claimed to be emperor and stole the throne. Emperor Luo's face was livid. Nonsense, he uttered. Senior, please go back, Yi Futian said to the imperial advisor. Looking at Emperor Luo, he continued. We can worry over the validity of that later. But what about Donghai City? I conferred a title upon you but you refused. What can I say? Emperor Luo said. Good. It seemed that you blessed me, Yi Futian said, smiling. In that case I will bless you too. After you die, you can kneel before my grandmaster and repent for eternity. You. Emperor Luo's expression was ugly. Yi Futian hadn't even fought with Luo Junlin yet but wanted to kill him? Take him down, Yi Futian ordered coldly. Silver Snow Guards instantly stepped forward to Emperor Luo. A horrible iciness descended. Thinking of how the other 6 emperors had died, Emperor Luo trembled. He reacted quickly too. He shot into the sky wanting to transform into lightning and escape. But then a figure shot up too, standing right before Emperor Luo. It was an icy girl. She looked at Emperor Luo and he felt coldness seep in from head to toe. Then he turned to ice, transforming into a statue in the air. The girl grabbed in the air and brought Emperor Luo's ice body to Yi Futian. A group of nobles appeared behind her. They all had terrifying auras. The Silver Snow Guards froze, surprised at her appearance. The sudden changes came too quickly. In only one moment, Emperor Luo was captured and defenseless. The woman who had captured Emperor Luo bowed to Yi Futian. I am Lan. Greetings to the sun. Greetings to the sun, the other nobles said, also bowing. Yi Futian was surprised. They called him the sun, so they must be sent by the empress. That woman had sent such a strong force here. Yi Futian. Luo Junlin's aura was going wild as he glared at Yi Futian. They hadn't even started but Yi Futian already acted? You're breaking the rules. Hiyulu frowned. Yi Futian glanced at Luo Junlin and said to Hiyulu, Luo Junlin is a disciple of the Royal Xian Temple, so I followed the rules of the Eastern Barren Territory to challenge him. Whoever dies will lose. My grudge with the Nandu nation is another matter. With that, he looked to Emperor Luo. The man's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't care. Do you feel hopeless? He asked. He had dreamed that Luo Junlin could defeat Yi Futian, and he could continue to rule. It was just a dream. Even if Yi Futian lost, it would have nothing to do with Emperor Luo. Yi Futian would treat him how he'd treated Yi Futian before. Disable him, Yi Futian ordered. Yes. Lan nodded. She hit Emperor Luo's body with her palm. At that moment, horrible icy intent ate into Emperor Luo's body. He yelled as the coldness entered his bone marrow. He shook with deep fear. He was an emperor but was now being disabled. Even now he couldn't accept this. He was the leader of Nandu. He was an emperor. Countless eyes fell on him in confusion and shock. Was the emperor of the Nandu nation really being disabled just like this? The battle hadn't even started yet, but Yi Futian had disabled an emperor. No one had thought of this, including Emperor Luo. No. He could feel the coldness damaging his organs. His brows were covered in white frost. Feeling the loss of power, he was in despair. At this moment he thought of a scene from before. He was writing a decree in his library. At that time he had been an emperor that ruled over the land. Now the situation was flipped. Yi Futian didn't give him any chance at all. Him too. Yi Futian pointed at Minister Hua, who was completely dazed. He knew his fate when he saw Emperor Luo disabled. He didn't even dare to escape. If he tried, Yi Futian would notice him. With a plop he fell onto his knees. He was at the peak of the Arcana plane and shouldn't be so cowardly. But seeing Emperor Luo disabled right before him, he was completely shaken. Fear won over his pride. I was just following orders. Please forgive me, Minister Hua begged on his knees. Yi Futian stood in the air looking down coldly. Following orders? It was a laughable excuse. Without any mercy, Minister Hua was disabled just like Emperor Luo. Of course they were in despair. Yi Futian had experienced that despair before. When Xiafeng, chief of the EC prefecture, had announced the decree, it was like being struck by lightning. No one could imagine how hopeless he had felt. Now it was payback. An eye for an eye. Chapter 306. Duel. Chapter 306. Duel. Countless eyes from the Nandu nation looked to the disabled Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. Didn't feel real. There was no way to fight back. With one word, Yi Futian disabled an emperor and minister. They inhaled sharply and looked to Yi Futian. He was so domineering in his revenge. Back then, Emperor Luo hadn't given him any way to fight back. Now he made Emperor Luo feel the same despair. Everyone thought that Yi Futian would resolve his problem with the Nandu nation after his fight with Luo Junlin. However, he didn't give Emperor Luo any shred of hope, just like what Emperor Luo had done before. Yi Futian had thought about returning with absolute power. However, the assassination told him that Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo still wanted him dead, even when he was in the Eastern Barren territory. Thus he decided not to play with them anymore. Since they acted that way, it was easier. He'd wanted to use the cottage's power to challenge Luo Junlin. After killing him, he would kill Emperor Luo with the Kangyi Kingdom, and the other 6 emperors to fully resolve the matters with Nandu. With the cottage present, no forces of the Eastern Barren territory would get involved. However, things didn't go as he'd planned. The other 6 emperors had betrayed them, but the nobles of ancient Lulan listened to him. This way things were even easier. He's so serious. It seems that what happened really is a thorn in his chest. Luo Fan murmured in the crowd. He'd never seen Yi Futian like this before. Imagine if it happened to you, Shui Yi whispered. Since they'd come to Nandu Nation, they naturally knew what had happened before. It was unforgivable for an emperor to bully a youth. Yeah, I'll be harsher. Luo Fan nodded. Gu Donglu looked calmly to the palace. Yi Futian had a cold aura now. His attractive features emanated a cold cruelness, similar to Gu Donglu. Their teacher had once said that being murderous would hurt themselves. However, he also lived by another phrase. Kill all evil. Emperor Luo was the ruler of the Nandu nation but treated Yi Futian so horribly. He clearly was an evil person to play with a youth's fate. He didn't have any pity at all. An emperor like that deserved to be killed. Even if Yi Futian lost today, Gu Donglu would have killed Emperor Luo. There was so much evil in the world that one couldn't rid it all. But since it happened to someone beside him, he would act as the judgment and rid the evil. Yi Futian looked at Emperor Luo with no pity. There was only coldness. Did you think this day would come when you sent out that decree? He asked. Emperor Luo was still trembling. Of course he didn't think that one day Ministers would be right. This was a calamity for the Nandu nation. He didn't believe in fate, but in the end fate still played him. Do you regret it? Yi Futian gazed at Emperor Luo and Minister Hua. An emperor and minister were being toyed by a youth. Regret? Of course they regretted it. Everything was over. Minister Hua still remembered the scene when Yi Futian stepped foot inside the Nanda clan. He had been sitting high up, watching the brilliant youth burst in. 2 short years later, it was the other who was playing with his fate now. Can we start now? A dark voice said. Yi Futian looked over to Luo Junlin. The aura around Luo Junlin was chaotic right now. He witnessed everything but couldn't change anything. Back then, he was the high and mighty crown prince. His single utterance could determine Yi Futian's fate. Now, Yi Futian had the cottage and many nobles to work for him. He could determine the Nandu nation's fate. Now, only Luo Junlin had the opportunity to kill Yi Futian. Yi Futian was calm. His white robe and black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind. At this moment, the chaotic world seemed to quiet down. Only these two facing each other existed. Luo Junlin was a legendary crown prince of the Nandu nation. He had double life spirits and became the crown prince as a youth. He was the future emperor of Nandu and worshipped by countless. Some people were born to be great. He was one of them. He definitely displayed his brilliance before. He was the first of the 100 lands to make people from the Eastern Barren territory come and take him as a disciple. It had been such an honor when the royal Xian temple came for him that day. Every emperor came to congratulate him. If Yi Futian didn't exist, Luo Junlin would absolutely become the legend of the Nandu nation. However, the heavens seemed to purposely create an opponent for him. The youth from Donghai City had rejected the decree and fled for his life. He'd entered the Kangyi kingdom. When he'd returned, he stole the spotlight of the Tingfeng banquet with his staff and dharma. Even though Luo Junlin had been accepted by the royal Xian temple, he still couldn't steal Yi Futian's thunder. After that, forces of the Eastern Barren Territory went to Kangyi to fight for people. Apparently Luo Junlin and Shiro were there too. The battle between Luo Junlin and Yi Futian seemed to be fated, destined since their first meeting at the Donghai Academy. Luo Junlin was royalty, but Yi Futian displayed the aura of an emperor. Thus they stood before each other today. Yi Futian waved his hand. The silver snow guards around him retreated, emptying the space. Only the two stood proudly above the Nandu nation. A wild aura burst forth. Noble intent exploded. Luo Junlin had entered the Arcana plane 1 year ago. Now he was in the 2nd level. Though he was only in the 2nd of the 9 levels of the Arcana plane, he was still 4 levels higher than Yi Futian at the 7th level Dharma plane. There was also the big difference of plane. How could Yi Futian make up for this? Even now, Luo Junlin couldn't understand where Yi Futian got the confidence from, other than having the cottage behind him. The difference in plane was also why Zhisong, Qinli, and the others thought Yi Futian would lose if the cottage didn't interfere. Luo Junlin of the Royal Xian Temple wasn't useless. He wasn't a regular cultivator of the Arcana plane. A regular Arcana cultivator without noble fate from the ancient barren world would be much weaker. Faced with someone with noble intent, the difference in plane would be wiped out. The next moment, Luo Junlin released his dharma. It was a huge stone phoenix dozens of meters long. It pressed down on the sky with terrifying red light streaking across its surface. Flames flowed through the brilliant feathers like lava. One could feel various types of noble intent from Luo Junlin. He had twin spirits. The phoenix and stone figure were dharmas created from his twin spirits. The moment they were released, Yi Futian felt scalding heat and horrible pressure. Spiritual chi of the world flowed violently towards Luo Junlin's body and the stone fire phoenix. At this moment, Luo Junlin was like a true king ruling the world. So powerful. Countless eyes fell upon Luo Junlin. Yi Futian had disabled his father today, pressing down everything. Right now, Luo Junlin probably had fury burning like the phoenix. His eyes seemed to contain fire as he stared at Yi Futian. Horrible power weighed down on Yi Futian. Countless eyes fell upon him, watching the handsome figure stand facing the wind. The next moment, dazzling light shot out. It was his noble fate. The red fire noble fate and purple lightning fate danced and roared wildly in the air. After that was sharp golden fate, heavy earthen fate, green wooden fate, a ripping gale and extremely icy frost intent. 7 beams of colored light rose right into the clouds. Yi Futian was now bathed in full attribute noble aura. He was young but he was like a noble. His body seemed frail but was extremely impressive. Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengru and the others all looked at him. His talent was truly monstrous. No wonder he'd broken so many records of the ancient barren world, and was invited personally by Gu Donglu. But could his talent make up for the difference in plane? Boom! An extremely wild aura burst from Yi Futian as he released his dharma. The horrible apparition of the divine ape appeared behind him. It was covered in shocking light. Gold and dirt yellow light flowed across. It also glimmered with purple electricity. The powerful divine ape's body was like a dragon. It also had dazzling golden feathers behind him that covered the sky. The wings should be from the golden rock, but it transformed in Yi Futian's dharma. It was huge and beautiful, fitting perfectly with the divine ape. One's impression of the dharma was that it was beautiful and powerful. It seemed to contain many top forms. Yi Futian's body seemed to meld into the dharma too, as well as various noble fates. This dharma. Many people were speechless. His power seemed untouchable. Junior hasn't had a true fight since entering the cottage. We'll be able to see his true abilities today, Luo Fan said, smiling. Yi Futian was well known throughout the Eastern Barren Territory. However, he'd used rhythmic sorcery against Qian Shanmu and instantly defeated Qin Meng. Today's battle with Luo Junlin would allow them to finally see Yi Futian's combat ability. Gu Donglu stared forward. He was excited to see Yi Futian challenge an Arcana cultivator from the Royal Xian Temple as a 7th-level Dharma plane. Luo Junlin stepped forward. The stone phoenix flapped its wings. Soon after, sharp meteorites appeared in the sky. Fire wrapped around the meteorites, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Die, Luo Junlin uttered coldly. His voice was filled with murderous intent. This spell was the meteorite attack. The moment he spoke, countless sharp flaming meteorites fell from the sky. A wind spell followed, wrapping around the mountain-like boulders and hurling them towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up. Each meteorite was thousands of pounds and had sharp points at the bottom. It would be horrible if he was hit. Chapter 307. Combat Ability. Chapter 307. Combat Ability. Yi Futian reached out. Wind and thunder converged in his palm. A horrible gale wrapped around and purple lightning danced. Even his eyes seemed to shine with purple light. Wild spiritual chi formed a frightening image in his palms. It spun like a windstorm. A shocking spell was about to be born. Everyone discovered with surprise that 2 different spells emerged from Yi Futian's hands. A horrible windstorm was created on his left hand. On his right hand, a terrible lightning dragon was forming. It seemed to have been carved. Endless lightning transformed into a chain that swung towards the falling meteorites, locking them in lightning. The wind and lightning dragon was still growing wildly. Our junior can inscribe? Shui Ye's eyes flashed. Yi Futian used his spiritual energy and powerful sense of spiritual qi to inscribe in the air without an inscriber's pen and paper. He released a spell that was above his plane. An inscriber who could inscribe in the air was similar to a summoner. When their spiritual energy and sense of spiritual qi were powerful enough, they could inscribe spells in the air. Of course, it would be much slower. Casting a spell of the same level could be instantaneous. But to inscribe a spell above one's level, one needed to gather stronger spiritual qi and control it with extreme spiritual energy. Any mistake could cause the entire spell to fail. Boom! Extremely terrible weight descended under Luo Junlin's control. Instead of dodging the attack, Yi Futian gathered his spell. He was crazy. Yi Futian stepped in the air and welcomed Luo Junlin's spell. Then he threw his hand forward. A real dragon and elephant seemed to roar. This hit landed squarely on the sharp boulder. The next moment, a purple dragon appeared. It filled the entire sky and wrapped around all the falling meteorites. A true dragon appeared as well. It ran past, crushing everything. Thunder Dragon Spell, Dragon Elephant Roar Martial Arts Technique, Shui Yi said. He'd read tens of thousands of books and knew millions of spells. He'd transcribed practically every spell in the book cave of the cottage. The spell Yi Futian used, Thunder Dragon Spell, was in the Arcana plane. The Dragon Elephant Roar was a powerful martial arts technique. He had combined martial arts and sorcery, casting both at the same time. They complemented each other and created even more power. The overlapped attack was much stronger than a scattered attack. The falling meteorites instantly shattered or cracked. Now the spell in Yi Futian's left hand was activated. A horrible wind swept past, destroying everything. The meteorites in the sky all turned to dust. Nice, Luofan praised. Yi Futian's reaction was practically perfect. There was a big difference in plane, but he'd resolved the attack. He was flawless in both sorcery and martial arts. Added to his full attribute talent, he was a genius talent. Luofan felt some pressure as the senior brother. Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengrua, and the others all watched seriously as well. They were slightly surprised. It was their first time seeing Yi Futian fight with his full ability. Qin Li had said that Yi Futian had never proved himself in battle. Today they saw his combat ability. He displayed his monstrous talent in one attack. Luo Junlin looked coldly at Yi Futian. Since Yi Futian dared to challenge him, he would naturally be able to take more than one hit. Luo Junlin was prepared for this. Wild flame spiritual qi gathered. The stone phoenix flapped its wings and flew out. Lava-like flames flowed through the air towards Yi Futian, burning the sky red. Seemed able to burn everything. Liquid firelight appeared in the vast sky. Yi Futian's surroundings were all covered. He was now in a fiery red world. Luo Junlin's Dharma seemed to come to life and attack endlessly. Yi Futian released his sun Dharma. It hung high in the sky. There seemed to be a divine tree inside the sun with twisted roots. He himself seemed to transform into a furnace that could burn everything. Runes of fire wrapped around him. He released his wild noble intent and stood there, watching the incoming fire. Lava-like flames dropped onto him. He seemed to be inside the sun, feeling the horrible destructive power. Even though he cultivated fire spells, he still couldn't overlook this attack. But his own power and the flame intent wove with the sun Dharma to create a shield. The divine tree extended, absorbing the incoming flame power. The sun grew more dazzling and gradually expanded. Luo Junlin's fire attack was ineffective against Yi Futian. It even felt like it was strengthening Yi Futian's fire. Yi Futian stepped forward and passed through the fire. He went towards Luo Junlin. He was so overbearing and ignored everything. The stone phoenix flapped its wings hurriedly. A spell shot towards Yi Futian like a sharp knife. Yi Futian slapped forward. Like a burning handprint, he swept past everything and burned the sharp knife. Many people were shocked. Luo Junlin's fire attack seemed to be helping him instead. The stone phoenix returned to Luo Junlin's side and didn't continue attacking. Luo Junlin stared at the approaching Yi Futian. Animosity grew. No matter how powerful Yi Futian was, Luo Junlin was in the Arcana plane and didn't fear the Dharma plane. The stone phoenix Dharma seemed to meld into him. Beautiful wings appeared behind him. Yi Futian stood in the sky and looked down on Luo Junlin. His eyes were wild. Thousand mirror images. As soon as Yi Futian spoke, a water elemental spell was born. It transformed into countless mirrors that reflected upon Yi Futian. Then he moved. In a moment, thousands of images appeared around Luo Junlin. They were all reflections of Yi Futian. It was impossible to determine which was real. Even worse, the sky within range of the spell turned into a mysterious mist. It covered his aura so Luo Junlin couldn't use it to find Yi Futian. As Yi Futian moved, the countless images in the sky surrounded Luo Junlin. It was dizzying. Luo Junlin's wings flapped and he rose up. Boom! Yi Futian cast a spell that transformed into a mountain that smashed down at Luo Junlin. Under the thousand mirror images spell, endless mountains seemed to be coming at him. Luo Junlin's wings turned into blades and swept past. Wind tore through the sky, passing through the mountains. They were apparitions instead of a real attack, but he had to clear them all. At the same time, Luo Junlin used a spell to smash the illusory images, but his spell went straight past. The thousand mirror images was a water elemental spell. It had no attacking power but was also unable to be destroyed directly. Boom! With a huge boom, the solid attack came and shattered under Luo Junlin's spell. But at the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. Crack! Purple light filled the sky and the lightning dragon unfurled. The lightning dragon spell erupted once again. Thousands of dragons seemed to go to Luo Junlin. His expression was ugly. With the thousand mirror images spell, every attack multiplied. They were fake, but he had to react. Otherwise, the real attack could hurt him. A boundless storm gathered around him, enveloping him and tearing apart everything else. The true lightning dragon descended upon the windstorm. Lightning and wind intertwined. Luo Junlin's windstorm continued rising, trying to escape from the spell. Yi Futian wouldn't allow it. Endless vines curled towards him. At the same time, the dragon elephant roar was activated and charged towards Luo Junlin. Trapped by the spell, Luo Junlin could only defend instead of attack. He was in the Arcana plane but was restricted by Yi Futian. This shocked many people. Yi Futian's every attack was filled with noble intent and reached the Arcana plane. It was as if he was truly in the Arcana plane, rather than Dharma. Qin Li stared at the battlefield, looking uncomfortable. He'd wondered if Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian, but the latter's abilities were beyond his expectation. Luo Junlin was restricted in every aspect and his features twisted. He stopped trying to burst free. Endless spiritual qi gathered around him. His dharma entwined with his body. Bits of stone appeared. He seemed to be turning into a stone figure and kept expanding. Soon, a stone giant more than 100 meters tall appeared. Its surface burned with horrible flames. However, the giant's eyes were Luo Junlin's. He didn't fight back and just allowed the spells to fall on him. The giant stone man shook and the spells kept damaging the surface rock but couldn't hurt him. The broken stone skin quickly recovered as if it was undying. "How can you defeat me?" Luo Junlin roared. He swept his arms across, almost filling the entire sky. But at that moment, inside the 1,000 mirror images, a staff appeared before Yi Futian's might body. Kept enlarging. The divine ape melded with Yi Futian's body. He grasped the staff with immense strength. Unparalleled power gathered in his body. Everyone saw a beautiful scene. Inside the spell, thousands of figures twirled the staff at once. The wind and clouds howled. The world changed. This scene was too beautiful. Chapter 308. The Death of Luo Junlin. Chapter 308. The Death of Luo Junlin. Shining with the light of divine ape's figure, Yi Futian played out thousands of illusory figures with his long staff. He had a very mighty aura. Luo Junlin was in the sky too. While observing the countless illusory figures, he internalized his dharma into his body. Soon, a good amount of magma erupted from the crevices on his enormous rock-like body. He reached out his large rocky hand and a horrible noble intent soared into the sky. He folded his hands and roared angrily. Numerous flaming meteorites fell from the sky, turning the entire sky red. Bang bang! Some of those meteorites falling down in a certain place were all crushed. Luo Junlin looked there and found one of the 1,000 figures was real. Only the real one could have such a strong force. Simultaneously, the thousands of figures targeted the rocky body. Yi Futian kept twirling his staff. Spiritual chi of the world converged like terrible waves, getting strong and stronger. Luo Junlin still looked indifferent. The world around him changed, creating continuous heavy pounds. The strong cultivators in the Arcana plane could resonate better with the natural world. The plane was also known as nature and man as one. Luo Junlin lifted his palms and pounced toward Yi Futian's real body. The flames on his palms dazzled like a noble handprint, extending endlessly and crushing everything. Yi Futian suffered the horrible gravity pressure brought by the handprint. Clearly, Luo Junlin was oppressing him with a gravity spell. Worse was that the flaming rocks from the sky kept falling down on him, seeming to bury him in this space. The Royal Xian handprint. The top forces of the Eastern Barren territory were all surprised. The Royal Xian handprint was an aggressive spell combining martial arts with spells. It was very fierce. As long as the handprint was thrown out, the target would be trapped in a space of extremely scary gravity. Everything around would fall down on the target automatically. Right now, Yi Futian was the target at the center of the attacks. Countless flaming meteorites crushed fiercely toward Yi Futian, but he seemed to not be worried at all. His body seemed to have a magical rhythm. Every blow of his staff shattered the incoming meteorites. Though he hadn't reached the Arcana plane, Yi Futian still had the power to gather the power in the world and resonate with the natural world as a strong cultivator in Arcana plane could. Nature and man as one. What a fierce attack! People were amazed by Yi Futian's dancing body and magical rhythm full of strength. The flaming meteorites all disappeared, but Luo Junlin's large handprint followed. The entire sky darkened. Endless horrible pressure crushed down like a coffin to bury Yi Futian. Suddenly, Yi Futian felt like there was a king in that handprint sitting high on the throne and scorning him. The scene didn't stir Yi Futian's heart. Taking advantage of the time, he threw out his staff to rip the sky apart. All of a sudden the divine ape roared, shaking the world. Rumble. There was a horrible explosion. Then the huge palm print was split from the middle. Huge meteorites kept blasting, but a very strong force came down to Yi Futian's staff. The staff trembled. His body was forced back. Luo Junlin's ferocious eyes stared at Yi Futian. He slowly folded his palms and endless spiritual chi gathered around him. Another wave of boulders fell down from the sky. A giant illusory stone figure appeared behind Luo Junlin like the king of stone. A second handprint was sent out. At this time, two king figures loomed simultaneously over the numerous falling meteorites, pouncing toward Yi Futian at the same time. Hiyulu looked at this battle indifferently. This time Luo Junlin would definitely kill Yi Futian. The ape roared angrily. Yi Futian's aura grew more fierce and aggressive. When the attack came, he waved his staff and split the air. A crack appeared in the sky. The meteorites and handprint were totally demolished. With another roar, more illusory king figures appeared in the sky and sent out more handprints. By comparison, Yi Futian's body was very small. Though he had the divine ape as a guard, he seemed to be almost buried. This time Yi Futian stood still. His dharma broke out into the sky. An extremely enormous figure of an ape appeared behind him. With seemingly endless strength, he twirled his staff and auras of the world all gathered to the staff. No matter how strong the attacks were, he just stood still in place. The noble handprints came down upon him but all shattered. He just couldn't be defeated. Poof! People were shocked to find that Luo Junlin spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was burning too. An incomparably frightening aura loomed and rose up. He folded his palms again. Blood kept rushing out from his mouth. The whole world was shaking. Countless nobles appeared in the sky. How can it be? The top forces of the Eastern Barren Territory were all stunned by this scene. This was the true Royal Xian handprint, but only cultivators of the noble plane could use the Royal Xian handprint. Those below the noble plane could only create the embryonic form as Luo Junlin had at first. It was the limit. However, the kings in the sky were all real, looking down at Yi Futian. The spiritual qi around Luo Junlin all resonated with his aura. Horrible airflow came and trapped Yi Futian in the midair. So powerful. At this moment, all the spectators looked up at the heart-shaking scene. The kings in the sky glared at Yi Futian, seeming to crush him beneath their feet. Very good. Qinli grinned hideously. He glanced at people of the cottage, wondering whether they would help Yi Futian. If they acted, they would be the enemy of the Royal Xian Temple. But certainly, if Yi Futian won this battle, the Royal Xian Temple would not be happy either. The plight the cottage faced now was what they had been plotting. The age of the cottage and the college should come to its end. Gu Donglio's group watched the battle. Junior Yi had done his best. His every blow was of the arcana plane. His dharma helped him become stronger and stronger. Even the world was shaken by his staff. But unexpectedly, Luo Junlin used the Royal Xian handprint, risking getting hurt or ending his own life. But if he succeeded, this blow could be fatal to Yi Futian. Emperor Luo and Minister Hua closely stared at the front. Die. They'd been disabled but they still wanted to witness the death of Yi Futian. In the vast space, countless eyes stared at this scene. The sky was chaotic, the airflow was terrible, and the power was destructive. It had never been expected that the battle could be so fierce. Yi Futian looked up at those illusory figures. Endless spirit gathered and entered his body. He could feel the threatening pressure in his body. Even at this moment he didn't give up. His eyes were extremely calm and fearless. His staff kept spinning. There was some unknown power growing in his body. His blood seemed to be burning and boiling. His veins and bones were snarling. The ape's roar and the dragon's growl shook the ground. A beam of sacred light appeared above Yi Futian and soared into the sky. His noble fate pierced into the sky. Everything in the sky bathed in the light and converged to produce a beam of more dazzling light. What is that? People stared at Yi Futian's body curiously. His noble fate seemed to be activated, becoming more dazzling and dreadful. At this time, Yi Futian became a true king without the help of noble intent. His body spun and his staff twirled. The sky changed color and his noble fate turned into beams of light. Light rushed into the staff. Then, all the power in the world gathered here as if he was the sovereign of the world. Bang! Yi Futian stepped heavily in the air while the ape ascended. The staff slashed through the air. I'll kill you! Luo Junlin raved toward Yi Futian. He spat out more blood. The kings in the sky sent out more threatening handprints, wanting to kill Yi Futian on the spot. The giant ape and Yi Futian acted as one, raising the staff together. Everywhere the staff swept, those meteorites were shattered. Yi Futian descended above Luo Junlin. He glanced at Luo Junlin indifferently. His staff slashed down. This was the fourth hit of the 9 heavenly attacks. The staff slashed down with the imperial tactics. All the dreadful Royal Xian handprints were split by the staff. The flaming staff slashed down toward Luo Junlin below. Seeing the staff getting closer and closer, Luo Junlin's eyes revealed a hint of despair. The staff loomed and he roared angrily, I will not accept, bang! The stone figure shattered. Luo Junlin's body burst into ashes as well, seeming to disappear. In the sky, only one handsome figure stood there proudly with a mighty illusory figure of an ape behind him. He seemed unshakable, as if what people saw was not a strong cultivator in Dharma plane but an emperor of the world. The turbulence in the sky dispersed and the meteorites disappeared. Yi Futian withdrew his noble fate so that others could not sense his emperor's intent. Though he'd activated the imperial tactic, he covered that with his noble fate. Therefore, others would regard it as some kind of strong spell. With rumbles, some meteorites fell onto the imperial palace on the ground. However, people still looked up to the figure in the sky, unwilling to look away. Luo Junlin was so strong. He even used the royal Xian handprint. Nobles had been everywhere. Everybody thought that Yi Futian would be killed, but Yi Futian had killed Luo Jun with one blow. Luo Junlin was killed on the spot. Chapter 309. Ended. Chapter 309. Ended. Countless people had gathered outside the imperial palace, but there was only a deafening silence at the moment. Today, in the sky above the Nandu Nation imperial palace, Prince Luo Junlin battled Yi Futian and was killed. At this instant, many people from the Nandu Nation recalled the scene when Luo Junlin became a disciple of a powerful cultivator from the royal Xian temple. He was extremely glamorous and various emperors came to Nandu to congratulate him. Today, however, the legendary prince of the Nandu Nation only managed to make another person famous. He was the unparalleled young man who came from Donghai City and was forced to leave his hometown by Luo Junlin and Emperor Luo. When he returned, many nobles listened to his orders and called him the Sun. When his senior stood beside him, nobody from the top forces in the Eastern Barren territory dared to touch him. He was only in the Dharma plane and crossed 4 levels to kill Luo Junlin. If Luo Junlin could be called a legend, then what about Yi Futian? The Nandu Nation is totally over. Everyone had this thought in their minds. It was already certain that the rulers of the Nandu Nation would change. Emperor Luo was disabled and Luo Junlin was killed. The fate of the Luo family would be changed completely. The people from the Nandu Nation looked at Yi Futian, the miraculous young man who came from Donghai City. 2 years ago, he defied the emperor's order and wrote his own fate himself. In the future, he would be the legend of the Nandu Nation. In addition, with his talents, even the vast Eastern Barren territory would probably also become a stage for him to perform. The young man who looked like an all-powerful emperor when he fought was born extraordinary. Emperor Luo trembled and his hopeless look gradually turned blank. His son Luo Junlin had been a genius since he was a child and had twin spirits. In reality, this was also true indeed. How many people in the Hundred Lands could win him in the battle just now? However, destiny was just so cruel. Since Luo Junli was so talented, why would a person like Yi Futian exist? Why would such a person be born in Donghai City? His mind was filled with regret. If everything could start all over again, he would go to Donghai personally and kill Yi Futian. However, it was already too late to regret at the moment. He regretted but could not change anything. At this very moment he recalled many things in the past. That time he planned a trap and killed the Emperor of Nandu in the ancient barren world. Taking away the Emperor's noble fate, he eventually managed to enter the noble plane and took over his position, becoming the Emperor of a kingdom. He went against God's will and changed his own destiny. He was not resigned to his fate and changed it himself. In the end, however, everything was still lost. Compared to the young man standing proudly in the air, he seemed so petty at the moment. The Emperor was but an ant. A tear actually appeared at the corner of Emperor Luo's eye. It was not that he was not strong enough, but instead he felt that the world was really unfair and everyone's fate was unpredictable. He had paid a lot to reach the position he was at now. However, his most talented son was killed and he was disabled, and an inevitable death awaited him. Thinking about his entire life, he was not resigned. He Yulu from the royal Xian temple clenched his fists firmly as his face turned gloomy. He was unconcerned about Luo Junlin's death. Although his daughter, He Shiro, had begged him before dying, he had already given Luo Junlin a chance. As long as Luo Junlin could kill Yi Futian in the battle, he would try his best to protect him. However, he failed himself and did not manage to kill Yi Futian. Compared to Luo Junlin's death, he was more concerned about the fact that Yi Futian was still standing there in one piece. Not only was he alive, but he also displayed an astonishing combat power and attracted everyone's admiration. Luo Junlin was his disciple, so he obviously knew how strong his disciple was. Even though Luo Junlin was weaker than those top geniuses, he did not know if any other young person in the Eastern Barren territory could cross 4 levels and kill Luo Junlin like what Yi Futian had done. At least, he did not know such a person. This was the best chance they had. And yet Luo Junlin did not manage to kill Yi Futian. In the future, even if the Royal Xian Temple wanted to take revenge, they could not fight against the cottage. How about another assassination? That depended on whether they could pay the price, and the answer was obvious. Let's go. Turning around, He Yulu walked away and showed no signs of wanting to stay. Luo Junlin was already dead. What did the other issues of the Nandu nation have to do with him? The people of the Nandu nation watched as the cultivators from the Royal Xian Temple took their leave. They knew that the Luo royal family was totally done for. The Royal Xian Temple abandoned them and left. Luo Junlin was killed, but they did not say anything at all. Nobody knew the exact reason, but at least they knew that the people from the Royal Xian Temple were weaker than the people in Yi Futian's clan. Previously, Gu Donglu had warned the people from the Royal Xian Temple to back away, and nobody dared to disobey him. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air, attracting everyone's gaze. He walked up to Emperor Luo, who also raised his head and looked back at him. At this moment, Emperor Luo felt somewhat dreary. As an emperor, he once viewed Yi Futian as an ant. Now, however, Yi Futian was far superior and was looking at him from above. Yi Futian. Suddenly, everyone heard a clear voice. Yi Futian turned his head and saw a charming figure, Luo Mingyan, the princess of the Nandu nation. Yi Futian looked at her calmly. I won't ask you to let him off, but the tragedy at that time was caused by him, my brother, and Minister Hua. Many people from the Luo family are innocent. Can you please let them off? Luo Mingyan did not show up just now, and she also did not plead Yi Futian to forgive her father, for she knew well that this was impossible. A person should pay for what he had done, but it should not involve the entire Luo family. In the future, the direct descendants of the Luo family shall be ordinary people, Yi Futian said. All right. Luo Mingyan felt very sad, but she still nodded. That time, the order from her father involved all the relatives of Yi Futian, and an elder whom Yi Futian respected a lot was killed. Later, her father and brother also went to Kangyi and threatened Emperor Yi to hand over Yi Futian's master and masteress. Now, Yi Futian decided not to kill every single one of them. What else could she say? Silver 9, bring the 2 of them to Donghai City and freeze them in front of the school of the Emperor Star. I want them to kneel down before my grandmaster's statue to repent, Yi Futian said. Yes, son, Silver 9 nodded. Then, he brought Emperor Luo and Minister Hua and left the place. The emperor and the minister were carried off by him just like 2 ants. The emperor of a kingdom would kneel down before the school of the Emperor's Star, causing many people to sigh. Donghai Academy would probably become famous in the Nandu nation. Yi Futian walked back and stood above the imperial palace, scanning the crowd. The hatred between him and the Luo family finally ended, and he also completed what he had been bothered by for a long time. He wished that his grandmaster could now rest in peace. Luo Tianyin stole the Nandu nation, and it shall now be returned to the Nandu royal family. My uncle Nandu Wenshan, a descendant of the former Nandu royal family, will be the emperor of Nandu in the future. The sin that Luo Tianyin has committed will not involve anyone apart from those directly in the Luo family. Next time, if I can become powerful enough, I will also try to help the Nandu nation. I hope that Nandu can become more and more prosperous, Yi Futian said loudly. Then he looked at Nandu Wenshan and smiling, he said, Uncle, I will leave everything else to you. After he finished speaking, he smiled and backed to the side. Nandu Wenshan took a deep breath and walked forward. He went to the spot above the crowd and felt very emotional. In the past, his ancestor had been killed. Now the Nandu nation was finally returned to him. He recalled the scene when he first met Yi Futian. That day, in the Luo palace, he was extremely suave, and shocked everyone with his melody of the white feather. That time, Nandu Wenshan already somewhat admired Yi Futian. However, He did not expect Yi Futian to create such a miracle in only 2 years and help him get back the Nandu nation. Some elders of the Nandu clan trembled in excitement. The nation was finally returned to them. Fortunately, Yi Futian did not hate the entire Nandu clan because of Nandu Tai alone. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Hua Jieyu was firm enough, otherwise, they would not be able to get control over the nation. Greetings, Your Majesty. Outside the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace, many courtiers bowed to salute. The guards also knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing a group of people taking the lead, more and more people started to salute Nandu Wenshan. They knew that while Nandu Wenshan's level may not be very high and he was not even a noble, he would sit firmly as the emperor because of Yi Futian's presence. Nobody would be able to change this. Emperor Luo ended up like this. Who would still dare to touch Nandu? The earth-shattering voice echoed in the sky. In the imperial palace, the faces of the people from the Luo family turned pale, and there were even some who started to escape. Yi Futian landed on the ground. He stood beside Hua Jieyu, and Hua Jieyu held his hand. The two gripped each other's hand firmly and smiled at each other. Both of them could finally set their minds at rest. The problem in the Nandu nation which had been bothering them for a long time was finally over. Futian, thank you. Hua Jieyu's voice was as gentle as water. She knew that Yi Futian chose to forgive the Nandu clan and let her uncle become the emperor not because he had any special feelings towards the Nandu clan. Nandu Tai had treated him poorly. How could he have any affection for the Nandu clan? He did everything only because of his affection for her. Do you want to marry me in return? Yi Futian smiled and looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu blushed and widened her eyes at Yi Futian. This guy. Everything just ended and he is already starting to show his real self. No problem. Hua Jieyu gave a charming smile. I'll take it for real. Yi Futian also smiled. Beside them, Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wenin smiled as they looked at the two, after which they glanced at each other. In the eyes of the other, they could both see relief and joy. The two had really grown up and had surpassed them. To Hua Fenglu, Yi Futian was his disciple, and also his son-in-law. Yi Futian was no different from his own children. He recalled the scene when his life spirit was destroyed in Qingzhou, and Yi Futian carried him to Donghai. The two relied upon each other for life. Now, he felt that all bitterness had ended and sweetness had begun, as everything was over. At the moment he only had one wish, that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu could be happy and safe for their whole life. He already had such an amazing daughter and son-in-law. What else could he ask for? Qin Li, Chu Yaoyao, Qian Shanmu, Qin Mengruo and Zhisong all looked at Yi Futian. They each had different expressions on their faces and all felt somewhat shocked. Although today's battle did not happen in the Eastern Barren territory, many people still witnessed it. From then on, nobody would question Yi Futian's combat abilities. Looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu who were standing together, Chu Yaoyao lowered her head slightly and felt a complicated emotion surging in her heart. Turning around quietly, Qin Li and the rest were ready to leave. When Qin Li passed by Zhisong, he smiled and said, "Together." Zhisong looked at Qin Li, after which he nodded, "All right." Then the people from the Eastern Barren territory left the place one after another. Still, there were many people in the crowd who were staring at Yi Futian. Emperor Yi Danshan, Yi Lingxi and Lin Yueyao were also here. Clearly, she would not miss the occasion. At the moment, she was smiling very brightly as she blessed the couple in her heart. Chapter 310. Let me help you measure it. Chapter 310. Let me help you measure it. A bright smile appeared on the faces of Gu Donglu, Shui Yi and Luo Fan. He's indeed my junior. He has my style, Luo Fan said with his head held high. Shameless. Shui Yi looked at him in disgust and said, "You? If little brother is at your level, he will defeat you with just one strike." Luo Fan looked at Shui Yi and said emotionlessly, "Brother, this time sister allowed you to leave the mountain because of little brother. When you go back you should stay there and cultivate. I plan to travel around the Eastern Barren territory for a while before going back." Shui Yi widened his eyes at Luo Fan. "Let's go," Gu Donglu said emotionlessly as he turned around. Luo Fan walked up and asked, "Third brother, do we just leave like this? The issue here is settled, and little brother no longer needs us now. We'll let him have his own time here. Gu Donglu continued walking and left the place. With the nobles from ancient Luolan beside him, nothing would happen to Yi Futian. The people from the Eastern Barren territory did not dare act so recklessly. Gu Donglu, Shui Yi and Luofan's white clothes swayed in the air as they took their leave. Yi Futian glanced in that direction. He did not go there and also did not thank them. To him, the cottage disciples were all like his family members. However, at the moment not all those who had stayed behind were happy. Many emperors from the 100 Lands had come here to watch the battle. They all could not keep calm, especially those who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo. They felt very uneasy because Yi Futian had seen them that day. Now that the general situation had already been determined, they no longer had the chance to switch their position. A few emperors approached Yi Futian and lowered their heads respectfully. "Mr. Yi, we're here to apologize." Yi Futian stared at them. Immediately, all the emperors trembled with fear. Looking at the scene, many people from the Nandu nation sighed in their hearts. Even emperors felt scared before Yi Futian. "Later, go and find Emperor Yi and the Emperor of Nandu to discuss it," Yi Futian said, waving his hand. He did not have the time to deal with these people. That time, the emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like apologized and surrendered, but they betrayed him immediately after Luo Junlin returned. They even used Yi Lingxi and Yi Danshan as hostages. Therefore, Yi Futian was already not bothered with these emperors at the moment. Of course, these emperors had not done anything to him before. Otherwise, he would not choose to forgive them again, just like Emperor Chu. Seeing Yi Futian's cold look, the emperors nodded and said, "Yes." Then they stepped back respectfully. They were also very emotional. He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator, and yet his status was already above the emperor's. Many strong nobles listened to his orders. Emperor Yi Wuqian and Lu Feiyang walked up to Yi Futian. "Uncle Yi, do you need my help to handle the issues here?" Emperor Yi said. "That would be great," Yi Futian said, smiling. Emperor Yi had been an emperor for a while and would, therefore, be able to settle these issues easily. Meanwhile, he could teach Nandu Wenshan as well. On the other hand, Yi Futian could not bother to deal with these things. "When are you going back?" Lu Feiyang asked. "After I finish handling everything here," Yi Futian said. "All right. Now you already have powerful cultivators protecting you. I will stay here for a while, and then go back to the Eastern Barren territory first." Lu Feiyang smiled. Yi Futian nodded, after which he looked at the imperial palace. He then walked towards that direction. Next, they needed to put the imperial palace in good order. Yi Futian went to a courtyard in the palace. There he saw Minister Zhua. "You're finally here." Minister Zhua looked at Yi Futian. He stood up and said, "Please sit." "Minister Zhua, you don't have to be so polite," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Minister Zhua nodded. "Do you blame me?" That time, if he had not treated Yi Futian so well and even gave him the decree of the minister, many things would probably not have happened. "Last time when I met the princess, I asked her to tell you that I do not blame you at all." Yi Futian shook his head. "Minister Zhua, do you want to follow me to the Eastern Barren territory?" Minister Zhua shook his head. "I do not belong there. Although I am an astrologer, I need to hide this ability. Otherwise, there is a high chance that I will die earlier. I will continue to stay at Nandu." "All right. Senior, can you continue to be a minister and help my uncle?" Yi Futian said. Minister Zhua was a minister and many courtiers were chosen by him. If he was willing to help, it would be much easier to organize the Nandu nation. "Yes, I would serve him," Minister Zhua nodded. Yi Futian folded his hands and said, "Thank you, Minister Zhua." Minister Zhua stared at the handsome young man in front of him. Perhaps even he himself did not know about his future. The Nandu nation faced a major reorganization. In the Nandu nation imperial city, Yi Futian's name spread to all the restaurants, inns, and any place where there were people. In just one day, everyone knew about him. However, just when everyone was discussing Yi Futian, he and Hua Jieyu left the place quietly. Even his master, Mistress, and Yusheng did not know about it. Of course, the Lulan Silver Snow Guards were still following them and protecting them secretly. The East Sea was extremely vast. There were ships sailing in the boundless sea. They appeared to be particularly tiny and lonely in the sea, especially when it was nighttime. At the moment, in the sky above the East Sea, a demon was flapping its wings and flying forward. The first light of the morning could already be seen. In the distant horizon, a trace of red light appeared and shone onto the sea. Immediately, the East Sea turned golden. Such a beautiful sunrise! On the back of the demon, a charming lady was folding her legs casually, and her body formed a gentle curve. Under the radiance of the first light of dawn, she looked like an elegant fairy, and nobody would have any evil thoughts upon seeing her. However, suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed her slim waist from behind. If anyone else saw the scene, the person would certainly die of envy. Indeed, it's beautiful, but not as beautiful as you, Yi Futian said, smiling. Hua Jieyu glanced at him with a passionate look. Are we there already? Hua Jieyu asked softly. Yep, should be reaching soon, Yi Futian nodded. The red sun ascended into the sky slowly, and the sea started glistening, producing a fascinating view. In the distance, an island city could roughly be seen. That was the city of Qingzhou. It was Yi Futian's hometown, and also where the two of them met and fell in love. Now that all the problems of Kangyi had been settled, Yi Futian wanted to go back to Qingzhou and take a look. He wanted to try his luck at his house to see whether his father had returned. The black-winged condor sped up and brought the two across the East Sea. It reached the shore and without stopping, it headed towards the city of Qingzhou directly. This island city was peaceful as usual. Every day it had its own stories. After the monster tide that year, the city was slowly regaining its vitality as well. Since the Yi house was rebuilt, it still looked quite stylish. When Yi Futian arrived and saw the state of the Yi house, a strange expression appeared on his face. Could it be that my bastard father is really back? The black-winged condor landed in front of the house. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walked towards the house, and the guard outside was shocked by their appearances. At the moment, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were already no longer the young teenagers they once were. That time, although they were already good-looking, their auras were far weaker than now. Their looks alone were already telling everyone else that they were extraordinary. Furthermore, the demon had a very sharp look. It must be a powerful one. Mr. and Miss, may I know who you are looking for? The guard asked. Are the people from the Yi house back? Yi Futian asked. You are referring to Yi Baichuan's family, right? They have already been missing for a few years. My master rebuilt this place, the guard said. Feng house? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Do you know my master? Do you need me to inform the people inside? The guard said politely. Is Uncle Feng inside? Yi Futian asked. Nope. The lady stays here, the guard said. A strange look appeared on Yi Futian's face. It's actually that girl. Never mind then, Yi Futian said, smiling. He grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and turned around. Don't you want to meet her? Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian pinched Hua Jieyu's hand. This fox is actually teasing me. Are you just going to leave like this? Behind them, a voice spread out suddenly. Yi Futian turned around and saw a charming figure running out of the house. Feng Qingxue was already 19 this year. Standing gracefully at her spot, she looked even prettier and her body was tall and sexy. Seeing her, Yi Futian smiled and said, Qingxue, you have grown taller. Feng Qingxue looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian was already more mature and also more handsome. On the other hand, the girl who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy was also more attractive and stunning at the moment. Then am I more beautiful as well? Feng Qingxue smiled. Unlike in the past, she already knew how to control her emotions now. Yes, much prettier, Yi Futian said, smiling. Feng Qingxue gave a sweet smile and asked again, Are you still cultivating in Donghai Academy? No. Yi Futian shook his head. Last time when he came here with Minister Zhua, he was still a disciple of Donghai Academy. Then where are you cultivating? Next time if I have the chance, maybe I will go and find you, Feng Qingxue asked, smiling. Sure. I am cultivating in the college cottage in the Eastern Barren Territory, Yi Futian replied. Hua Jieyu sighed in her heart. She could clearly see the emotions in Feng Qingxue's eyes. However, she probably did not know what the college cottage meant. I'll take note of that, Hua Qingxue nodded. At the moment, she had not realized that this was probably a place that she would never be able to go. After a few days, there would be news from Donghai City. It would be hard to imagine how she would feel after knowing the truth. I'll leave now, Yi Futian said. Okay. Bye. Feng Qingxue nodded. Help me to say hello to Uncle Feng. Yi Futian waved his hand at Feng Qingxue. Then, he grabbed Hua Jieyu's hand and returned to the back of the black-winged condor. The black-winged condor flapped its wings and flew off into the distance very quickly. Feng Qingxue still stood at her spot and gazed blankly at the slowly disappearing figure. The encounter was plain and simple, but she was still somewhat sad. In the sky, on the back of the black-winged condor, Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian and asked softly, "Do you miss her?" Seeing Hua Jieyu's mischievous look, Yi Futian smiled and nodded, of course. Her body shape was good last time and it is even better now. Have you noticed how long her legs are? Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes. Then, she widened her eyes at him, looking displeased. Sitting down, she extended her legs that were crossed. A pair of slim and tender legs were presented in front of Yi Futian just like this. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and he said, "Fox, let me help you to measure it." As he spoke, he put his hands on her legs. The soft legs were very elastic and felt extremely good. "Go away." Hua Jieyu kicked him gently and quickly moved her legs away, her face turning red. Chapter 311 Lin Qiu. Chapter 311. Lin Qiu Qingzhou Academy was vibrant with many youthful disciples. Today, Qingzhou Academy appeared to be exceptionally busy, because it was the day of the spring quarter examination. The disciples of the academy had gathered together for the examination, and the heads of the School of Martial Arts and School of Sorcery had also arrived. At the moment, Qingzhou Academy was particularly lively. The city lord of Qingzhou, Qin Shuai, was also here, along with many other high officials of the city. Qin Shuai's daughter Qin Yi was now sitting beside him. She watched as the young teenagers in the gymnasium displayed their talents and powers. Qin Yi was already 20 years old. Her body, which was already extremely sexy in the past, was becoming even more attractive. She was still teaching in Qingzhou Academy, and was a goddess in the hearts of many disciples. Of course, at the moment she already had a boyfriend. He was Lin Qiu, the most talented disciple of Qingzhou Academy over many years. He was also the direct disciple of the headmaster Gu Mu. At the moment, Lin Qiu was sitting beside Qin Yi and Qin Shuai. The two did look like a suitable match. Nowadays there are more and more geniuses here. Qin Shuai smiled as he looked at the battle platform. Beside him, the master of House of Swordsmen, Leng Qingfeng, smiled and said, "Yup. Qingzhou Academy was badly damaged after the monster tide that year. But the young generations of Qingzhou all started cultivating harder after that. Furthermore, Lin Qiu's talents have also encouraged many. Lin Qiu was just over 20 and had already entered the Dharma plane. In Qingzhou, this was definitely considered as extremely amazing and his talents were outstanding. After all, he has been to the outside world," the Lord of the Metal Pavilion said, smiling. "Our Qingzhou Academy has not had such an excellent disciple before, right?" Qin Shuai's eyes sparkled. "Have we not had such an excellent disciple?" Smiling, he shook his head and did not say anything. However, two figures appeared in his mind uncontrollably. If they did not leave the academy, they would have become legends of the academy long ago. Of course, they were not meant to be bounded to Qingzhou anyway. "General Qin, when will Lin Qiu and Qin Yi be getting married?" the Lord of the Metal Pavilion asked, smiling. "I'm not in charge of this. You should ask them about their own opinions." Qin Shuai smiled while Lin Qiu looked at Qin Yi. "There's no need to hurry. I will serve father for a few more years and will not get married so early," Qin Yi said, smiling. Everyone nodded and did not say anything. The spring quarter examination continued and the academy was very lively. Suddenly, a demon flew past the sky above Qingzhou Academy. It flew towards a particular place in the academy while descending from the sky. Many people noticed the scene. They raised their heads to look at the demon one after another and a strange expression appeared on their faces. "There's someone on the back of the demon," someone said. The few pavilion lords of Qingzhou Academy squinted as they stared at the diving black-winged condor, wondering about the identity of the people on top. The demon in the sky was, of course, the black-winged condor which was carrying Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. It landed in a certain courtyard. The courtyard looked somewhat deserted and was uninhabited. It was the place where Hua Fenglu and Hua Jiyu used to live. It was here that Yi Futian once had many warm memories. The two landed on the ground and felt very emotional upon seeing the dilapidated courtyard. Hua Jiyu took a step forward. The stairs and rooms were all filled with dust. She wanted to go in but ultimately stopped. Turning around, she smiled and said, "Let's go." She was only here to take a look. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. Today, Qingzhou Academy seemed to be particularly lively as the spring quarter examination was being held. They should have been noticed by many just now. The two stepped onto the black-winged condor and were ready to leave. However, suddenly many people ran to them. Seeing Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, they were clearly stunned momentarily. Yi Futian. The look from Lung Qingfeng, the master of the House of Swordsmen, froze. 2 years ago, Yi Futian had returned here once together with Minister Zhua. Today when he returned again, he was even more mature and handsome. However, he heard the news from Donghai City that Yi Futian was wanted by Nandu. He was unsure about how the situation was like at the moment. Hua Jiyu was back as well. The lady who was once a legend in Qingzhou Academy already had a stunningly attractive look now. "Senior, how have you been?" Yi Futian said, smiling. "Yi Futian, today the spring quarter examination is being held in Qingzhou Academy. Why not you go there and help to teach your juniors?" Lung Qingfeng invited. He was not very clear about what happened in Nandu, but he knew that Yi Futian, a former disciple of Qingzhou Academy, had amazing talent. "No thank you." Yi Futian shook his head. Although he had some memories in Qingzhou Academy, he did not have much emotion towards it. General Qin is also there. Lung Qingfeng knew that Yi Futian had a good relationship with Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiyu. Hua Jiyu held his hand and smiling, she said, "Let's go and meet General Qin." "All right then," Yi Futian nodded. "Let's go." Lung Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Then the group walked down the slope and arrived at the gymnasium. When the people in the vast gymnasium saw Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu, many froze. Although the younger ones did not know them, many teachers and disciples of Qingzhou Academy did. Qini was stunned for a while. Then she dashed out and approached Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. She looked at the two and a bright smile appeared on her face. Then she said to Yi Futian, "Hey, shouldn't you come and visit me first after returning? Am I not here already?" Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Qini looked at Hua Jiyu again. Smiling, she said, "It seems that you have gotten yourself a beautiful girlfriend. It's no wonder that you have forgotten to visit me. Am I the kind of person that values gals over pals?" Yi Futian said softly. "Humph." Qini smiled and glanced at him. "Let's go and meet General Qin." Yi Futian held Hua Jiyu's hand and walked to the main seats. Qin Shuai stood up to welcome them. After the news from Donghai City, he had always been very worried about Yi Futian. Seeing that the two were well and so outstanding now, he also put his mind at ease. That time, if it was not because of Yi Futian, he and Qin Yi would certainly have a miserable life. "General Qin," Yi Futian shouted, smiling. Qin Shuai patted on his shoulder and said, "Futian, come and sit beside me." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded and sat beside Qin Shuai. Hua Jiyu sat beside Yi Futian, while Qin Yi sat on the other side of Qin Shuai. Below them, Lin Qiu's eyes sparkled. He had heard about Yi Futian before but did not know much. After all, in the island city of Qingzhou, there was limited news that he could receive. At most, he would hear some news from Donghai City. When he saw Hua Jiyu walking towards him, he was immediately stunned. There was actually such a beautiful lady in the world, and moreover, she had cultivated in Qingzhou Academy in the past. If he also started cultivating in Qingzhou Academy a few years earlier. "I heard some bad news from Donghai City about you. Are you okay now?" Qin Shuai asked in a serious tone. "I have solved them all," Yi Futian said, smiling. "That's great," Qin Shuai nodded. "In the future, if you are free, come back more often. Qini also talks about you every now and then." "Did I?" Qini widened her eyes at Qin Shuai. Who would betray his daughter like this? "I also miss Senior sometime. I miss the days when you were teaching me how to cultivate during lectures," Yi Futian said, smiling. "How many lessons have you attended?" Qini stared at Yi Futian in despise. "You can continue pretending. Air." Yi Futian gave a dry laugh. Did I not attend any? Hua Jieyu also gave a charming smile. He was really thick-skinned. Suddenly, Lin Qiu turned around and looked at Yi Futian. Smiling, he said, I am Lin Qiu, Qin Yi's boyfriend. Qin Yi mentions about you often, and today I finally managed to see you in person. Indeed, you are extraordinary. Yi Futian blinked and smiled. I am Yi Futian. I'm really jealous of you. Senior Qin is the goddess in my heart. Now you have managed to get her. Yes, lucky indeed, Lin Qiu said, smiling. He glanced at Hua Jieyu, who was beside Yi Futian, and criticized in his heart how hypocritical Yi Futian was. Yi Futian's girlfriend had such an outstanding look, and yet he said that he was jealous of Lin Qiu. Ha! In the past, he also thought that he was lucky. Qin Yi was, after all, the goddess in the hearts of many disciples of Qingzhou Academy. She was sexy and pretty. However, after seeing Hua Jieyu, he felt that he was in fact not that lucky. You can continue, a pavilion lord said to the disciples of the academy. The young teenagers of the academy stopped looking at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu and continued their examination. Seeing the lively, friendly competition between the young disciples, Yi Futian recalled the fall quarter examination that he once participated. Qin Shui smiled and asked, What do you think? Not bad, Yi Futian nodded. However, you should encourage the disciples to go out and see the world outside for themselves. Only when one had traveled to the outside world would one know how small the city of Qingzhou was. In the past, his master Hua Fenglu was in the Arcana plane. Even though his life spirit was destroyed, he was still the strongest person in Qingzhou. Even the headmaster was only at the peak of the Dharma plane. There was such a huge difference between the isolated island city and the outside world. Yi Futian and Qin Shui chatted casually. Of course, most of the time he was chatting with Qin Yi. Slowly, the spring quarter examination was also nearing its end. An elder announced the names of those who would be officially accepted, as well as the ranking of the examination. Many disciples of the academy danced with excitement. Looking at them, Yi Futian seemed to have seen his young self. Noticing the end of the spring quarter examination, Leng Qingfeng smiled and said, Futian, do you want to go and say something? No, it's fine. Yi Futian shook his head gently. He had no intention to be in the spotlight. Lin Qiu, go and say something, Leng Qingfeng said. Lin Qiu nodded, after which he walked onto the gymnasium and said, Today, I feel very happy to witness the talents of all the juniors during the spring quarter examination. However, learning never ends, and it is even more so for cultivation. As the disciples of Qingzhou Academy, we should not belittle ourselves, but we should at the same time broaden our horizons. Qingzhou Academy once had many outstanding disciples, such as Yi Futian. Today it so happens that he is here as well. Does everyone want to meet him? Just as he finished speaking, countless people stared at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was stunned and he glanced at Qin Yi. What is this guy doing? Qin Yi frowned. Many disciples of the Qingzhou Academy started looking at Yi Futian. Brother Yi, why not we broaden the horizon of the juniors of Qingzhou Academy? Lin Qiu looked at Yi Futian and smiled. Chapter 312. Conflict. Chapter 312. Conflict. Lin Qiu did this obviously because he was somewhat unhappy. After Yi Futian appeared, he noticed the attitudes of Qin Shui, Qin Yi, and Leng Qingfeng. Qin Shui looked as though he really wished that Yi Futian would be his future son-in-law instead. Even his girlfriend Qin Yi was extremely warm towards Yi Futian. Qin Yi was not so active when she was with Lin Qiu. Until now he had not touched her hands. He was even thinking if there was something going on between the two. Even the master of the House of Swordsmen, Leng Qingfeng, treated Yi Futian in a very different manner. Was Qin Yi's boyfriend him, Lin Qiu, or Yi Futian after all? Was the most genius person from Qingzhou Academy him, or Yi Futian? Of course, there was another important reason. Yi Futian's girlfriend was actually such a beauty. He had never seen such an attractive lady before. As the genius of Qingzhou Academy, he had been to the outside world when he was young. After his return, he became the disciple of Gu Mu, the strongest person of Qingzhou. He was a talented mandate sorcerer himself and had entered the Dharma plane. Naturally, Lin Qiu would feel somewhat arrogant. He was extremely unhappy about what happened after Futian arrived. Therefore, he clearly had to prove certain things. Hearing his words, the disciples of Qingzhou Academy all started to get excited. Even the young disciples of Qingzhou Academy were only a few years younger than Futian and had heard about his name. They really wanted to see how outstanding Futian was at the moment, and whether he could be compared to their genius senior Lin Qiu. Lin Qiu, what are you doing? Qini was unhappy. She could naturally see that Lin Qiu wanted to compete with Futian. Maybe because their attitudes had caused Lin Qiu to be displeased. However, what was their relationship with Futian? She and Futian knew each other well in the academy long ago. That time, her father was disabled and many people of Qingzhou Academy all looked at her with much contempt. On the other hand, their enemy, the Murong family, was flushed with success and obtained the position of the city lord. Who dared to stand out to make sure that justice was served? Futian broke into Qingzhou Academy alone and killed the then mighty Murong Qiu, after which he escaped. After he returned, he eliminated the Murong family and allowed her father to become the city lord. Because of all these, her family was able to reach where it stood today. Did she need to consider Lin Qiu's feelings before deciding how she and her father should treat Futian? That would be too unfair to him. She had told Lin Qiu before about the things regarding Futian and her father. If Lin Qiu really loved her, he would be able to understand her and should not try to compete with Futian. Lin Qiu frowned. His usually gentle girlfriend Qini actually blamed him openly because of Futian. This obviously caused him to be even more unhappy. Is she trying to protect Futian? Xiao Yi, I only wanted Brother Yi to display his talents in front of the juniors to encourage them. I'm doing nothing else, Lin Qiu said, smiling. How should he display it? Qini said in an unhappy tone. Futian already said that he did not want to go. Lin Qiu said this directly before obtaining Futian's permission, and this was clearly very disrespectful. How could Futian not know what he was trying to do? How about have a friendly fight with me? Lin Qiu said emotionlessly. Then, he looked at Futian directly and asked Brother Yi, what do you think? Futian found it both funny and annoying. Glancing at Qini, he said, my talents are only ordinary and I obviously cannot beat you. I admit defeat. How could he go and beat Lin Qiu, Qini's boyfriend? After all, he had to give some face to his senior. Furthermore, it was really an uninteresting thing to compete with someone from Qingzhou. Brother Yi, how can you belittle yourself like this? We'll stop immediately after the winner has emerged. Futian was not interested, but Lin Qiu did not want to give up. Does he want to avoid the battle by just speaking? Lin Qiu, this is too much. Qini stood up and her tone was very cold. Futian was already like this and yet he was actually so aggressive. Did he think that Futian was really weaker than him? Lin Qiu frowned and looked at Qini. His look also turned somewhat cold. Who was he? He was the most talented young man of Qingzhou and the direct disciple of the headmaster. Furthermore, he knew that a few days ago, his master had already entered the Arcana Plain. Even among the many island cities of the East Sea, only a few could be compared to his master, not to mention Qingzhou. Even if he was to go to Donghai City, he would still be considered as a powerful cultivator. He had once cultivated in Donghai City as well. Qini scolded him openly for another man. It's none of your business, Lin Qiu replied emotionlessly. Qini froze at her spot immediately. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward at once. During the spring quarter examination, a conflict actually erupted between the perfect match, Lin Qiu and Qini, in the eyes of everyone from Qingzhou Academy. Although this was normal for a couple in love, it was quite serious under such a circumstance. Qin Shui looked at Lin Qiu. In the past, he was the general of the Dark Kylan Knighthood. Seeing Lin Qiu's attitude, he said, Qini, I think you can forget about continuing the relationship with him. Yup. Qini nodded gently. It seemed that they still did not understand each other well enough. Moreover, they did not have strong feelings for one another. She accepted Lin Qiu as her boyfriend only because she was already over 20. In a small city such as Qingzhou, ladies of her age would usually be engaged. Lin Qiu was indeed considered exceptionally outstanding in Qingzhou, and furthermore, his master was the headmaster Gu Mu. Everyone thought that they were suitable for each other, and therefore she wanted to try being together with him. However, in reality, she did not have strong feelings towards him. Lin Xiu wanted to chase her probably because her identity and appearance were suitable for him as well. Both of them only found the other merely suitable. Lin Xiu, from now on, there will be no relationship between the two of us, Qini said, looking at Lin Xiu. The whole place fell into a deafening silence. Qini wanted to break up with Lin Xiu, and she announced this before everyone. Since Lin Xiu tried to provoke Yi Futian, Qini would not be in a difficult position only by ending the relationship with him. In this way, whatever Lin Xiu wanted to do would be irrelevant to her. Yi Futian similarly would not be in a difficult position to respond. Yi Futian gave a bitter smile. He did not expect his appearance to cause Qini to break up, but from this incident, it was clear that Lin Xiu and Qini were only reluctantly together. Thus, it was also good that they could realize this. Hua Jieyu held Yi Futian's hand gently and glanced at him. She was glad that they really loved each other. Are you sure? Lin Xiu's handsome face looked somewhat gloomy at the moment. Yes, Qini said. Ha! Lin Xiu sneered. Then, he glanced at Yi Futian and said, could it be that there is something between the two of you? How dare you? Qin Shui shouted coldly. Lin Xiu was clearly referring to something, and was actually trying to ruin Qini's reputation. Qini also did not expect Lin Xiu to say something so shameless. Her face turned very black. She looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu in apology and felt that she had been wronged. Yi Futian also squinted. It was all right for them to break up because of a conflict, and he could ignore Lin Xiu's provocation as well. However, Lin Xiu actually wanted to ruin Qini's reputation before everyone. Lin Xiu, stop talking, Ling Qingfeng said. Go down. Lin Xiu ignored him. Smiling, he looked at Qin Shui and said, General Qin, why are you so agitated? You and Yi Futian seem to be very close. Have you ever wanted him to be your son-in-law? Ha, he is but a garbage city lord. So what if he rebuilt the Black Kylan knighthood? His master was a real Arcana plane cultivator and had a very high status. Take him down, Qin Shui said coldly. Yes. Behind Qin Shui, several cultivators in black armor walked forward. However, suddenly someone said, General Qin, what are you doing? As the voice diminished, a figure walked over. It was Gu Mu, the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy. Headmaster, Lin Xiu said something very inappropriate. I was helping you to discipline him, Qin Shui said. I will discipline my own disciple. General Qin, you should not be troubled with that, Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qin Shui frowned and said, Headmaster, how do you plan to discipline him? Of course I will teach him to speak carefully next time. Gu Mu looked at Lin Xiu and said, you should not have spoken so inappropriately on such an occasion. Master, I am wrong. Lin Xiu bowed at Gu Mu. He could naturally tell that his master was trying to protect him. That's it. Qin Shui's face darkened. General Qin, what do you want then? Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Qini said openly that she would break up with Lin Xiu. Shouldn't she consider Lin Xiu's feelings as well? It is inevitable that Lin Xiu spoke so impulsively. Gu Mu had been cultivating over the years, and was disconnected from the outside world. He was very emotionally affected by the events during that time. Finally, he had managed to enter the Arcana plane a few days ago. After entering the Arcana plane, his mentality also changed. He treated Qini quite well and was happy that Lin Xiu was with her. However, Qini did not give his disciple any face because of Yi Futian. Did she even care about his existence? That time, Hua Fenglu had a high status in Qingzhou, and his disciple behaved very arrogantly in Qingzhou Academy. Now Hua Fenglu had already been disabled, and Gu Mu was in the Arcana plane. How could he allow Hua Fenglu's disciple and daughter to suppress his disciple? A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. A conflict actually broke out between the headmaster and General Qin. Gu Mu turned his head and ignored Qin Shui's expression. He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. Then he asked Hua Jieyu, how is your father now? Hua Jieyu looked at Gu Mu but did not reply. My master is of course doing very well. Beside her, Yi Futian smiled. I have not seen him for very long. If he ever returns to Qingzhou, I would like to have a friendly fight with him, Gu Mu said. Headmaster, you managed to break through? A pavilion lord of Qingzhou Academy asked. Yup. I have entered the Arcana plane. Gu Mu nodded. Immediately, the place turned completely to silence. Qin Shuai's face turned very black and he finally understood why Gu Mu's attitude had turned so domineering. It turned out that he had entered the Arcana plane. I don't think you will have that chance. Yi Futian looked at Gu Mu with a faint smile on his face. He looked really confident after entering the Arcana plane. Is it? Gu Mu said emotionlessly. Since I won't have that chance, how about you and Lin Xiu have a friendly fight since you are both here? Lin Xiu stared at Yi Futian. Everything seemed to have returned to its original state. He's too weak. Yi Futian, however, did not look at Lin Xiu. He said directly to Gu Mu, how about you give it a try instead? P.S. I saw many questions about why Qingzhou was so closed. When I was introducing the city of Qingzhou, I wrote that it was an unruled island city and had little contact with the outside world. Hua Fenglu was the strongest person even though he was only in the Arcana plane and had suffered a severe injury. Also, not many people knew that he was known as the Guqin Devil. Even Donghai Academy in Donghai City was a legend. Not to mention places even further away. The Tingfeng banquet in the Imperial City caused at most a short wave of excitement in Donghai, so they wouldn't know about the changes in the rulers so quickly. Yi Futian went to Qingzhou right after everything ended, so the news obviously would not spread that fast. Chapter 313 End of the Nandu Nation. Chapter 313 End of the Nandu Nation. Yi Futian's words caused everyone in the vast space to stare at him. They were all stunned. Did he ask the headmaster Gu Mu to fight him? The headmaster already said that he had entered the Arcana plane not long ago. With such a level, he could be considered a legend in Qingzhou. How old was Yi Futian? It was said that he started cultivating at the age of 15, and now he had only been cultivating for 3 to 4 years. He was simply mad. Many people in Qingzhou Academy did not like Yi Futian. Hearing his words, their faces turned cold. He was indeed as supercilious as before. Actually, Yi Futian also felt quite speechless. Was he so incompatible with Qingzhou Academy? When he participated in the fall quarter examination for the first time, he ranked first for the written test. In the fighting test, he wanted Yushang to get first, but in the end, Murong Qiu got it because of the relationship between the Pavilion Lord of the Earth Pavilion and the leader of the Murong family. This caused many subsequent disturbances, and he also left Qingzhou Academy because of this. Now when he returned, Gu Mu had entered the Arcana plane and was very arrogant. Did he want to fight with Yi Futian's master? He also asked his disciple to fight with Yi Futian. It was already obvious what he was trying to do. Idiot. In the gymnasium below, Lin Xiu said to Yi Futian, you should look at the situation first before trying to show off. What are you? How do you dare to talk to my master like this? This was Qingzhou Academy after all, and his master was the headmaster. Even though Yi Futian was no longer wanted by Nandu, he was really an idiot to behave so arrogantly in front of the Arcana plane headmaster in Qingzhou Academy itself. Yi Futian glanced at Lin Xiu and then said to Gu Mu, since you do not know how to discipline your disciple, I'll help you. After he finished speaking, he stepped out in the air and walked towards Lin Xiu. Dharma plane. The looks from countless people in Qingzhou Academy froze. Only Dharma plane cultivators could walk in the air without using any wind elemental spells. Clearly, Yi Futian was also in the Dharma plane. He was such a young Dharma plane cultivator. Furthermore, he was a mandate sorcerer. Lin Xiu also frowned. Yi Futian was actually also in the Dharma plane. This caused his face to darken. He was weaker in terms of cultivation talents. Lin Xiu released his Dharma plane aura. Since Yi Futian was also in the Dharma plane, he could only prove himself by defeating Yi Futian. Following a splashing sound, many sky vines that covered the entire sky swept towards Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu wanted to avoid them, but the vines were everywhere and he could not escape at all. Flames erupted from Lin Xiu and a flaming bird Dharma actually appeared, trying to burn the vines away. However, the vines glittered with red light and survived the flames. They wound around Lin Xiu's body firmly and tied him in the air directly. Seeing the scene, the disciples of Qingzhou Academy all turned speechless. Was this their most talented senior Lin Xiu? He actually could not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. You were jealous over a trivial matter. and then humiliated the lady whom you once pursued. I think you should just be an ordinary person, Yi Futian said casually, causing many to tremble. Was Yi Futian going to permanently destroy Lin Qiu's foundations? How dare you? Lin Qiu's expression immediately changed as he stared firmly at Yi Futian. Many sharp blades formed from the vines and pierced into Lin Qiu's body. With his character, it was very likely that Lin Qiu would avenge Qin Yi in the future. Thus, Yi Futian would rather be the bad guy. Anyway, it was not the first time that he acted as the bad guy in Qingzhou Academy. Master, save me! Lin Qiu cried miserably and stared at his master with a horrified expression. Gu Mu's face turned extremely gloomy. A mighty arcana plane aura erupted from him and he said coldly, "Let him go. I said that since you do not want to discipline him, I'll help you do so." Yi Futian glanced at Gu Mu. "You are really daring." Gu Mu continued releasing his arcana plane aura and his face darkened. He did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so strong. However, he still could not tolerate Yi Futian behaving so arrogantly in Qingzhou Academy. Sword chi whizzed in the air and a frightening might engulfed the gymnasium. Gu Mu stepped forward and charged towards Yi Futian directly. "Bring along a terrifying sword will. Headmaster, show mercy." Leng Qingfeng also did not expect the event to go in such a direction. If he knew this earlier, he would not have invited Yi Futian to come and watch the spring quarter examination. With an endless might, Gu Mu's sword charged towards Yi Futian like a bolt of lightning. How could he stop now? However, Yi Futian only stared coldly at Gu Mu. It seemed that there was a reason for the fall of Qingzhou Academy. As the disciple of Gu Mu, Lin Qiu behaved in such a way. Instead of punishing him, Gu Mu only flaunted his superiority as an arcana plane cultivator. How could anyone under his teaching become outstanding? Since this was the case, Yi Futian could only solve the problem of Qingzhou Academy on the fundamental level. "You wanna die?" Lin Qiu stared at Yi Futian firmly with a ferocious look. The sharp blades from the vines pierced into his body, and he gave out a miserable cry again. Yi Futian looked at him emotionlessly. "Idiot! Yi Futian!" Gu Mu arrived with an appalling sword will. Suddenly, a noble will enveloped Yi Futian and his white shirt started to sway in the air. Looking at the incoming sword, he raised his hand and punched in the air. A monstrous lightning dragon actually appeared and the howls of dragons filled the place. Even the color of the sky changed as the dragon penetrated through the sword chi and charged towards Gu Mu. Gu Mu's sword will collapsed wildly. Feeling the frightening, noble-like might, his heart trembled fiercely. How could this be? Countless people froze as they gazed firmly at the scene in the sky. The lightning dragon destroyed everything in its path, and its huge head appeared in front of Gu Mu. It opened its ferocious mouth and bit towards him. Gu Mu's body glittered with lightning. He gave an angry roar and struck out his arcana sword. However, the lightning dragon moved forward with a crushing force and engulfed his sword directly. Then its monstrous teeth gripped onto his body. An extremely astonishing scene appeared in the sky. Yi Futian reached out his hand and released a shocking lightning dragon which bit Gu Mu directly. Leng Qingfeng stood up and could not stop trembling. It was as if everything had returned to the day when Yi Futian participated in the fall quarter examination when he used the hand of the dragon. Even time seemed to have stopped. The Qingzhou Academy gymnasium was in a deafening silence, as all the disciples looked at the scene in astonishment. The headmaster Gu Mu, an arcana plane cultivator, could similarly not even withstand a hit from Yi Futian. This overturned their knowledge about cultivation. Could any person's talents really be so strong? No. Lin Qiu watched the scene in desperation, and his face turned very pale. His master, an arcana plane cultivator, actually could not even take a single blow from Yi Futian. This caused him to feel extremely scared and helpless. Just now when he saw Hua Jieyu, he thought that Yi Futian was very lucky. He believed that his talents were no weaker than Yi Futian. Hence he was jealous and the subsequent events followed. All the pavilion lords of Qingzhou Academy stood up one after another, and their hearts raced wildly. The scene was really too astounding. Nobody expected the young man who had left a few years ago to already be so shockingly strong at the moment. Your disciple was wrong. Instead of punishing him, you actually allowed him to act freely. Since this is the case, you'll follow him together. As Yi Futian finished speaking, the lightning dragon howled fiercely, and an endless amount of lightning penetrated Gumu's body directly, causing him to glitter with radiance. Gumu cried in pain as the lightning dragon brought his body onto the ground. Accompanying a dragon howl, the lightning dragon disappeared, but Gumu lied miserably on the ground like a dead body. Actually, Yi Futian would not have done this just because of the incidents today. However, during that time when Xiafan was flaunting his superiority and disabled General Qin, and when the Murong family was in power, Gumu, the head of the Holy Land of Cultivation in Qingzhou, never once stepped out and said anything. He did not deserve to be in this position. Today, just because he had entered the Arcana plane, he was so supercilious. His disciple tried to ruin Qin Yi's reputation, and yet he was so domineering towards General Qin. This caused Yi Futian to be totally enraged. Hence this happened. Lin Qiu's face was as white as a sheet. He looked helplessly at his disabled master who was lying on the ground, and his heart was filled with coldness. Following a splashing sound, the vines carried his body and smashed him onto the ground. With a loud bang, he lied with his master, and his meridians were similarly destroyed. In the dead silence, someone in Qingzhou Academy suddenly said, "Yi Futian, even though you hate Qingzhou Academy, this is really too much." The person was a trusted aide of the headmaster Gumu. Was it too much? In the past, maybe Yi Futian would not have done this. However, he had experienced too many things over the years. Luo Junlin relied on Hishiro's powers to deal with Kang Yi, and they even tried to assassinate him. The 6 emperors from the Yunchu nation and the like also betrayed him. Therefore, he knew much more about human nature. Gumu and Lin Qiu behaved like this. When he was here, he could still deal with them. However, what would happen after he left? If Gumu really hated them, he could do much evil before running away. If something were to happen to General Qin and Qin Yi, there would be nothing Yi Futian could do. Even if he was to kill Gumu by then, it would be meaningless. "Master Long, in the future you'll be the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy," Yi Futian said, looking at Long Qingfeng. Long Qingfeng had a good character and could sit well in this position. Long Qingfeng felt very emotional. He also did not expect Yi Futian to actually be so powerful. However, Gumu was the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy after all, and he was disabled by Yi Futian. If he was to become the headmaster, the people of the academy would probably not accept him after Yi Futian left. Someone very close to Gumu said, "We don't accept this. Who are you to decide on the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy?" Yi Futian scanned the crowd coldly. Then, he shouted loudly, "Silver Snow Guard." Just as he finished speaking, the temperature in Qingzhou Academy seemed to fall immediately. In the sky, several figures stood proudly and their might enveloped the whole region. When their aura filled the place, the people from Qingzhou Academy all started trembling. The figures that had appeared in the sky were like the kings of the void. Yes, they roared simultaneously. "Who does not accept my decision?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Those who were not convinced looked at the people in the sky, and their hearts twitched. What level were these people? Even the emperor of the Nandu nation was determined by me. Why can't I determine the headmaster of Qingzhou Academy? Yi Futian seemed to have changed into another person altogether, and was extremely dominating. Hearing his words, the people from Qingzhou Academy were all flabbergasted. Could Yi Futian determine the emperor of Nandu? Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu smiled and looked at him. Walking forward, she approached Yi Futian. The black-winged condor gave a long tweet and came before Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu. "General Qin Sr., if you have any problems, you can go to Donghai Academy and find Yixiang, the headmaster. If he still can't solve it, you can go to the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace and look for the emperor, who is Jieyu's uncle. He will inform me about it." Yi Futian looked at Qin Shuai and Qin Yi. Smiling, he said, "I will take my leave now. Senior, take care." After he finished speaking, the black-winged condor extended its wings and flew into the sky. The nobles then followed them and left. In Qingzhou Academy, countless people gazed at the departing figures in the sky and could not remain calm. They would probably not forget about this in their entire life. This bastard. Qin Yi's eyes were slightly red. Why did he have to ask those nobles to show up before leaving? Obviously, she knew that it was all for her. A crystalline tear flew out from the corner of her eye, but her face was still filled with a bright smile. The once young juvenile had already turned into a fully grown eagle. The sky would no longer be able to bind him. Chapter 314 Teaching. Chapter 314. Teaching. When one was only slightly stronger than the rest, perhaps they would be jealous of one and not convinced by one. However, when one was so powerful that the rest did not even dare to be jealous, they could only look up at one in awe and respect. Yi Futian was precisely trying to leave such an impression in Qingzhou Academy. From then on, nobody would dare to disrespect General Qin and Qin Yi. In the end, he still did not manage to meet his family members, but he finally settled everything else here. In the Hundred Lands, various emperors went to Kangyi and Nandu to send their congratulations. The emperors who had drunk and chatted with Emperor Luo all stated that they were willing to be absolutely obedient and accept all conditions. Hua Fenglu and Nandu Wanyin spent a few days in the Nandu Nation Imperial Palace. Then, the group returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. Yi Futian first sent Hua Jiyu back to the Moon Clan, after which they went to the Guqin Gardens of the Divine Capital. When Yi Futian and Yu Sheng finally returned to the cottage, more than a month had already passed since their departure. On Book Mountain, the cottage was peaceful and harmonious as always. Beside the bamboo forest, in front of the small huts. "Little brother, you're back." Seeing Yi Futian, Beiteng Xinger smiled gently. She had 2 lovely dimples on her cheeks. "Yup. After 1 month you have become more beautiful." Yi Futian smiled. Beiteng Xinger was already used to it. Smiling, she said, "Sit down. You returned just in time for the meal. I'll go and call the 4th brother here. Next time I join any place, I will definitely be the youngest," someone sighed. Yi Futian smiled and looked at the 5th brother who was cooking. Then he said, "5th brother, why didn't you spend a few more days outside the mountain?" Luo Fan widened his eyes at Yi Futian, who was rubbing his nose in it. At first, he planned to enjoy his time below the mountain. However, the 3rd brother actually said that without him, nobody would be here to cook for the 2nd sister. This is too miserable and inhuman, Luo Fan thought. Are you complaining? Suddenly, a gentle laughter was heard. The 2nd sister came out from the bamboo forest and smiled at Luo Fan. "Sister, please sit. The dishes will be ready very soon." Immediately, Luo Fan was filled with enthusiasm, and his lifeless look from just now was completely gone. Only then did the 2nd sister smile in satisfaction. She looked at Yi Futian and said, "Little brother, you didn't bring Jiyu here?" "Sister, Jiyu went back to the Moon Clan," Yi Futian said. "Okay. She can come whenever she is free," Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "I heard them talking about your battle in Nandu. Even I regret not going to Nandu myself to watch it." Yi Futian scratched his head and said, "Obviously I cannot disgrace to the cottage." "Yup. Finally, there is a decent brother in the cottage," Zhuge Hui said. "Come here and sit." Luo Fan's face darkened. The face of Yi Shaosher, who was walking over, was also wet with tears. That was the impression their senior had of them. Luo Fan and Beiteng Xinger finally returned. The meal was ready and the group sat in a circle. Yi Futian asked, "Where is the 3rd brother?" "He went to cultivate," Beiteng Xinger replied. Yi Futian nodded gently. Suddenly, Zhuge Hui seemed to have thought about something and said, "Little brother, I heard from them that your martial arts are significantly stronger than your sorcery?" "Yup." Yi Futian nodded. He obtained the body-enhancing technique from Emperor Yi Qing, and the art of the 9 heavenly attacks was passed to him from the Snow Ape. The spells that he had learned were not as strong, so naturally, he would be better in his martial arts. In fact, at a high level, there would be no particular advantage of being a sorcerer or martial arts cultivator. It depended on which area one was more talented at. "For go tell Zhongsu that little brother and Yu Sheng will be going to their training field later to cultivate," Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. Now, Shui Yi asked, "What do you think?" Zhuge Hui said, smiling. "All right." Shui Yi put down his chopsticks, looking hurt. Then he left the place. "I have no human rights. I have not eaten yet. The difference in treatment." "Thank you, sister." Yi Futian smiled brightly. The sister was really nice to him. Hearing Yi Futian's voice, Shui Yi sped up with tears in his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, some footsteps approached. Yi Futian turned around and saw a cold-looking figure walking towards him. It was Luolan Shui, the virgin of ancient Luolan. However, to Yi Futian's bewilderment, the pure virgin Luolan Shui was actually holding a basin at the moment. In the basin there were many pieces of washed clothes. Yi Futian choked on his rice. Cough cough. Was this still the virgin of ancient Luolan, the cold beauty Luolan Shui? Luolan Shui glanced at Yi Futian and then said to Zhuge Hui, "I'll go and dry the clothes in the sun." "All right. After you're done, come and eat with us." Zhuge Hui nodded. "Okay." Luolan Shui nodded gently, after which she walked towards the back of the bamboo forest. Beiteng Xinger looked at Yi Futian, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the past she used to do all this. "Little brother, what is it?" Zhuge Hui asked Yi Futian, who was choking. "Nothing. I ate too fast." Yi Futian lowered his head and continued to eat. Thinking about the imposing manner of the fourth and fifth brothers outside and the things that they had to do on the mountain, Yi Futian was gradually able to accept the truth. The cottage was a special place. It could not be judged in an ordinary way. Maybe perhaps washing clothes is also a kind of cultivation. "Eat slowly," the second sister said, smiling. "Since she will become your servant, I'll help you teach her." Cough cough. Hearing this, Yi Futian, who had lowered his head to eat, was choked again. His eyes turned red and he was almost moved to tears. Why was the sister so outstanding? After Luolan Shui hung the clothes, she returned and stood quietly at the side. "Help little brother to fill his bowl first," the second sister said. "Okay," Luolan Shui nodded. She looked at Yi Futian and extended her slim arms. Yi Futian passed his rice bowl to her. Luolan Shui filled the bowl with rice and passed it back to Yi Futian. Only then the second sister said, "Sit and eat together." Luolan Shui sat down quietly beside Yi Futian. All this while, Yi Futian had been lowering his head and eating in silence. "Little brother, eat more." Zhuge Hui smiled and helped Yi Futian to fill his bowl with meat. Then she looked at Luolan Shui and said, "Little brother is so skinny. You should help him to take more meat. In the future you'll do all these tiny things. Don't wait for someone else to tell you that." "All right," Luolan Shui continued nodding. Yi Futian continued eating with his head lowered. Luo Fan, Yi Shaoshi, and Beiteng Xinger all tried to keep their faces straight. On the other hand, Yu Sheng looked at the scene with satisfaction. The second sister is really thoughtful. Futian better be used to this. Zhuge Hui smiled and looked at Yi Futian and Luolan Shui. The little brother was outstanding in all aspects except that he was too kind to beautiful ladies. Since Luolan Shui requested to be his servant, she clearly had to be ready for it. Zhuge Hui heard that it was the intention of the celestial empress of ancient Luolan. Did she want her daughter to enter the cottage like this and become a disciple? Then she would need to be a servant first. Nevertheless, Zhuge Hui was quite satisfied with Luolan Shui's performance so far. She did not behave like she was a princess at all and was very obedient. Thus, she could be taught slowly, and in the future, she would definitely become a competent servant. Shui Yi only returned after they finished eating. Zhuge Hui asked him, "Is it settled?" "Yup. Little brother and Yu Shang can go to the training field anytime." Shui Yi nodded. "Then bring them there now," Zhuge Hui said. "All right," Shui Yi nodded. "Can I go and take a look?" Luolan Shui said softly as she looked at Zhuge Hui. "Bring her along," Zhuge Hui said to Shui Yi. Shui Yi nodded. Then he brought Yi Futian, Yu Shang, and Luolan Shui out of the cottage. They came to another mountain of the college. This mountain was ruled by Mountain Elder Zongsu, and was known as Mount Chong. The mountain was filled with many orderly arranged palaces and attics. An ethereal mist filled the place, making the mountain look like a fairyland. The cottage is probably the simplest among the 9 mountains of the college, Yi Futian thought. Of course, there were only a few people in the cottage in the first place. The Mount Chong training field was a very famous cultivating area in the college. Every day, many disciples would come here to cultivate and train. The arrival of Yi Futian and his team caused a great disturbance at the training field. It was as if the disciples on Mount Chong already knew the news. Clearly, Mountain Elder Zongsu had deliberately told them the message. Standing at the edge of the training field, Yi Futian could not keep calm. This was the first time he came to a place of cultivation in the college. The training field was built using purely white stone. It was in the shape of a canyon which was tens of meters deep. At the edge of the training field, there were a few towering boulders carved into statues which resembled humans. The statues were slanted and faced the training field. From them a terrifying might was emitted, pressuring the people in the training field. Although Futian was standing on the edges of the field and did not step into it, he could still feel a noble-like pressure. Apart from that, the entire training field was also enveloped in a matrix. Futian could feel a very strong pulling force that was trying to suck him into the canyon. It was an extremely powerful gravity. Many people went around the group and looked at them. Little brother, seems like Mountain Elder Zhong Su has already told everyone about it. Now many disciples are coming to Mount Chong, and they probably all want you, a cottage disciple, to train with them. Take care of yourself. I will not accompany you. Shui patted on Futian's shoulders and smiled. Then he left the place alone and Futian, Yushang and Luolan Shui were left here. He is gloating, Futian muttered to himself. Then he said, Yushang, let's go down. After he finished speaking, they walked through the air and headed towards the training field. Just as they entered the sky above the training field, they felt an extremely strong gravity trying to pull them down. Immediately, they started to fall at an incredible speed and landed in the canyon like two bolts of lightning. The gravity is so strong. Futian stood in the canyon and felt that his footsteps were extremely heavy. Apart from that, the noble might coming from the enormous stone statues above him also made him feel like he could not even move a single step. This was indeed a good place to train their martial arts skills. Luolan Shui did not go down. She only stood at the edge of the canyon and watched in silence. Apart from her, many people at the edge of the training field looked at Futian. Among them, someone with an outstanding temperament smiled and said, I heard that Futian killed Luo Junlin, who was in the 2nd level of the Arcana plane when he was only in the 7th level Dharma plane. I wonder how strong Luo Junlin's combat abilities were. In any case, Futian's combat power is certainly very strong indeed. Beside him, another young man smiled. Yup. Since this is the case, anyone on Mount Chong who is below the 2nd level of the Arcana plane can go and have a friendly fight with Futian or Yushang if you want to. There's no need to hesitate. The young man smiled. It was a rare chance to have two cottage disciples to help in their training. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.